What if Harry's blood contained a love curse that made any witch who touched him bound to him forever? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry's blood contained a love curse that made any witch who touched him bound to him forever? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. First touch, the cauldron exploded. Harry didn't even have time to process what went wrong before scalding liquid sprayed across the dungeon, and his body moved on pure instinct. He grabbed the person next to him, Daphne Greengrass of all people, and yanked her backward, his bare hand closing around her wrist as they both crashed to the stone floor. The potion hit the ceiling. Students screamed. Snape was already bellowing something about incompetent fools. None of it mattered, because the second Harry's skin touched Daphne's, something snapped in his chest. Not painful exactly, more like a rubber band that had been stretched his entire life suddenly releasing. Magic poured out of him in a rush he couldn't control, couldn't even understand, and he felt it sink into the girl beneath him like water into dry earth. Daphne's eyes went wide. Her mouth opened in a silent gasp. And then the world went white. Harry woke up in the hospital wing with the worst headache of his life and Madame Pomfrey's face hovering 3 inches from his. Finally, Mr. Potter, can you hear me? How many fingers am I holding up? 4, he croaked. What happened? Potions accident. You've been unconscious for 6 hours. Pomfrey's expression was strange. Concerned, yes, but also something else. Confusion, maybe. Fear. You're physically fine, but your magical core is fluctuating. I've never seen readings like this. Harry tried to sit up. His arms felt like wet noodles. Greengrass. Is she? Miss Greengrass is in the bed next to yours. She woke an hour ago but refuses to speak to anyone. Pomfrey's lips pressed thin. She also refuses to be more than 10 feet from you, which is making examination difficult. That didn't make sense. Daphne Greengrass hated him. She'd spent 4 years perfecting the art of looking through him like he didn't exist. Why would she? The curtain between their beds ripped open. Daphne stood there, pale as milk, her usually immaculate hair tangled and wild. She was wearing a hospital gown and her hands were shaking, but her eyes burned with something that made Harry's stomach drop. What? She said, her voice low and dangerous. Did you do to me? I don't lie. She stepped closer. Pomfrey made a noise of protest that Daphne ignored completely. Something happened when you touched me. I can feel you, Potter. Right now. Your confusion, your fear, that headache you're pretending isn't killing you. It's all just there, in my head, like a second heartbeat. So I'm going to ask you one more time. She grabbed the front of his hospital gown, yanking him up until they were nose to nose. What did you do? Harry's brain short-circuited. Because she was right. Now that she was this close, now that he was actually paying attention, he could feel her too. Rage. Terror. A desperate, clawing need for answers that mirrored his own. It wasn't like legitimacy, he wasn't reading her thoughts. It was more fundamental than that. Like their emotions had been wired together at the source. I don't know, he whispered. I swear to you, Greengrass, I have no idea what's happening. For a long moment, she just stared at him, searching his face for deception. Whatever she found made her let go, stepping back like she'd been burned. Then we have a problem, she said, because I tried to leave. Walked all the way to the dungeon entrance before it felt like my chest was being ripped open. Whatever this is, Potter, I'm stuck with you. Pomfrey cleared her throat. I've sent for the headmaster. Perhaps. No. Daphne's voice cracked like a whip. No Dumbledore, no teachers, no one. Not until we understand what we're dealing with. She turned back to Harry, and something in her expression shifted. Still furious, still terrified. But now there was calculation too. The Slytherin survival instinct kicking in. You and I are going to figure this out. And until we do, this stays between us. Agreed. Harry thought about arguing. Thought about pointing out that he trusted Dumbledore, that hiding things from the headmaster had never ended well for him. But he could feel her fear. Really feel it, not just see it on her face. She was a Slytherin in a school that had spent 4 years treating her house like a den of future Death Eaters. If word got out that Harry Potter had done something to bind her to him, the rumors alone would destroy her. "Agreed," he said. Daphne nodded once. Then she sat down on the edge of his bed, close enough that their shoulders almost touched, and Harry realized with a start that the headache was fading. The anxiety too, like her proximity was somehow settling something. "So," she said, "start from the beginning." The cauldron exploded. What happened after that? They spent 3 hours piecing together what they knew. It wasn't much. Harry had touched her bare skin. Magic had happened. Now they couldn't be separated by more than about 30 feet without experiencing increasing physical pain, and they could sense each other's emotions with unsettling clarity. "Blood magic," Daphne finally said, rubbing her temples. "That's the only thing that fits. Strong emotional connections, physical pain when separated, the way it activated through skin contact. But blood magic requires rituals, preparation, intent. You can't just accidentally curse someone by grabbing their wrist. Unless the curse was already there." Daphne looked at him sharply. "What?" Harry stared at his hands. The hands that had been covered by gloves almost constantly since 3rd year, when he'd started getting paranoid about his connection to Voldemort. He'd taken them off for potions because you couldn't feel ingredient textures through dragon hide, and he'd been so focused on the assignment that he forgot to put them back on before. "My mother," he said slowly. "She did something. The night she died. Everyone says she sacrificed herself for me, that her love created the protection that stopped Voldemort's curse. But what if it did more than that? You think Lily Potter cursed you as an infant? I think Lily Potter was a genius who had 3 minutes to save her son from the most powerful Dark Lord in history." Harry's voice was flat. Not angry, not sad. Just tired. "She was Muggle-born. She would have known she had no powerful family to protect me if she died. No political connections, no ancient house allies. Just a baby with a target on his back and a world that would probably forget him the second the war ended." Daphne was quiet for a long moment. He could feel her mind working, that sharp Slytherin intellect chewing through implications. "So she bound you, created a curse that would force connections, create loyalty, build you a support network whether you wanted one or not." "It's what I would do." The words tasted like ash. "If I was dying and had no other way to protect someone I loved, I'd make sure they were never alone, even if it meant taking away their choice. And mine." Daphne's voice was very soft. "She took away my choice too, Potter." He finally looked at her. Really looked, past the Ice Queen mask and the pure blood armor. She was 15 years old. Same as him. A kid who'd been minding her own business in potions class and now found herself magically bound to the most controversial figure in Wizarding Britain. "I'm sorry," he said. "I know that doesn't help. But I'm sorry." Something flickered in her eyes. Not forgiveness, it was way too early for that. But acknowledgement, maybe. Recognition that they were both victims here. "We need information," she said, straightening her spine. "My family has an extensive library. Dark arts, blood magic, ancient rituals. If there's a way to understand this or break it, we'll find it there." "Your family?" "Greengrass, if your parents find out." "I'm not telling my parents anything. But I know where the forbidden section is, and I know the wards." A ghost of a smirk crossed her face. "Slytherins don't survive by playing by the rules, Potter. We survive by knowing which rules we can break." Harry felt the corner of his mouth twitch. "That's almost Gryffindor of you. Take that back immediately. Make me." They stared at each other. And then, impossibly, Daphne Greengrass laughed. It wasn't a big laugh. More of a surprised exhale, like she couldn't quite believe she was finding anything funny right now. But it transformed her face entirely, made her look younger, human. Harry felt the sound echo through their bond, her amusement mixing with his own until he couldn't tell whose was whose. "This is insane," she said. "Welcome to my life." Getting out of the hospital wing was easier than expected. Pomfrey had run every diagnostic she knew and found nothing physically wrong with either of them. She wanted to keep them for observation, but Daphne argued, with impressive cold fury, that they had OWL preparation to consider and couldn't afford to miss classes over a minor magical fluctuation. The fact that they left together raised exactly 0 eyebrows. Everyone assumed the Slytherin Ice Queen was simply escaping the Gryffindor Golden Boy's proximity as fast as possible. They walked in silence through the castle, maintaining a careful 2 feet of distance. Harry's skin prickled with awareness of her. Not attraction, exactly, but something more fundamental. Like she'd become a fixed point in his universe. A magnetic north his magic couldn't stop orienting toward. Library, Daphne muttered as they passed a group of chattering third years. We need somewhere private to research. Room of requirement. She stopped walking. The what? Right. Slytherins probably didn't know about the room of requirement. Harry explained quickly. A hidden room on the 7th floor that became whatever you needed it to be. And you're just telling me this? Daphne's eyes narrowed. A Slytherin? Your mortal enemy? You're not my mortal enemy. Voldemort's my mortal enemy. Malfoy's my regular enemy. You've never been anything to me except someone who exists in the same building. He shrugged. Besides, we're bound now. Kind of pointless to keep secrets. Daphne processed this. He felt her turn it over, examine it for traps, finally file it away as genuine. The room of requirement, she repeated. Fine. Lead the way, Potter. Harry. What? If we're going to be stuck together, you might as well use my name. The constant Potter thing gets old. Another long pause. Another careful evaluation. Harry, she said, testing it. Fine. Then you can call me Daphne. But only in private. If anyone hears you being familiar with me, your reputation as an unapproachable Ice Queen will be ruined forever. Got it. I was going to say people will ask questions we can't answer, but yes, that too. The room of requirement outdid itself. When Harry paced in front of the wall thinking we need a place to research blood magic and bonding curses, the door that appeared led to something that looked like a cross between a private library and a comfortable sitting room. Shelves lined the walls, packed with books that Harry was pretty sure didn't exist anywhere else in Hogwarts. A fire crackled in the hearth. 2 armchairs sat before it, positioned close enough that they could talk easily but far enough apart to maintain the illusion of personal space. Daphne's sharp intake of breath told him she was impressed despite herself. This is actually useful, she admitted, running her fingers along book spines. Blood magic through the ages. Bonding rituals of the ancient houses. The theoretical underpinnings of love curses. She pulled that last one off the shelf, flipping it open. Love curses. That's probably our best starting point. Love curses. Harry dropped into one of the armchairs, grimacing. Please tell me that's not what this is. It's a category, not a description. Any magic that creates emotional or physical bonds between people falls under the umbrella. Daphne sat in the other chair, already scanning pages. True love curses are almost impossible to create deliberately. They require genuine sacrifice, overwhelming emotional intent, and usually death or near-death circumstances. The magic has to believe the caster's love is real, or it won't take. My mother definitely met those criteria. Daphne kept reading. The fire crackled. Harry felt her concentration through the bond, sharp and focused, like a laser cutting through fog. He should probably be researching too. But honestly, he was exhausted. The headache was back, a low throb behind his eyes, and the emotional whiplash of the past few hours was catching up with him. You can rest. Daphne didn't look up from her book. I can feel how tired you are. It's distracting. Sorry my exhaustion is inconvenient for you. Just go to sleep, Potter. Harry. Whatever. I'll wake you if I find anything important. It was such a weird thing. A Slytherin telling him to sleep, to be vulnerable in her presence. A year ago, he would have laughed at the suggestion. But he could feel her sincerity through the bond. She wasn't planning to hex him. Wasn't planning anything except reading until her eyes bled. And some part of him, the part that had been alone in a cupboard for 10 years, alone in fame for 4 more, recognized that she meant it. He closed his eyes. "Harry, wake up." He jerked awake to find Daphne standing over him, a book clutched to her chest and an expression on her face that he couldn't quite read. Through the bond, he felt a tangle of emotions so complex they gave him vertigo. Shock, horror, something that might have been awe. "What time is it?" "Past midnight. I found something." She sat down on the arm of his chair, close enough that he could see the dark circles under her eyes. "It's called the Bond of Sacrifice, created by a witch named Morgana Blackwood in the 14th century to protect her children after her husband was killed by rivals." "Okay." The curse activates through skin contact. It binds the cursed person to anyone they touch in a moment of strong emotion. Fear, anger, protectiveness. The bond creates emotional connection, prevents physical separation, and, she swallowed, and it's permanent. There's no documented case of it ever being broken. Harry's stomach dropped. Permanent. The magic ties into the victim's life force. Breaking it would kill everyone involved. Daphne's voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. Morgana Blackwood's children each accumulated 6 to 8 bonds over their lifetimes. The bonds became their most trusted advisors, their protectors, their partners. Partners. The emotional connection deepens over time. Apparently, it's nearly impossible to maintain romantic relationships with unbonded people, because the bond creates an intimacy that outsiders can't compete with. A brittle laugh escaped her. Most of Morgana's descendants ended up marrying their bonded. It was considered a feature, not a bug. Harry felt sick. "My mother bound me to a curse that would force people to love me." "No. Your mother bound you to a curse that would force people to be connected to you. Love is..." Daphne hesitated. "According to this, love isn't guaranteed. The bond creates proximity and emotional awareness. What people do with that is still their choice. But the intimacy makes love more likely, not inevitable." She met his eyes. "I can feel everything you're feeling right now, Harry. The guilt, the horror, the desperate wish that you could undo this. And I'm not falling in love with you. I'm angry and scared and very, very tired. The bond isn't controlling my emotions. It's just letting me experience yours." Harry processed this. It didn't make him feel much better, but it was something. "So we're stuck together. Forever." "Yes. And you can't be more than 30 feet from me without pain." Apparently, the distance limit expands over time. Morgana's bonded could eventually function at up to a mile apart, though they still felt discomfort. A mile. That's... Harry did the math. Still basically nothing. "You can't live your life within a mile of me, Daphne. You have a family, a future, plans that definitely don't include being chained to Harry Bloody Potter." "I'm aware." Her voice was dry. "But here's the interesting part. I kept reading after the Blackwood chapter. The bond of sacrifice has been used exactly 3 times in recorded history. Morgana's line died out in the 16th century. The second use was by a Chinese witch in the 18th century. Her descendants emigrated and lost contact with European magical society. The third..." She handed him the book, pointing to a passage. Harry read it, then read it again. "Lily Evans," he said slowly. "My mother is mentioned by name. She discovered the bond of sacrifice in her 7th year at Hogwarts. Wrote a thesis on it for her newts, received outstanding, obviously. Several scholars at the time noted her particular interest in the curse's protective applications." Daphne's finger traced the page. "Your mother didn't stumble onto this magic in desperation, Harry. She'd been studying it for years. She knew exactly what she was doing when she created your curse." The fire had burned low. Shadows danced across the walls. Harry stared at the words on the page. His mother's name, printed in academic text, associated with magic designed to bind people against their will. "She wanted this," he said. "She specifically designed me to, what? Collect people? Build a harem of magical slaves. Don't be dramatic. She designed you to be protected." Daphne's voice was sharp, but not cruel. Think about it from her perspective. She was Muggle-born in a war against Muggle-born witches. Her husband's family was almost extinct. The Order of the Phoenix was losing. If she died, and she probably knew she was going to die, her son would be alone in a world that had very few reasons to keep him alive. So she cursed me. So she gave you a way to create unbreakable alliances. People who would literally be unable to abandon you, who would feel your pain and fear and be compelled to help. Daphne shrugged. It's dark. It's manipulative. It removes the agency of everyone involved. But it's also kind of brilliant in a horrible way. Harry wanted to argue, wanted to rage against his mother's ghost, against the impossible situation she'd left him in. But he could feel Daphne's emotions through the bond. And underneath the anger and fear, there was something else. Grudging respect. Not for Lily's ethics, but for her strategy. You would have done the same thing, he realized. If you were in her position, I'd like to think I'd find a less invasive solution. But if it was my child's life against some stranger's free will. Daphne's smile was thin. I'm a Slytherin, Harry. We protect our own. Whatever it takes. They stayed in the room of requirement until dawn, reading everything they could find about the bond of sacrifice. The news wasn't all bad. The distance limit would expand. The emotional bleed-through would become more manageable as they learned to shield. There were even some benefits. Bonded pairs could share magic in emergencies, communicate mentally with practice, and apparently developed an uncanny ability to coordinate in combat. But the core truth remained. They were stuck together. And because the curse activated through skin contact during emotional moments, Harry was now a walking trap for anyone who touched him. You need to start wearing gloves again, Daphne said, as they finally prepared to leave. At all times. Non-negotiable. I know. And we need to establish boundaries. Physical contact is obviously complicated now, but we should set rules for emotional space too. Just because we can feel each other's feelings doesn't mean we should constantly comment on them. Agreed. And nobody finds out. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Daphne's expression hardened. If people learn what this curse does, the binding, the loyalty effects, you'll become a weapon. Every political faction in Britain will either want to control you or eliminate you. Harry hadn't thought of that, but she was right. A wizard who could permanently bind witches to himself with a single touch. The Ministry would call it dark magic. The Death Eaters would call it a recruitment tool. The Order would call it a security risk. So we pretend nothing happened, he said. Just two classmates who survived a potions accident and have no particular feelings about each other. Exactly. Daphne opened the door, checked the corridor, and nodded. I'll see you in class. Don't do anything stupid. When have I ever? Don't answer that. She was gone before he could respond, her emotions fading to a distant hum as she put space between them. Harry waited a few minutes, then headed back to Gryffindor Tower. His mind was spinning. His world had fundamentally shifted in the past 12 hours, and he had no idea what to do about it. But underneath the panic, underneath the guilt and confusion, there was something else. Something small and quiet that he almost didn't recognize because he felt it so rarely. Hope. For 15 years, Harry Potter had been alone. Even surrounded by friends, even in a castle full of people, there had always been a wall between him and everyone else. The boy who lived. The chosen one. A symbol, not a person. But Daphne Greengrass could feel his emotions. She knew his fear, his exhaustion, his desperate, lonely heart. And she hadn't run. Couldn't run, technically, but that wasn't the point. She'd stayed. She'd helped. She'd called him Harry. It wasn't much. It definitely wasn't healthy. But for the first time in his life, someone truly knew him. And that was worth something. The next few weeks established a new normal. Harry wore gloves constantly. Dragon hide for class, soft cotton for sleep, thin silk for special occasions. He developed a reputation for being germophobic, which was embarrassing but better than the alternative. Daphne maintained perfect Ice Queen composure in public. They didn't speak in classes, didn't acknowledge each other in the Great Hall, didn't give anyone any reason to suspect they were anything but strangers. But every night they met in the room of requirement. Sometimes they researched. There was still so much they didn't understand about the curse, how it interacted with other magic, whether there were limits to how many people Harry could bind, what exactly his mother had modified from the original Blackwood design. Sometimes they just talked. Harry learned that Daphne had a younger sister named Astoria who she would kill for, that her parents' marriage was arranged and loveless, a political alliance that had produced 2 heirs and nothing else, that she'd wanted to be a cursebreaker before the war made that career path too dangerous. Daphne learned about the cupboard, about the Dursleys, about the weight of being a symbol when all you wanted was to be a person. They learned each other's emotional signatures, the specific flavor of Daphne's irritation versus her genuine anger, the texture of Harry's anxiety versus his fear. It was intimate in a way that had nothing to do with romance, and everything to do with simple knowing. "This isn't how it's supposed to work," Daphne said one night, 3 weeks into their arrangement. She was lying on the floor in front of the fire, shoes off, hair loose, looking more relaxed than Harry had ever seen her. "What do you mean? Slytherins and Gryffindors. We're supposed to hate each other. That's the rule." "Screw the rules." She laughed. He felt it through the bond, warm and genuine and startled. "Very Gryffindor of you." "I try." They lapsed into comfortable silence. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the castle, a clock struck midnight. "I don't hate you," Daphne said quietly. "I probably should. You've completely ruined my life with your stupid curse and your stupid noble sacrifice complex. But I don't hate you. I don't hate you either." "Good." She sat up, brushing hair from her face. "Because we need to talk about Fleur Delacour." Harry blinked. "What?" "Fleur Delacour, the French champion from last year's tournament. She's coming to Hogwarts next week for some kind of diplomatic function, and you need to stay far, far away from her." "Why would I need to?" "Because she's part Vila, you idiot. Her allure magic is constantly active, even if she suppresses it. If she touches you while you're emotionally compromised, which, let's be honest, is your default state, you'll bind her too." Harry's blood ran cold. "I wouldn't. You wouldn't mean to. That's the whole problem." Daphne's expression was serious now, all traces of relaxation gone. "You're not a bad person, Harry. You just attract disaster like a magnet attracts iron. And Fleur Delacour is a disaster waiting to happen. I'll be careful. You'll be more than careful. You'll be paranoid, obsessive, and extremely far away from any beautiful French who might accidentally brush against you." "Fine. I promise." Daphne studied him for a long moment. Through the bond, he felt her skepticism, her worry, her reluctant trust. "You're going to end up bound to her anyway," she finally said. "It's just your luck. Thank you for your confidence. I'm a realist." But she was smiling as she said it. "Come on. We should get back before curfew." They left the room of requirement together, parting ways at the first corridor junction. Harry headed toward Gryffindor Tower, Daphne toward the dungeons. He was halfway up the stairs when he felt it. A spike of fear through the bond, sharp and sudden. Harry froze, reached for his wand. "Daphne?" The fear shifted to anger, then to something cold and calculating. Through their connection, he got fragments of sensation. Footsteps behind her, a voice she recognized, danger. He ran. Harry found Daphne in a dungeon corridor, her back against the wall and her wand raised. 3 figures stood before her. Marcus Flint and 2 other Slytherins Harry didn't recognize. "Ask you one more time, Greengrass. Why do you keep disappearing at night?" "I don't see how that's any of your business, Flint. Everything that happens in this house is my business." Flint stepped closer, his troll-like face twisted in a sneer. "Especially when it involves pretty little purebloods sneaking around after curfew. Makes a man curious. Then perhaps you should cultivate some intellectual hobbies instead." One of the other Slytherins laughed. Flint's expression darkened. "You think you're so clever, so above it all with your perfect grades and your cold little smile. But I've been watching you, Greengrass. 3 weeks you've been acting strange, distracted. And tonight I followed you, and you know what I saw." Daphne's fear spiked. Harry pressed himself against the wall, just out of sight, waiting. You went into a corridor on the 7th floor and vanished. Just walked into a wall and disappeared. Flint's voice dropped. Now, either you found some secret room that belongs to Slytherin House by right, in which case you're going to show me where it is, or you're hiding something else. Something that maybe involves a certain Gryffindor. I don't know what you're talking about. No? Because the way I hear it, you and Potter got awfully cozy after that potions accident. Spent 6 hours in the hospital wing together. Left at the same time. And ever since then, he looks at you when he thinks no one's watching. Harry's stomach dropped. He hadn't noticed himself doing that. Hadn't even been conscious of it. But of course he looked at her. She was the only person in the world who knew what he was going through. Potter is irrelevant, Daphne said, her voice ice-cold. And you're delusional if you think I'd have anything to do with a half-blood Gryffindor. Then you won't mind if we test that theory. Flint grabbed her wrist, yanking her toward him. Come on, boys. Let's go have a little chat with the golden boy. See how he reacts when we... Harry moved without thinking. He came around the corner fast, wand already up, and the first spell caught Flint square in the chest. The Slytherin flew backward, crashing into his companions and sending all 3 of them sprawling. Get away from her, Harry said. Flint scrambled to his feet, face contorted with rage. Potter, I should have known. Yeah, you really should have. Harry, don't... Daphne started, but Flint was already casting. Harry dodged the first curse, blocked the second, and sent back a stunner that forced all 3 Slytherins to dive for cover. 3 on 1, Flint? Really? You think I need help against you? Flint spat a curse that cracked the stone wall beside Harry's head. I've been waiting years for an excuse to put you in your place, Potter. Funny. I've been waiting years for you to be worth my attention. The fight was brief and brutal. Harry had spent the summer learning defensive magic from old textbooks, paranoid about Voldemort's return, and it showed. He moved with a precision that surprised even himself, dodging and weaving, returning fire with curses that weren't quite legal but weren't quite dark either. Flint went down first, caught by a leglocker curse that sent him face first into the floor. His companions lasted slightly longer, but Harry's stunners found them both within seconds. When it was over, Harry stood in a corridor full of unconscious Slytherins, breathing hard, his wand still raised. Daphne was staring at him. What? He asked. You just took out 3 people in about 40 seconds. They were distracted. They were 7th years. Harry shrugged. He could feel her emotions through the bond, shock, yes, but also something warmer. Gratitude, a fierce, protective pride that didn't quite match the Ice Queen image. I couldn't let them hurt you, he said. Bond aside, you're my friend. That means something. Daphne's expression flickered. For just a moment, her mask cracked, and he saw something vulnerable underneath. We need to obliviate them, she said. They can't remember this. Can you do that? Please. I learned memory charms when I was 12. She knelt beside Flint, wand pressed to his temple. But Harry, we need to be more careful. Flint noticed us. Others will too, eventually. I know. And if you keep fighting my battles for me, people are going to talk. Let them. She looked up at him, surprised. You mean that? You're stuck with me forever, Daphne. Might as well get used to me having your back. For a long moment, she just stared. Through the bond, he felt something shift. Some wall coming down, some resistance crumbling. Idiot Gryffindor, she murmured, but she was almost smiling. Harry grinned. Paranoid Slytherin. You know it. She turned back to her work, and Harry kept watch. And despite everything, the curse, the danger, the impossibility of their situation, he felt something settle in his chest. Partnership, trust, the beginning of something that might eventually become more. Whatever came next, they'd face it together. Fleur Delacour arrived at Hogwarts on a Friday. Harry saw her in the Great Hall, surrounded by diplomats and ministry officials, her silver hair catching the candlelight like moonfire. She was even more beautiful than he remembered, an ethereal, otherworldly kind of beauty that made everyone around her seem somehow less real. He felt Daphne's irritation spike through the bond. Stop staring, he imagined her thinking. You're being obvious. He looked away, but his gaze kept drifting back, pulled by something he couldn't quite name. Not attraction exactly, though she was certainly attractive. Something deeper, more fundamental. She's dangerous, Daphne had said. Stay away from her. Harry intended to. He really, truly did. But the universe, as always, had other plans. The attack came 3 days later. Harry was walking back from Quidditch practice, broom over his shoulder, thoughts a million miles away. The sun was setting, painting the grounds in shades of orange and red, and he was thinking about nothing in particular when the first curse screamed past his head. He hit the ground rolling, wand in hand, and came up to find 4 masked figures emerging from the shadows near the Forbidden Forest. Death Eaters. At Hogwarts. That's impossible, some part of his brain insisted. The wards, another curse. He dodged, threw back a stunner that one of the attackers batted aside like a fly. Harry Potter. The lead Death Eater's voice was female, mocking. The Dark Lord sends his regards. Tell him I'm not interested. He fought. 4-on-1, with no backup, no cover, and Death Eaters who actually knew what they were doing. It was hopeless, he knew it was hopeless, but he fought anyway because that's what Gryffindors did. A curse caught him in the shoulder. He staggered, nearly went down, and only a desperate shield charm saved him from the follow-up. Daphne, he thought, reaching for the bond. If you can feel this, the Death Eaters closed in. Harry raised his wand, knowing it wouldn't be enough. And then a wall of fire erupted between him and his attackers. Not ordinary fire, silver fire, hot enough that the grass beneath it turned to glass, beautiful and terrible and completely out of nowhere. A figure stepped through the flames. Silver hair, blazing blue eyes, wand raised and fury written across inhumanly perfect features. You will not touch him, Fleur Delacour said, her voice ringing with power. I will not allow it. The Death Eaters hesitated. One of them laughed nervously. It's just the Delacour girl. She's nothing. Fleur moved. Harry had seen wizards duel before. He'd watched Dumbledore fight, watched Mad-Eye Moody demonstrate combat magic, watched his own desperate battles against impossible odds. He'd never seen anything like this. Fleur didn't fight, she danced. Every motion flowed into the next, curses and shields and transfigurations weaving together into something that looked more like art than combat. Her fire was everywhere, hurting the Death Eaters, cutting off escape routes, forcing them into positions where her precise spell work could pick them apart. In less than 2 minutes, all 4 attackers were down. Unconscious, bound, and slightly singed. Fleur turned to Harry, her chest heaving, her eyes still wild with adrenaline. Are you hurt? She demanded. Let me see. She grabbed his shoulder. His bare shoulder, where the curse had torn through his Quidditch robes. Skin touched skin, and Harry felt the curse activate for the second time in his life. The world went white. When Harry woke, he was in the hospital wing again, and Fleur Delacour was holding his hand. He could feel her through the bond. A second thread alongside Daphne's, different in texture but just as strong. Where Daphne's connection felt like ice and calculation and slowly warming affection, Fleur's felt like fire and passion and a fierce, protective fury that hadn't faded even in sleep. Murd, Fleur breathed, her eyes fluttering open. What did you do to me? I was about to ask you the same thing. They stared at each other. Harry felt her confusion, her fear, her dawning realization that something fundamental had changed. This bond, she said slowly. I can feel your emotions, your pain, your... Her eyes widened. There is another connection. Who? The curtain ripped open, and Daphne Greengrass stormed in. You absolute idiot, she snarled at Harry. I told you. I specifically told you to stay away from her. It wasn't exactly planned. And you, Daphne turned on Fleur, eyes blazing. What were you thinking? Running into a fight against 4 Death Eaters. I was thinking that Harry was going to die. Fleur's chin lifted. I could not allow that. Why? You barely know him. Fleur hesitated. Through the bond, Harry felt her confusion. She didn't know why she'd intervened. It had been instinct, some deep pull she couldn't explain. I simply knew I had to protect him. The curse, Harry said quietly. It must work both ways somehow. Maybe it was already starting before we touched, creating a proto-bond. Daphne's anger deflated into exhaustion. She sat down heavily on the edge of his bed, pinching the bridge of her nose. So now there are 3 of us. It seems so. Fleur looked between them, understanding slowly dawning. This is not normal magic, is it? This bond, it is not something you chose. My mother cursed me, Harry said tiredly. Anyone I touch under strong emotion becomes bound to me forever. Congratulations, you're stuck with us now. Forever. Forever. Fleur absorbed this. Through the bond, Harry felt her processing. Shock giving way to calculation, calculation giving way to something that might have been acceptance. Then we must make the best of it, she said finally. I am not in the habit of letting circumstances defeat me. Daphne snorted. Spoken like a true politician's daughter. And you speak like a true Slytherin, yes? Cold and cutting, but fiercely loyal beneath the ice. Fleur smiled slightly. I think we will get along. I think you're both insane, Harry muttered. Perhaps. Fleur squeezed his hand, gently, carefully, her touch sending warmth through the bond. But at least we are insane together, non? Harry looked at his 2 bondmates, the Slytherin Ice Queen and the Veela Fire Dancer, forced together by his mother's curse and his own terrible luck. It was going to be a disaster. He knew that with absolute certainty. But as Daphne settled into the chair beside his bed, and Fleur refused to release his hand, and their emotions tangled together in a complicated knot of fear and hope and the beginnings of something real, Harry found he didn't mind. Whatever came next, they'd face it together. The investigation into the Death Eater attack lasted 3 days. Dumbledore interviewed everyone involved. The Aurors swept the grounds for signs of how the attackers had bypassed the wards. The Ministry sent increasingly frantic owls demanding explanations, reassurances, someone to blame. Through it all, Harry, Daphne, and Fleur maintained their cover. The official story was simple. Fleur had been walking the grounds when she saw Harry being attacked and intervened. The magic that knocked them both unconscious was probably some kind of dark curse from the Death Eaters. Nothing to see here, move along. No one questioned why Fleur now seemed to orbit around Harry at all times. Her Veela heritage made her attachment seem natural. Everyone assumed she'd simply imprinted on him the way part Veela sometimes did with people who saved them. No one questioned why Daphne Greengrass, ice-cold Slytherin, had shown up at the hospital wing minutes after the attack. The whole school had heard about the potion's accident. Obviously, she just wanted to make sure the explosion hadn't caused lasting damage. It was almost insultingly easy, and that made Harry nervous. Someone knows, he said on the 4th night, when all 3 of them had finally managed to gather in the room of requirement. Someone always finds out. That's just how my life works. Then we prepare. Daphne was pacing, her mind clearly running through contingencies. We establish cover stories, cultivate allies, create plausible explanations for every possible scenario. And we train. Fleur's voice was hard. Those Death Eaters, they were not the Dark Lord's best. They were testing defenses, probing for weaknesses. The next attack will be stronger. She's right. Harry flexed his shoulder, still sore from the curse impact. Voldemort's back. He's gonna come for me eventually. And now he'll come for us too, Daphne finished. Because we're your weakness. You're not. We are. Her eyes met his, unflinking. If someone captured me, you'd do anything to get me back. I can feel how much you care, Harry. It's constant, this warmth in the bond. You've adopted us into your pack or flock or whatever Gryffindors call it. And now you die for us. As would I for you, Fleur said quietly. Both of you. It's strange. We've known each other mere days, but already I cannot imagine. She trailed off. They all felt it through the bond, the way mere days felt like always. The way the connection accelerated intimacy, compressed years of relationship building into moments. That's the curse talking, Harry said. The manufactured closeness. Is it? Daphne tilted her head. Or is the curse simply removing the barriers that normally exist between people? All the walls we build, the masks we wear, the careful distance we maintain, the bond strips that away. What's left might be manufactured, or it might be what would have developed anyway given enough time. Deep thoughts from the Ice Queen. I contain multitudes, Potter. Fleur laughed, a bright, surprised sound that sent warmth cascading through the bond. I see I've interrupted a beautiful friendship. Friendship. Daphne tested the word. Is that what this is? I don't know what this is, Harry admitted. I've never had anything like it before. The bond, the emotions, the way I can feel both of you all the time. It should be overwhelming. But it's not. It's comfortable, Fleur supplied. Like coming home to a fire after a long journey. Like finding out you've been hungry your whole life and only just discovered food, Daphne added. Harry nodded. Yeah, exactly like that. They sat in silence for a moment. 3 people bound by magic they hadn't chosen, trying to figure out what it meant. We should set ground rules, Daphne finally said. About the emotional bleed-through. There are things I'd rather keep private. Agreed. Fleur nodded. I can teach you shielding techniques. Vila learned to control our allure from childhood. The principles are similar. And we should practice the combat applications. Harry pulled the book they'd been studying toward him. According to this, bonded groups can share magic in emergencies, pool their power, coordinate without speaking. If Voldemort's really coming, then we become a weapon he didn't expect. Daphne's smile was sharp. I can work with that. The next 3 weeks were the most intense of Harry's life. Every evening after classes, the 3 of them met in the room of requirement. Fleur taught them shielding, how to build walls around their most private thoughts, how to share selectively rather than broadcasting everything. Daphne researched, diving deeper into the bond of sacrifice, mapping its capabilities and limitations with academic precision. And Harry trained them to fight. It turned out the summer he'd spent obsessively learning defensive magic had been more useful than he'd realized. He wasn't a dueling master, but he was creative, unpredictable, willing to use tactics that proper wizards would consider beneath them. You fight like a muggle, Daphne observed, after a sparring session that had ended with Harry tackling her to the ground rather than engaging in a proper wand exchange. Is that an insult? It's an observation. Purebloods are trained to duel. Formal exchanges, proper form, rules of engagement. You ignore all of that. You throw elbows and kick dirt in people's eyes and generally behave like a savage. Did it work? Daphne was still pinned beneath him, her wand several feet away, her breath coming fast. Yes. Then it's not savage. It's practical. Fleur laughed from her observation spot by the fire. He has you there, Sherry. Don't call me that. But Daphne was almost smiling as Harry helped her up. They were getting better, all of them. Fleur's fire magic was devastating but imprecise. They worked on control, on surgical strikes rather than walls of flame. Daphne's spellwork was technically perfect but predictable. They introduced chaos, forced her to adapt to changing conditions. And Harry learned to coordinate, to trust, to fight as part of a unit rather than a desperate loner. It's the bond, Fleur observed one night. We know where each other are without looking. We can sense when someone needs backup. More than that, Daphne was reviewing their practice session with her usual analytical eye. We're starting to share instincts. I knew Harry was going to faint left before he did it. Not because I read his mind, but because his muscles told me. Harry nodded. I felt Fleur's spell building before she cast it. Could have countered if I was the target. This is what Morgana Blackwood intended, Daphne said. A team that fights as one organism. No delays, no miscommunication, no gaps for enemies to exploit. A family, Fleur said softly. That is what we're becoming, non? Not by blood but by bond. By choice. The word hung in the air. Family. Harry had never really had one. The Dursleys didn't count. The Weasleys were close, but they weren't his. He was always a guest, welcome but peripheral. But this, Daphne and Fleur, bound to him by magic and growing closer by choice. This felt different. "I'd like that," he said quietly. "A family." Daphne's mask cracked, just for a moment. Fleur's eyes went soft. "Then that's what we'll be," Daphne said. "Whatever else happens, enemies, politics, the Dark Lord himself, we're family. We protect each other. We stand together." "Always," Fleur agreed. Harry looked at his bondmates, the Ice Queen and the Fire Dancer, both watching him with expressions that made his chest tight. "Always," he repeated, and meant it. Everything changed the day the Ministry came to Hogwarts. Harry was in transfiguration when he felt it. Twin spikes of alarm through the bond, Daphne's cold and controlled, Fleur's hot and immediate. "Stay calm," he thought, projecting as clearly as he could. "What's happening?" Images came through, fragmented but clear enough. Aurors in the corridors. Ministry officials with grim faces. And leading them all, pink cardigan and simpering smile firmly in place. Dolores Umbridge. Harry's blood ran cold. He didn't know much about Umbridge, but what he knew wasn't good. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Pure-blood supremacist. Rumored to have personally signed off on some of the nastier werewolf legislation. And now she was at Hogwarts and his bondmates were afraid. "I'm coming," he projected. "No." Daphne's response was sharp. "Stay where you are. We're fine. Don't draw attention." But Harry was already gathering his things, already making excuses to McGonagall, already pushing through corridors toward where he could feel them. He found them in the entrance hall. Daphne and Fleur stood side by side, facing Umbridge and a half-dozen Aurors. The Ministry, which was speaking in her high, girlish voice, but she stopped when Harry burst through the doors. "Ah," she said, and her smile widened. "Mr. Potter, how convenient. You've saved us the trouble of fetching you. What's going on?" "Nothing to concern yourself with. Simply a routine investigation into certain irregularities." Her eyes flickered between Harry and his bondmates. "Reports have reached the Ministry of unauthorized magical bonds being formed at Hogwarts. Dark magic, Mr. Potter. The kind that strips away free will and creates slaves." Harry felt his heart stop. She knows, Daphne thought. Someone told her. Flint. Fleur's fury burned through the bond. That memory charm must have failed. "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry said, forcing his voice steady. "No? Then you won't mind submitting to examination." Umbridge's smile never wavered. "Miss Greengrass and Miss Delacour have already agreed to cooperate. Haven't you, dears?" The two witches said nothing. Through the bond, Harry felt their rage, their fear, their desperate planning. "The examination is quite simple," Umbridge continued. "A few diagnostic spells, a brief interview under Veritaserum. If there's nothing improper happening, you'll all be free to go. And if there is something improper, then appropriate measures will be taken." Her eyes glittered. "The Ministry takes magical slavery very seriously, Mr. Potter. Even when the perpetrator is the famous boy who lived." Harry's hands clenched. He wanted to fight, could feel his magic rising, eager to defend his bondmates from this threat. But there were 6 Aurors, all of them combat-trained. The entrance hall was full of students, any of whom could get caught in the crossfire. And attacking Ministry officials, however justified, would only make things worse. "We cooperate," Daphne thought. "For now. Play innocent, answer questions carefully, buy time. And then we see what cards they're actually holding." Harry took a breath, let it out slowly. "Fine," he said. "We'll submit to examination. But I want Professor Dumbledore present." "Of course." Umbridge's smile somehow grew even wider. "I'm sure the headmaster will be most interested in what we uncover." She turned and swept toward the stairs, Aurors falling in around her. Harry, Daphne, and Fleur followed, their bond thrumming with shared determination. Whatever happened next, they'd face it together. They were family now, and family protected its own. Chapter 2. Cold Fires. The interrogation room was nothing like Harry expected. He'd imagined something dark and ominous. Stone walls, chains, maybe a few instruments of torture gleaming in torchlight. Ministry intimidation tactics straight out of a Gothic novel. Instead, Umbridge had commandeered McGonagall's office. Chintz curtains now hung over the windows. Doilies covered every surface. And somehow, she'd acquired at least 30 decorative plates featuring moving kittens. It was deeply, profoundly unsettling. Now then, Umbridge settled into McGonagall's chair like she owned it, her stubby fingers laced together on the desk. Let's begin with something simple. Mr. Potter, when did you first become aware of your condition? Harry sat in a straight-back chair across from her, his bondmates flanking him on either side. Dumbledore stood near the door, his expression unreadable. The Aurors had been dismissed to wait outside. A small victory, but Harry would take what he could get. I don't have a condition, he said carefully. I'm not sure what you've heard, but please. Umbridge's smile didn't reach her eyes. The Ministry has received very detailed reports. Potions accident 3 weeks ago. Miss Greengrass unable to leave your presence without physical distress. Miss Delacour developing an attachment after the Death Eater attack. She leaned forward. We know about the bond, Mr. Potter. What we don't know is how you created it. She's fishing, Daphne thought through the connection. She has suspicions, not proof. The examination spells, Fleur added. They can detect magical bonds, but not their nature. She needs a confession. Harry kept his face neutral. I didn't create anything. If there's some kind of connection between us, it's not because I did something. Then how do you explain it? I don't. Strange things happen around me, that's just my life. You'd have to ask someone smarter than me about the magical theory. Umbridge's smile tightened. Very well. Perhaps your companions will be more forthcoming. She turned to Daphne. Miss Greengrass, your family has an extensive library of dark arts texts, does it not? My family has an extensive library, period. We're scholars. And did you perhaps share some of that scholarly knowledge with Mr. Potter? Teach him a ritual, maybe? A binding ceremony? I barely knew Potter before the potions accident. Daphne's voice was ice. We were in different houses, different social circles. I had no reason to teach him anything. And yet now you're inseparable. Circumstance, not choice. Umbridge hummed, turning to Fleur. Miss Delacour, you're part Vila. Correct. 1/4. And Vila are known for their seductive abilities, their capacity to enthrall. Fleur's eyes narrowed. If you are suggesting I somehow entrapped Aerie, I'm suggesting nothing. I'm simply exploring possibilities. Umbridge's voice dropped to something almost sympathetic. It must be difficult, being bound to someone against your will. If you cooperate with our investigation, we may be able to help you. Break the bond. Set you free. Through the connection, Harry felt Fleur's fury, and beneath it, a flicker of something unexpected. Temptation. Not because she wanted to leave, but because the offer touched an old wound. Years of people assuming her friendships weren't real, that her relationships were just Vila manipulation. The chance to prove her connection to Harry was genuine, freely chosen. Don't, Harry thought. Whatever she's offering, it's a trap. I know. Fleur's mental voice was steady. I simply wanted you to understand why it stings. Aloud, Fleur said, I appreciate the concern, Madame Umbridge, but I do not wish to be freed. Whatever exists between us, it does not feel like a cage. Umbridge's expression flickered, frustration quickly masked by that horrible smile. I see. Well, perhaps Veritaserum will. I must object. Dumbledore's voice was mild, but it cut through the room like a blade. Veritaserum cannot be administered to minors without parental consent. Mr. Potter's guardians are muggles who cannot be reached through magical means. Miss Greengrass's parents have not been contacted. And Miss Delacour is a French citizen whose government has not authorized such measures. These are exceptional circumstances. They are not. Dumbledore moved forward, and suddenly the room felt smaller. A potions accident created an unusual magical resonance between 3 students. This is concerning, certainly, but it is not evidence of dark magic. It is not grounds for invasive interrogation. and it is certainly not grounds for treating children like criminals. Umbridge stood, her face flushing pink. The Ministry has authority. The Ministry has authority over many things, Dolores. My students are not among them. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was steel beneath. If you wish to continue this investigation, I suggest you return with proper warrants and legal justification. Until then, I must ask you to leave. For a long moment, nothing moved. Harry could feel the tension crackling between them. Two powerful figures measuring each other, calculating costs and benefits. Then Umbridge smiled. It was the most genuine expression he'd seen from her all day, and it made his skin crawl. Of course, Headmaster. We'll continue this another time. She gathered her things with prissy efficiency. But Mr. Potter, do be careful. The Ministry is watching, and we always find the truth eventually. She swept out. The kittens on her plates seemed to watch Harry as she went, their painted eyes glittering with malice. That could have gone worse, Daphne said. They were back in the room of requirement, the door locked and warded, the fire burning high. Harry was pacing. Fleur had claimed one of the armchairs and was staring into the flames. Daphne sat cross-legged on the floor, books spread around her. Could have gone better too. Harry ran his hands through his hair. She knows, Daphne. She doesn't have proof, but she knows. She suspects. There's a difference. A difference that's going to vanish the second she finds someone willing to testify. Harry stopped pacing, turning to face them both. Flint's memory charm failed. Who knows who else he told before we caught him? There could be rumors spreading through Slytherin right now. I've been monitoring that. Daphne didn't look up from her book. Flint seems to have only confided in his two cronies, both of whom I also obliviated. The rumors exist, but they're vague. Something about Harry Potter and strange magic, nothing specific enough to act on. Then where did Umbridge get her information? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Fleur stirred, her gaze still distant. Does it matter? She is coming for us regardless. Whether she has proof now or finds it later, her goal is clear. Which is? To control Harry. Or destroy him. Fleur finally looked at them, her eyes hard. I grew up in politics, remember? My father is a diplomat. I know how people like Umbridge think. The boy who lived is a symbol, too powerful to ignore, too popular to attack directly. But if she can prove he's been binding witches to himself through dark magic. A bitter smile. The public would turn on him overnight. The hero becomes the villain. The Ministry gains control of the narrative. Harry slumped into the remaining armchair. So I'm a political target. Wonderful. Add it to the list. You've always been a political target, Daphne said. The difference now is that there are people who can't be separated from you. People who will be caught in whatever schemes are aimed your way. She finally looked up, meeting his eyes. That's what Umbridge understands. It's not about the bond itself, it's about leverage. She can't hurt you directly without backlash. But threatening your bondmates? That's a pressure point she can exploit. The fire crackled. Somewhere outside, an owl hooted. Then we remove the leverage, Harry said slowly. We get strong enough that threatening you isn't an option. We make it clear that anyone who comes after my bondmates answers to me. And how do you propose to do that? You're 15, Harry. Powerful for your age, yes, but... So we train harder. We expand our capabilities. We build alliances with people who can help. Harry leaned forward, intensity bleeding through the bond. I'm done being reactive. Done waiting for the next crisis and scrambling to survive. If Umbridge wants a fight, I'll give her one. If Voldemort wants me dead, he can come and try. But I am done being a victim. Daphne studied him for a long moment. Through the connection, he felt her assessment, weighing his words, measuring his resolve. That's a very Slytherin attitude, she finally said. Maybe you're rubbing off on me. God forbid. But she was almost smiling. Fine. You want to go on the offensive? Here's what we need. First, information. We need to know who told Umbridge about the bond and how much they actually know. Second, allies. You mentioned the Weasleys, Granger. Are they trustworthy? With my life. Then we may need to bring them in. Carefully, without revealing too much. But they're resources we can't afford to ignore. Daphne started ticking points off on her fingers. Third, we need to understand the bond better. There are capabilities we haven't explored, the magic sharing, the mental communication, whatever else Morgana Blackwood built into this curse. Fourth, we need an exit strategy. If things go wrong, we need a way to disappear. Disappear? Fleur raised an eyebrow. Where would we go? France, maybe. Your family has diplomatic connections. Or the Americas, the ICW's jurisdiction is weaker there. The point is to have options. Harry was nodding along, his mind racing. This was more planning than he'd ever done in his life. Usually he just stumbled from crisis to crisis and hoped for the best. But with Daphne's strategic mind and Fleur's political instincts, there's something else, he said. Something I've been thinking about since the Death Eater attack. Go on. The curse activates through touch during emotional moments. That means it could activate again. Other people could get bound to me. He swallowed hard. Part of me wants to lock myself away forever. Never touch anyone again. But that's not realistic. And if more people are going to be pulled into this, you want to control who, Daphne finished. Choose the next bondmates rather than leaving it to chance. Is that horrible? It's practical. Fleur's voice was soft. And if we're building a family, as we discussed, it makes sense to consider who might fit. It feels like I'm treating people as resources. You're treating the situation as a strategic problem. That's different. Daphne's expression was serious but not unkind. Harry, your mother designed this curse to protect you, to build you a network of absolutely loyal allies. We can either fight that intent and live in constant fear of accidental bonds, or we can work with it. Build something intentional. A coven, Fleur murmured. That's the old term for it. A group of witches bound together by magic and purpose. Historically, covens were some of the most powerful magical forces in existence, Daphne added. Before the ministry consolidated power, before the statute of secrecy isolated us, covens ruled magical Britain. They were families, armies, governments all in one. Harry thought about that, about what it would mean to deliberately build such a thing, the power it would give him and the responsibility. We don't force anyone, he said finally. If we're going to approach potential bondmates, they know exactly what they're getting into. Full disclosure, full choice. And they can say no. Of course. And we don't treat them differently afterward. No hierarchy, no ownership. Everyone in this bond is equal. Partners, not possessions. Daphne and Fleur exchanged a glance. Through the bond, Harry felt their approval, and something warmer beneath it. Agreed, Daphne said. Agreed, Fleur echoed. Okay. Harry took a breath. So, who do we trust enough to even consider? They talked until dawn. The list was shorter than Harry expected. Trust, real trust, the kind that could survive learning about the bond, was rarer than he'd thought. The Weasleys were out for now. Too many of them, too much risk of someone letting something slip. Hermione was brilliant but prone to involving authorities when she thought she was helping. Neville was loyal but fragile. Dean and Seamus were friends but not close friends. What about within our houses? Fleur suggested. You've both been focused on Gryffindors, but surely there are trustworthy people elsewhere. Slytherin is complicated, Daphne said. Half my house would sell information to the highest bidder, and the other half would use it as leverage for their own schemes. But there are a few. She hesitated. Tracy Davis. My actual friend, not just a political ally. She knows how to keep secrets. Would she accept the bond? I don't know. That's a conversation I'd need to have carefully. Anyone from Beauxbatons? Harry asked Fleur. Perhaps, though distance would be a problem. I cannot easily speak with my schoolmates while stationed here. She considered. There is one possibility, though. Someone already at Hogwarts who I believe we can trust. Who? Nymphadora Tonks. Harry blinked. The Auror. She is assigned to Hogwarts security after the Death Eater attack. Young for her position, idealistic, fiercely opposed to the pure-blood supremacy that dominates the ministry. Fleur smiled slightly, and she caught me practicing combat magic in the courtyard yesterday. Rather than reporting me, she offered to spar. You sparred with an oar? I won. Daphne snorted. Of course you did. The point is, she is sympathetic. She believes something is wrong with how the ministry is handling Harry, but she hasn't figured out what. If we brought her in, gave her the full picture, she'd be an inside source, Harry said slowly. Someone who could warn us about ministry movements. And a trained fighter, Daphne added. Combat experience we desperately need. Harry chewed his lip, thinking. Tonks had always been friendly to him. Enthusiastic even in that clumsy puppy way she had. But trusting her with this, let me talk to her first, he decided. Feel her out. If she seems receptive, we can discuss full disclosure. And if she doesn't, then we find another way. Harry stood, stretching muscles stiff from hours of sitting. But first we need sleep. I can barely think straight. Through the bond, he felt their exhaustion echoing his own. Daphne's controlled and contained. Fleur's wrapped in the embers of dying adrenaline. The room can provide beds, Daphne said. It has before. All of us? Together. We can't be more than 30 feet apart, remember? And I don't know about you, but I'd rather not sleep in a corridor. The room responded to their need before they could even ask. 3 beds appeared along one wall, spaced close but not intimately so. Privacy screens materialized between them. It should have been awkward. A month ago, it would have been unthinkable, Harry Potter sharing sleeping quarters with 2 witches, one of them a Slytherin. But the bond made it feel natural, like the 3 of them had been doing this forever. Harry claimed the middle bed without really thinking about it. Fleur took the one to his left, Daphne to his right. Through the screens, he could hear them settling in, feel their consciousness dimming towards sleep. Good night, Fleur murmured. Night, Daphne replied. Sleep well, Harry said. And then, surrounded by his bondmates, their emotions a gentle hum in the back of his mind, Harry Potter fell asleep. The dream started like they always did, green light and screaming. A woman's voice begging for mercy. But this time something was different. Harry wasn't alone. He stood in the ruins of Godric's Hollow, the nursery destroyed around him, but Daphne and Fleur were there too. They flanked him like guards, their presence steady despite the nightmare landscape. This is your dream, Daphne said. Not a question. Yeah, I have it a lot. The scene shifted. Now they were in the graveyard from 4th year. Cedric's body crumpled on the ground. Voldemort rising from the cauldron with terrible patience. Mon Dieu, Fleur breathed. You witnessed this? I lived it. Voldemort turned toward them, red eyes gleaming with recognition. But this wasn't the real Dark Lord, just Harry's memory of him, frozen in the moment before the duel began. He won't move, Harry said. He never does. The dream just replays the same moments over and over. Until now. Daphne walked forward, studying the specter with academic interest. The bond must be connecting our sleeping minds, sharing dreams the way we share emotions. Is that safe? Probably not. But when has that ever stopped us? The scene shifted again. This time it wasn't Harry's memory at all. They stood in an opulent ballroom, crystal chandeliers casting rainbows across marble floors. Hundreds of witches and wizards in formal robes, dancing, laughing, plotting in corners. And in the center of it all, a much younger Fleur, maybe 8 or 9, standing rigid beside an uncomfortable-looking man in diplomatic dress. My father's work, Fleur said quietly. The endless galas, the political maneuvering. I hated it. Young Fleur's face was carefully blank, but Harry could feel her childhood misery bleeding through the dreamscape. The isolation of being part Vila in a world that saw her as a creature rather than a person. The exhaustion of maintaining perfect composure while adults picked her apart with their eyes. You were so young, Daphne murmured. I grew up fast. Another shift. Now they were in a manor house, dark and cold despite the roaring fires. A girl who looked like a younger Daphne sat alone in an enormous library, books piled around her, her face illuminated by wand light. "My childhood home," Daphne said. Her voice was flat, but Harry felt the old pain beneath. "I spent most of my time in that library. My parents were occupied with other matters." "What matters?" "Politics, business, each other." A bitter edge crept in. They were so busy hating their arranged marriage that they forgot they had children. Harry watched young Daphne turn another page, her expression too serious for a child her age. He recognized that look. He'd worn it himself in the cupboard under the stairs. The dream shifted one last time. Darkness, absolute and complete, pressing in from all sides. Harry knew this place. The cupboard, his first bedroom, the tiny space where he'd spent the first 11 years of his life. He felt Daphne and Fleur recoil. "Harry!" Fleur's voice cracked. "This was your home. For a while. You were a child." Daphne's fury burned through the bond, hot and sharp. Who does this to a child? People who are afraid. People who were told their nephew was a freak and believed it. Harry shrugged, trying to seem casual despite the memories threatening to drown him. "It's in the past. It shaped you." Fleur moved closer, her hand finding his in the darkness. "This loneliness, this containment. It's why the bond feels like salvation to you." "Maybe." Daphne took his other hand. Her grip was firm, almost painful. "We're never going back to being alone. Any of us. Whatever happens with Umbridge, with the Dark Lord, with any of it, we face it together." "Swear it," Fleur said. "On our magic, on our bond. We protect each other." "We protect each other," Daphne echoed. Harry felt something shift in his chest. The old wound of loneliness, scarred over but never healed, finally beginning to close. "We protect each other," he repeated. "I swear it." The darkness lifted. The dream dissolved into warmth and light and the steady pulse of 3 hearts beating as one. And when Harry woke, hours later, he found that Daphne and Fleur had migrated to his bed in the night. They lay curled around him like cats, their breathing soft and synchronized, their bond humming with contentment. He should have been embarrassed, should have extracted himself carefully, preserved everyone's dignity. Instead, he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. Reality intruded 3 days later. Harry was in the library, actually doing homework for once, when Hermione dropped into the chair across from him with an expression that spelled trouble. "We need to talk," she said. "Good morning to you too. It's afternoon." And stopped deflecting. She leaned forward, voice dropping to a whisper. "Something's going on with you, Harry. You've been disappearing at night, you're spending time with Daphne Greengrass of all people, and there are rumors about you and Fleur Delacour that I am choosing not to repeat." "Hermione, I'm not finished. The Ministry sent investigators. Umbridge interrogated you. You've been wearing gloves constantly for weeks. And yesterday, I saw you in the courtyard with Tonks, having what looked like a very intense conversation." She sat back, crossing her arms. "So, what's happening?" Harry considered his options. Denial was pointless. Hermione was too smart and too observant. Partial truth might buy time, but she'd eventually dig out the rest. And full disclosure, she's your friend, Daphne thought through the bond. If you can't trust her, who can you trust? She'll want to research it, Fleur added. Turn it into a project. But that might not be bad. Harry made a decision. "Not here," he said quietly. "Room of requirement. Tonight. Bring Ron if you think he can keep his mouth shut." Hermione's eyes widened. "Harry, what? Tonight. I'll explain everything." "But Hermione," he met her eyes seriously. "What I'm about to tell you changes things. You might not look at me the same way afterward. Are you sure you want to know?" For a long moment she just studied him. Then she nodded once. "I'm sure." The room of requirement configured itself for a meeting. A circular space with comfortable seating, good lighting, and a sense of privacy that felt almost physical. Harry had asked it to feel welcoming rather than intimidating. He wasn't sure how much that would help. Daphne and Fleur were already there when he arrived, positioned near the fireplace in a way that looked casual but put solid walls at their backs. Slytherin paranoia and Bosbaton's training working in concert. They're coming, Daphne asked. Any minute. And you're certain about this? No. But I'm certain we can't keep lying to them forever. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Hermione's already suspicious. Ron will be soon. Better they hear it from me than piece it together on their own. The door opened. Ron came in first, looking around with obvious curiosity. He'd grown over the summer. Taller, broader, carrying himself with more confidence than Harry remembered. Hermione followed close behind, her expression carefully neutral. Bloody hell, Ron said, taking in the room. This place is wicked. How did you find it? Long story. Harry gestured to the empty seats. Sit down. We have a lot to cover. Ron's eyes landed on Daphne and Fleur. His face did something complicated. Harry? Why is there a Slytherin here? And the French girl from the tournament? That's part of what I need to explain. They sat. The tension in the room could have been cut with a knife. Right? Harry took a breath. This is going to sound insane, but I need you to let me finish before you ask questions. Okay? Ron and Hermione exchanged glances. Nodded. Harry started talking. He told them about the potions accident, the bond with Daphne, the discovery of the bond of sacrifice. He told them about the Death Eater attack, about Fleur, about Umbridge's investigation. He told them about his mother's research, about the curse she'd woven into his blood, about what it meant for his future. He told them everything. When he finished, the silence stretched so long he started to wonder if they'd been petrified. So, Ron finally said, you're telling me that any bird who touches you gets stuck to you? Forever. Basically, yes. And you've got 2 of them already? Also yes. Ron's face split into an enormous grin. Mate, that's brilliant. Ron. Hermione smacked his arm. What? It is. Harry's got the 2 best-looking witches in school magically bound to him. That's like something out of a fantasy novel. It's not a fantasy, Daphne said coldly. It's a violation of autonomy. We didn't choose this. But you're making it work, right? Harry said you're building something together. That's different than... Is it? Ron shrugged, seemingly immune to her glare. Look, I'm not saying it's ideal, but Harry's had a rubbish life. Cupboard under the stairs, Dursley's, Voldemort trying to kill him every year. If some weird blood magic means he finally has people who can't abandon him, his expression softened, became almost sincere. Maybe that's not the worst thing ever. Hermione was frowning, but it was her thinking frown, not her angry frown. The bond of sacrifice, I've read about it. Theoretical texts, mostly. It was considered lost magic. My mother reconstructed it. Lily Potter was a genius. Not flattery, just fact, delivered in Hermione's academic voice. Her thesis on the subject was legendary. I didn't realize she'd actually implemented it. Neither did I. Until 3 weeks ago. Hermione's frown deepened. The ethical implications are significant. You're essentially describing involuntary magical marriage. The bound parties have no say in the initial connection. We know, Fleur said quietly. We have discussed this at length. And you're okay with it? I am okay with making the best of circumstances I cannot change. Fleur met Hermione's eyes steadily. What would you have us do? Rage against magic that cannot be broken? Harry did not choose this curse any more than we chose to trigger it. We are all victims, and now we are all family. Something in Hermione's expression shifted. Not quite acceptance, but recognition, maybe. The acknowledgement that sometimes there were no good options, only less bad ones. What do you need from us? She asked. Harry felt relief flood through him. Information. You're the best researcher I know, Hermione. The bond has capabilities we don't fully understand. If you could dig into the historical records, find anything about the Blackwood Coven, about how they operated, I can do that. And I can watch your back, Ron added. Keep an ear out for rumors. Let you know if anyone's asking too many questions. I'm pants at research, but I'm good at people. Harry looked at his 2 oldest friends. Ron with his easy loyalty, Hermione with her fierce intelligence, and felt something loosen in his chest. "Thank you," he said. "Both of you. I know this is a lot." "Mate." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "You fought a basilisk for my sister. You faced you-know-who in a graveyard. You think I'm going to bail because you've got a weird curse?" He grinned. "Besides, watching the Slytherin Ice Queen be nice to someone is entertainment I can't buy." Daphne's expression could have frozen fire. "I am not nice. I am strategically pleasant." "See? Hilarious." Through the bond, Harry felt Daphne's annoyance, and beneath it, the smallest flicker of reluctant amusement. Maybe this would work after all. The next week passed in a blur of activity. Hermione threw herself into research with characteristic intensity, claiming a corner of the library and building a fortress of books around herself. Ron became Harry's shadow in public spaces, casually deflecting questions and redirecting suspicious attention. And Harry talked to Tonks. It happened in stages. First, casual conversation, comments about the weather, questions about aura training, the kind of small talk that established rapport without revealing anything important. Then, deeper discussions. Harry asked about her family, her motivations for joining the Aurors, her opinions on the Ministry's handling of Voldemort's return. Tonks was refreshingly blunt. She thought Fudge was an idiot, Umbridge was dangerous, and the pureblood establishment was rotting Britain's magical society from the inside out. Finally, 3 days into their courtship, for lack of a better word, Harry took the plunge. "I need to tell you something," he said. They were in an empty classroom on the 3rd floor, Tonks sitting on a desk while Harry paced. "Something that could get us both in a lot of trouble if it gets out." "I figured." Tonks' hair shifted from pink to purple, her tell for nervousness. "You've been circling something all week, Harry. Just spit it out." So he did. Tonks' reaction was different from Ron and Hermione's. She didn't laugh like Ron had, didn't frown analytically like Hermione. She just listened, her hair cycling through colors as she processed. Pink to purple to blue to something that looked almost silver. When Harry finished, she was quiet for a long moment. "Your mum really did that?" she finally asked. "Created a curse to bind people to you?" "Yeah. And Greengrass and Delacour are all ready." "Yeah." "Ha!" Tonks slid off the desk, pacing now herself. "I mean, I knew something was weird. The way those three watch each other, the way you're always aware of where they are. But I figured it was just teenage drama, you know? It's a bit more than that." Clearly, she stopped pacing, turning to face him. "So why tell me? I'm an Auror, Harry. I should report this to my superiors." "Are you going to?" "I haven't decided yet." Harry nodded. He'd expected this. Tonks was an Auror after all. Loyal to the law, committed to justice. Asking her to hide something this significant was asking her to compromise everything she'd worked for. "Umbridge is coming after me," he said quietly. "She doesn't have proof yet, but she's building a case. When she gets what she needs, she'll have me arrested, probably kissed. My bondmates will either be rescued into Ministry custody or killed in the crossfire." "That's paranoid, is it?" Harry met her eyes. "You know Umbridge. You know what she's done to werewolves, to half-bloods, to anyone the pureblood establishment considers less than human. What do you think she'll do to a wizard who can create permanent magical bonds with a single touch?" Tonks' hair went white. "She'll make an example of you," she whispered. "Use you to scare people into compliance. Or try to control me. Force me to bind people to the Ministry's agenda." Harry's voice was flat, empty of emotion in a way that felt more frightening than anger. "I'm not going to let that happen, and I'm not going to let anyone hurt my bondmates. If that means fighting the Ministry, fine. If it means fighting Voldemort, fine. I'll do whatever I have to. And you're telling me this because I need allies. People who can give me information, watch my back, maybe provide an escape route if everything goes wrong." Harry took a breath. "And because you seem like someone who actually cares about justice. Not law justice. The difference matters." Tonks was silent for a long time. Her hair cycled through colors Harry didn't have names for. "I joined the Aurors to help people," she finally said. Not to enforce stupid laws that protect the powerful and crush everyone else. If Umbridge is really planning what you think she's planning, she is. I felt it when she looked at me. She sees me as a threat to be neutralized. Then she's the enemy, not you. Tonk's hair settled on a deep, determined red. I'm in, Harry. Whatever you need. Relief flooded through him, and through the bond, he felt Daphne and Fleur's approval, their satisfaction that the gambit had paid off. Thank you, he said. Really? Don't thank me yet. I might get us all killed. But Tonks was almost smiling. So, what's the plan? The attack came 2 nights later. Harry was asleep in the room of requirement. They'd taken to staying there permanently now, the risk of separation too great, when Daphne's fear hit him like a physical blow. He was awake instantly, wand in hand, adrenaline spiking through his system. What is it? Someone's trying to break through the room's wards. Daphne was already on her feet, her own wand raised. Multiple signatures. Powerful. Fleur was awake too, silver fire dancing at her fingertips. Death Eaters? Unknown. But they're not bothering with subtlety. The door shuddered. Cracks appeared in the wood, dark magic seeping through like smoke. Defensive positions, Harry snapped. Daphne, left flank. Fleur, right. I'll take center. They moved without hesitation, the bond coordinating them better than any verbal communication could. Harry felt their magic interweaving with his, felt the shared pool of power that Morgana Blackwood had designed into her curse. The door exploded inward. 6 figures in dark robes poured through, wands blazing. Not Death Eater masks. These were plain black hoods, anonymous and terrifying. Take them alive, someone shouted. The Ministry wants them questioned. Ministry, not Voldemort, Umbridge. Harry's fury ignited. Like hell you will. He threw himself forward, magic erupting from his wand in a storm of offensive spells. Stunners, blasters, cutting curses, nothing dark, but nothing gentle either. The attackers scattered, surprised by the ferocity of his assault. Fleur's fire swept across the left flank, driving 2 of the hooded figures back toward the door. Daphne's precise spellwork caught a third from the side, her leglocker curse sending them crashing to the floor. But there were too many, and they were trained, professional, fighting with the coordination of a unit that had worked together for years. One of them got through Harry's guard. A curse slammed into his chest, lifting him off his feet and throwing him against the far wall. Pain. Darkness at the edges of his vision. Daphne screaming his name through the bond. And then something new. Power surged through the connection. Not his own, but Daphne's and Fleur's combined. Their magic poured into him, filling the gaps, healing the damage, amplifying his strength tenfold. Harry rose. His wand hand was steady, his eyes glowing with borrowed power. He felt like a conduit, a channel for something vast and ancient and utterly unstoppable. Get away from my family. The spell he cast wasn't anything he'd learned in class. It wasn't anything he'd practiced in the room of requirement. It was raw magic, shaped by will and emotion, fueled by the bond's collective fury. Silver-white light erupted from his wand, spreading outward in a wave that picked up the attackers and threw them through the broken doorway like leaves in a hurricane. They flew down the corridor, bouncing off walls and floor, and didn't get up. Silence fell. Harry stood swaying in the center of the room, the borrowed power fading as quickly as it had come. Daphne and Fleur rushed to his side, their hands steadying him, their emotions a tangle of fear and relief and awe. What? Daphne breathed. Was that? I have no idea. Harry's voice came out rough, his throat raw. But it worked. It more than worked. Fleur was staring at the empty doorway, at the unconscious bodies scattered down the corridor. You just defeated 6 trained combat wizards in a single spell. We defeated them. I just channeled it. The bond. Daphne's mind was racing. Harry could feel it through the connection, thoughts moving too fast to follow. Morgana Blackwood's coven could share power. We knew that theoretically, but actually doing it felt like being plugged into a star. Harry finished. Yeah. Through the bond, he sensed their agreement, their wonder, and beneath it, something that might have been fear, not of him, but of what they might become together. "We need to move," Fleur said, snapping back to practicality. "More will come." Tonks. Harry was already reaching for the connection he'd started building with the oar. "She can help us get out." "And go where?" "The castle isn't safe anymore." Harry looked at his bondmates, disheveled, bruised, but utterly determined. He looked at the destroyed room, the unconscious attackers, the smoldering evidence of what they'd done. Grimmauld Place, he decided. The Order's headquarters. Sirius will take us in. "You're sure?" "He's my godfather. He's family." Harry's jaw set. It's time the rest of my family met the new additions. Escaping Hogwarts was easier than Harry expected. Tonks met them at the secret passage behind the one-eyed witch, her hair a camouflage brown and her expression grim. "I heard the alarms." "What happened?" "Ministry hit squad. They tried to take us." "Tried?" Tonks glanced at the unconscious bodies. Harry was levitating behind him. "I see it didn't go well for them. We need to get out. Can you help?" "Already arranged." Tonks led them through the passage at a jog. "I've got a portkey waiting at the Honeyduke's exit. It'll take you directly to Grimmauld Place." "You had time to arrange a portkey?" "I started arranging it the day you told me about Umbridge. Figured it was only a matter of time before she made a move." Tonks' smile was tight. "I may be new at this, but I'm not stupid." They emerged into Honeyduke's cellar, the shop dark and empty at this hour. Tonks led them to a battered tin can sitting innocuously on a shelf. "Everyone grab on. Activation word is justice." Harry looked at Daphne and Fleur. They looked back, their bond humming with shared determination. "Ready?" he asked. "Always," Daphne said. "Together," Fleur agreed. They grabbed the portkey. Harry felt the hook behind his navel, the spinning disorientation of magical travel. And then they were gone. Grimmauld Place materialized around them in a rush of darkness and dust. Harry had been here before, brief visits, uncomfortable dinners, the growing awareness that his godfather was slowly going mad with confinement. But he'd never arrived like this. Fleeing for his life, bonded to two witches, carrying the unconscious bodies of Ministry attackers. The front hall was exactly as he remembered. Dark wallpaper, troll-leg umbrella stand, the curtain portrait of Sirius' mother that would start screaming if anyone made noise. "Don't touch the curtains," he whispered to Daphne and Fleur. "Trust me." The kitchen door burst open. Sirius Black stood in the doorway, wand raised, looking like he hadn't slept in days. His eyes scanned the group. Harry, the two unfamiliar witches, the floating bodies, and his expression cycled through confusion, alarm, and finally something that might have been relief. "Harry? What in Merlin's name?" "It's a long story. I gathered." Sirius' wand lowered slightly, though he didn't put it away. "And these are Daphne Greengrass and Fleur Delacour. My bondmates." "You're what?" "Long story. You said that already." But Sirius was stepping back, gesturing them inside. "Kitchen. Now. And someone better start explaining before Molly hears about this and has my head." The kitchen was warm and cluttered, dishes washing themselves in the sink, a kettle already whistling on the stove. Harry dropped the unconscious attackers in a corner. They weren't going anywhere, and sank into a chair. Daphne and Fleur flanked him, as they always did now. Through the bond, he felt their wariness, their assessment of this new environment. Sirius was unknown to them, potentially dangerous. They were ready to fight or flee at a moment's notice. "Tea first," Sirius said, his voice gentler now. "Then explanations." He moved around the kitchen with practiced ease, assembling cups and saucers, pouring water, adding milk without asking how anyone took it. When he finally sat across from Harry, steaming mug in hand, some of the tension had drained from the room. "Right," Sirius said. "Start from the beginning." Harry did. The potion's accident, the bond of sacrifice, Lily's research, the Ministry investigation, the attack tonight. He left nothing out. Couldn't really, with Daphne and Fleur right there to fill in any gaps. When he finished, Sirius was staring at him with an expression Harry couldn't read. Lily, he finally said. She never told us. All those years in the Order, all those planning sessions. She never once mentioned what she was building. Would you have let her do it if she had? No, probably not. Sirius' laugh was hollow. Blood magic, bonding curses, stripping away people's choices. James would have lost his mind. We all would have tried to stop her. That's why she didn't tell you. Yeah. Sirius took a long drink of tea. Yeah, I suppose it is. Silence stretched. The kettle stopped whistling. Somewhere in the house, pipes creaked. So what now? Sirius asked. The Ministry's coming after you. Voldemort's coming after you. And you've got a curse that's going to keep pulling people into your orbit whether they like it or not. We fight, Harry said simply. We build something strong enough to protect ourselves. And we try not to get anyone else killed in the process. Ambitious. I learned from the best. Sirius' smile was sad but genuine. Your father would be proud, you know. Terrified probably, but proud. He always did love a good impossible battle. And my mother? Lily. Sirius considered. She'd probably critique your strategy. Suggest improvements. Then hex anyone who tried to hurt you into next century. His smile widened. You're definitely her son. Through the bond, Harry felt warmth from Daphne and Fleur. Not their own emotions, something borrowed, shared. The beginnings of what might become love, given time. We should get some sleep, Daphne said quietly. It's been a long night. Rooms upstairs, Sirius said. 3rd floor, take your pick. Creature keeps them clean, even if he does mutter about blood traitors the whole time. Harry rose, his legs unsteady with exhaustion. Thank you, Sirius, for taking us in. Your family, Harry. That's what family does. The word echoed in the quiet kitchen. Family. Harry looked at his godfather, at his bondmates, at the future stretching out before them. Dangerous, uncertain, but no longer alone. Yeah, he said. I'm starting to understand that. The next morning brought chaos. Not violent chaos, the other kind, the kind involving lots of shouting and Molly Weasley's voice hitting frequencies that threatened to shatter glass. What do you mean they're bonded? Albus, you can't possibly… Molly, please. If you'll let me explain. Explain? Explain how 3 children have been magically enslaved under your watch. Harry, Daphne, and Fleur sat at the kitchen table, watching the drama unfold like spectators at a particularly aggressive Quidditch match. Dumbledore had arrived an hour ago with Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt in tow. Since then, the kitchen had become a war zone of competing agendas. No one has been enslaved, Dumbledore said, his voice maddeningly calm. The bond of sacrifice creates connection, not control. Harry cannot command his bondmates any more than they can command him. But they can't leave. Molly's face was red with fury. They can't be more than 30 feet from him without pain. How is that not slavery? It's closer to marriage, actually. That was Daphne, her voice cutting through the noise with surgical precision. Arranged marriage, admittedly, but the emotional connection is real and it goes both ways. Harry feels our pain just as we feel his. Molly rounded on her. And you're okay with that? Being bound to a boy you barely knew? No, I'm not okay with it. Daphne's eyes were steady. But I've accepted it. There's a difference. The fact remains, Dumbledore continued, that the bond cannot be broken. Our focus now must be on managing the situation, not reversing it. Managing. Moody's voice was a growl. You mean keeping it secret? I mean protecting these children from a ministry that would see them imprisoned or worse. Dumbledore's twinkle was entirely absent. Cornelius and Dolores have already demonstrated their intentions. If they learn the full truth about Harry's capabilities, they'll either try to control him or destroy him, Kingsley finished. Neither option is acceptable. So we hide it. Moody didn't sound happy. Add it to the list of secrets we're keeping from the world. For now, until the political climate changes or we find another way forward. The argument continued, but Harry had stopped listening. Through the bond, he felt Daphne's irritation and Fleur's exhaustion. They'd been talking about them, about their future, their capabilities, their value as assets, without once asking what they wanted. I'm tired of being discussed, Daphne thought. Then let's change that. Harry stood, the motion cutting through the debate. I have something to say. Every eye in the room turned to him. You're all talking about us like we're problems to be solved, like we're weapons to be managed or threats to be contained. Harry's voice was steady, but something hard glinted in his eyes. We're not. We're people. And we've already decided what we're going to do. Harry, Dumbledore started. We're going to train. We're going to get strong enough that the Ministry can't touch us and Voldemort can't use us. We're going to build alliances with people who actually respect us as human beings. He looked around the room, meeting each gaze in turn. You can help with that or you can get out of our way. But you don't get to make decisions for us anymore. Silence. Then Sirius laughed. It was a bright, surprised sound, utterly at odds with the tension in the room. Merlin's beard, Harry. You really are James and Lily's son. Is that a compliment? The highest one I know how to give. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. I'm in. Whatever you need. Moody's magical eye spun, assessing. The boy's got spine. I'll give him that. He's also got a point, Kingsley said slowly. We've been treating this like a crisis to manage. Maybe we should be treating it like an opportunity. An opportunity for what? Molly demanded. For change. Kingsley's eyes were thoughtful. Harry Potter, bonded to witches from 3 different political camps. A half-blood, a pure-blood Slytherin, a French Vila. That's not a threat, that's a symbol. Proof that magical society doesn't have to be divided along the lines we've always accepted. Or it's proof that dark magic can enslave anyone, Moody countered. Depends on who controls the narrative. Then we control the narrative. Daphne stood, moving to Harry's side. We choose when to reveal the bond, to whom and how it's framed. We build support before our enemies can build opposition. That's a Slytherin answer, Moody said. I'm a Slytherin. Through the bond, Harry felt Fleur's amusement, and her decision. She rose as well, completing the trinity. We are not asking permission, she said. We are informing you of our intentions. You can be allies or obstacles. Choose. Another long silence. Then Dumbledore smiled. It was a real smile, not his usual mysterious twinkle. Something warmer, almost paternal. I believe, he said, that we have much to discuss. But first, breakfast. Difficult conversations always proceed better on full stomachs. The days that followed established a new rhythm. Grimmauld Place became home base. Sirius, for all his issues with confinement, threw himself into the role of host with manic energy. Rooms were cleaned, wards were strengthened, supplies were stockpiled. He even managed to keep Creature from poisoning anyone, which Harry considered a minor miracle. The order came and went, their attitudes shifting gradually from suspicion to grudging acceptance. Moody still watched the bondmates like they might explode at any moment, but he also started offering combat advice. Gruff criticisms that Harry eventually realized were meant as compliments. Kingsley brought news from the Ministry, carefully filtered to protect sources but enough to track Umbridge's movements. Even Molly eventually stopped shouting, her maternal instincts redirecting toward making sure everyone ate enough. And through it all, Harry trained. The bond's combat applications were even more impressive than the books had suggested. With practice, the 3 of them could share senses. Harry seeing through Fleur's eyes, Daphne feeling through Harry's skin. They could combine their magical reserves, creating spells far more powerful than any of them could manage alone. And their coordination was supernatural, each knowing exactly where the others were without looking. It's like having extra limbs, Daphne observed after a particularly grueling practice session. Ones that think for themselves and are much better at fire magic than I am. And ones that are much better at being cold and judgmental. Fleur shot back. But she was smiling. Harry watched them bicker, feeling the affection beneath the barbs through the bond. They'd come so far from those first terrified days. Daphne's walls were lowering, revealing a sharp wit and unexpected warmth. Fleur's fire was gentling, her fierce protectiveness softening into something more like tenderness. And his own feelings. Harry didn't have words for what he felt toward his bondmates. It wasn't romance, exactly, not yet, maybe not ever. But it was deep and real and utterly unshakable. They were part of him now, woven into his magic and his soul. He would die for them without hesitation, and he knew they would do the same. That's love, Daphne thought, catching his emotional drift through the bond. Maybe not the kind they write songs about, but love nonetheless. I know. Harry met her eyes across the practice room. I'm just not sure what to do with it. Neither are we. Fleur's mental voice was gentle. But we have time to figure it out, non? That's what family is for. Family. The word still felt strange in Harry's mouth. But it was starting to feel right. The confrontation came sooner than anyone expected. 3 weeks into their stay at Grimmauld Place, Dumbledore arrived with news that made Harry's blood run cold. The Ministry has issued warrants for your arrest. All 3 of you. They were in the kitchen. Harry, Daphne, Fleur, and Sirius, gathered for what had become their regular evening planning session. At Dumbledore's words, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. On what charges? Daphne demanded. Suspicion of dark magic, conspiracy to undermine the Ministry, and a new one, apparently invented just for this occasion. Dumbledore's voice was dry. Magical enslavement of pureblood witches. Enslavement. Fleur's laugh was sharp. I am the one doing the enslaving, perhaps? Since I am the one who jumped into a fight to save Harry. Logic has little to do with it. Umbridge has been building her case since the failed raid on Hogwarts. The attackers you defeated have given testimony, under Veritaserum allegedly, that you used dark magic to overpower them. We used the bond, Harry said flatly. Shared power. Nothing dark about it. I know that. You know that. But the Wizengamot only knows what they're told. And Umbridge is very good at controlling the narrative. Sirius slammed his fist on the table. So what, we just sit here and wait for them to come take Harry? Like hell. Calm yourself, Sirius. I have no intention of allowing that. Dumbledore's eyes were serious, the usual twinkle entirely absent. But we must be strategic. The warrants give Umbridge legal authority to search any property, arrest any person who interferes with her investigation, including members of the Order. Then we leave Britain, Daphne said. France, America, somewhere outside the Ministry's jurisdiction. Running will only confirm their accusations. And Voldemort has agents everywhere. Leaving Britain doesn't guarantee safety. So we fight. Harry's voice was quiet. We stop hiding and we fight. Harry, no. I'm done running, Professor. Done waiting for someone else to solve my problems. He stood, and through the bond, Daphne and Fleur rose with him. A synchronized motion that seemed to startle everyone else in the room. Umbridge wants to drag us in front of the Wizengamot? Fine, we'll go. But we'll go on our own terms, with our own story, and we'll make them listen. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You're suggesting we turn this into a public trial. I'm suggesting we stop letting them control the narrative. You said it yourself, the Wizengamot only knows what they're told. So we tell them something different. We tell them the truth. The truth about the bond? About your mother's curse. About all of it. Harry's jaw set. My mother was a hero. She sacrificed herself to protect me. And the magic she used was born from love, not darkness. If Umbridge wants to call that enslavement, she can explain to the public why love is something to be feared. It's a risk, Sirius said slowly. A huge risk. Everything's a risk. But this way, at least we're choosing our battleground. Daphne's hand found Harry's. Through the bond, he felt her approval, her admiration, even. He's right, she said. We've been reactive since this started. Always responding to threats, never setting the agenda. If we want to survive, really survive, not just hide until the next crisis, we need to change the game. Fleur nodded. I did not survive the Triwizard Tournament by playing it safe. I survived by being unexpected. Dumbledore looked at the three of them. 15 years old, bound by magic and choice, standing united against the world. Something shifted in his expression. Respect, maybe, or recognition. Very well, he said. If this is your choice, I will support it. But we must prepare carefully. A trial before the Wizengamot is not a conversation. It's a performance. Every word, every gesture will be scrutinized. Then teach us, Harry said. We have time before the warrants are served. Use it. The old wizard's lips twitched into something that might have been a smile. I believe, Mr. Potter, that you may be teaching me more than I am teaching you. Is that a yes? That is a yes. The next 10 days were the most intensive training Harry had ever experienced. Dumbledore drilled them on Wizengamot procedure, on legal terminology, on the subtle art of public speaking. Sirius coached them on pureblood politics, the hidden agendas, the family rivalries, the leverage points that could turn enemies into reluctant allies. Even Moody contributed, teaching them to read body language, to spot deception, to project confidence even when terrified. And through it all, the bond grew stronger. Harry learned to draw on Daphne's composure when his own nerves threatened to overwhelm him. Fleur's fire became a weapon he could wield with precision, channeling her fierce protectiveness into defiant speeches that made even Moody nod in approval. And they learned to shield, creating barriers within the bond that allowed privacy without sacrificing connection. The night before the trial, they sat together in the room of requirement. Dumbledore had helped them re-establish access through a portkey-based workaround and talked. Not about strategy. Not about politics or magic or the 100 ways tomorrow could go wrong. They talked about themselves. I used to dream about escaping, Daphne admitted, her voice soft in the firelight. My family, my house, all the expectations. I imagined running away to some distant country where no one knew my name, starting over as just me. And now, Harry asked, now I have something worth staying for. She glanced at him and Fleur, something vulnerable in her eyes. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm glad I touched you, Harry, even knowing everything that came after. I'm glad. Fleur nodded slowly. When I first felt the bond, I was angry. So angry. I thought you had stolen something from me. My freedom, my future, my choice. She smiled, sad and soft. But you didn't steal anything. You just revealed what was already there. The loneliness, the hunger for connection. I would have spent my whole life surrounded by people who saw my Vila blood instead of me. Now I have two people who see me. That's worth more than freedom. Harry didn't know what to say. The emotion swelling in his chest was too big for words, too complicated to articulate. So he just reached out and took their hands. I love you, he thought through the bond. Not romantic love. Not yet, maybe not ever. But something just as deep. Both of you. Whatever happens tomorrow, I need you to know that. We know. Daphne's mental voice was warm. We love you too. Always, Fleur added. Whatever comes. They sat there together, three people bound by magic and choice, and watched the fire burn low. Tomorrow would change everything. Tonight they had each other. It was enough. The Wizengamot chamber was larger than Harry expected. He'd imagined something intimate, a courtroom, maybe with benches and a judge and a crowd of curious onlookers. Instead, he found himself standing in an amphitheater, surrounded by rising tiers of seats filled with witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. There had to be 200 of them, all watching, all judging. Steady, Daphne thought. Remember what Dumbledore taught us. This is a performance. Make them listen. Harry straightened his spine. Beside him, Daphne and Fleur did the same, three figures in simple black robes, facing down the assembled power of magical Britain. Cornelius Fudge sat at the center of the highest tier, his bowler hat clutched in his hands. To his right, Dolores Umbridge practically vibrated with anticipation. Her toad-like face split in a smile that made Harry's skin crawl. This hearing is now in session, Fudge announced. The accused will state their names for the record. Harry James Potter, Daphne Callista Greengrass, Fleur Isabelle Delacour. You stand accused of dark magic, conspiracy against the ministry, and magical enslavement of pure-blood witches. Fudge's voice echoed through the chamber. How do you plead? Harry took a breath. Not guilty, he said clearly, and I request the right to present evidence in our defense. Umbridge leaned forward. The accused has no such right. This is a hearing, not a trial. Then make it a trial. Harry's voice carried, reaching every corner of the chamber. If you're so certain of our guilt, what harm can it do? Let us present our case. Let the Wisengamot judge based on facts, not rumors. Murmuring swept through the tiers. Fudge looked uncertain, caught between Umbridge's obvious displeasure and the growing interest of the crowd. The accused makes a reasonable request, said a voice from the upper rows. Harry looked up to find an elderly witch with a monocle studying them intently. I, for one, would like to hear what defense could possibly excuse such serious charges. Madam Bones, Umbridge started. The accused has requested a trial. The law permits this. Amelia Bones' voice was steel. Unless the minister wishes to deny a citizen his legal rights before the entire Wisengamot? More murmuring. Fudge's face went red, then pale. Very well, he finally said. The hearing is converted to a trial. The accused may present their defense. Harry felt a surge of triumph, carefully shielded, shared only with his bondmates. Phase 1 complete. Now for the hard part. The bond you describe, Amelia Bones said slowly, was created by Lily Potter? The night she died. They'd been talking for over an hour. Harry had explained everything, the potions accident, the bond of sacrifice, his mother's research. Daphne had provided historical context, citing cases and precedents with academic precision. Fleur had shared her own experience, describing the attack on Hogwarts and the moment of connection with unflinching honesty. The Wisengamot had listened, some with skepticism, some with curiosity, some with expressions Harry couldn't read. But Amelia Bones had listened most closely of all. Yes, Madam Bones. My mother spent years studying blood magic, specifically magic designed to create protective connections. She knew she was probably going to die. She wanted to make sure I wouldn't be alone. And you had no say in this? No choice. None. I didn't even know the curse existed until it activated. Bones' monocle glinted. And yet you defend it. You speak of your bondmates as family, not victims. Because that's what they are. Harry turned, looking at Daphne and Fleur. I didn't choose them. They didn't choose me. But we've chosen each other since. The bond creates connection. What we do with that connection is up to us. The bond also prevents separation. Umbridge cut in. It causes physical pain when the victims try to leave. That is not love, Mr. Potter. That is imprisonment. The distance limit is expanding, Daphne said, her voice cool. Already we can function at nearly 50 feet apart. According to historical records, bonded groups eventually reached distances of several miles. Eventually is not now. No, but growth takes time. Daphne's eyes met Umbridge's without flinching. Tell me, Madam Undersecretary, have you ever been married? Umbridge's smile curdled. That is irrelevant. Marriage also creates bonds. Magical contracts, financial entanglements, social expectations. Divorce is expensive, complicated, sometimes impossible. And yet we don't call marriage enslavement. Daphne's smile was thin. Unless, of course, you believe that any binding commitment is equivalent to slavery? Murmuring from the crowd. Several witches nodded. The point, Harry said, reclaiming the floor, is that the bond isn't the problem. The problem is people who are afraid of things they don't understand. People who would rather destroy something new than try to comprehend it. You speak of understanding, Fudge said, his voice strained. But you've also demonstrated dangerous capabilities. The Aurors you defeated were attacking us in the middle of the night without warning or warrant. Harry's voice hardened. We defended ourselves. Anything we did was in response to force initiated by the Ministry. Your Ministry, Minister Fudge. The raid was authorized. By whom? Under what legal framework? Harry pulled a scroll from his robes, Hermione's research, compiled over weeks of digging through Ministry records. I have documentation showing that Madame Umbridge ordered the operation without your knowledge. She used emergency powers that don't actually exist, forged your signature on the authorization, and instructed her team to use lethal force if necessary. Silence. Absolute, deafening silence. Then chaos. The trial lasted another 4 hours after that. Umbridge tried to defend herself. Fudge tried to distance himself. Various Wisengamot members demanded investigations, recesses, clarifications. Through it all, Harry stood with his bondmates and watched the political system tear itself apart. We did it, Daphne thought, something like wonder in her mental voice. We actually did it. It's not over, Fleur cautioned. Umbridge still has allies. This is one battle, not the war. But it's a start. Harry squeezed their hands through the bond. The narrative is changing. People are asking questions. When the vote finally came, not guilty on all charges, with a motion to investigate Umbridge's conduct, Harry felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Hope. Not hope that everything would be easy. Not hope that their problems were solved. But hope that they could face whatever came next and survive. Together. Grimmauld Place felt different when they returned. The Order was gathered in the kitchen, Sirius, Dumbledore, Moody, Kingsley, the Weasleys, and a dozen others. They'd been watching the trial through some kind of scrying arrangement, and now they stood as Harry, Daphne, and Fleur entered. That, Sirius said, was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. You destroyed Umbridge, Ron added, grinning enormously. Just absolutely destroyed her. Did you see her face when Harry pulled out those documents? We saw. Hermione was practically bouncing with excitement. The Prophet's already running stories. Boy who lived exposes ministry corruption. Ancient love magic misunderstood? The public response is overwhelmingly positive. For now, Moody cautioned, Umbridge isn't finished. Neither is Fudge. No, Dumbledore agreed. But they are weakened. And Harry has established himself as something more than a symbol. He has shown himself to be a leader. The old wizard's eyes twinkled. I believe the game has fundamentally changed. Harry looked around the room, at his godfather's pride, his friend's excitement, the Order's grudging respect. Then he looked at Daphne and Fleur, standing beside him as they always did now, their bond humming with shared triumph. They'd faced the Wisengamot and won. They'd turned Umbridge's accusations into a spotlight on ministry corruption. They changed the narrative from dark wizard enslaves witches to heroes stand together against injustice. It was a start, but only a start. What's next? He asked Dumbledore. The old wizard smiled. Next, Mr. Potter, we prepare for the real war. Voldemort has been quiet, but he will not remain so forever. And when he moves, we'll be ready. Harry's voice was steady. All of us. Through the bond, he felt Daphne and Fleur's agreement. Their determination, their love. Whatever came next, they'd face it together. They were family now, and family protected its own. Chapter 3 Ministry Shadows. Tonks hit the ground rolling and came up firing. 3 curses sailed over her head, close enough to singe her hair. She returned fire without aiming, suppressive shots, meant to buy time rather than hit anything, and scrambled behind a crumbling wall. Harry, she shouted. Little help here? Working on it. 50 feet away, Harry was locked in a duel with 2 masked figures who moved like they'd been training together for years. His wand blurred through patterns Tonks didn't recognize, shields and strikes flowing into each other without pause. Daphne flanked him on the left, her precise spell work picking apart the attacker's defenses. Fleur held the right, her silver fire creating barriers that forced their enemies into kill zones. They fought like a single organism. It was beautiful and terrifying. Another curse screamed past Tonks' ear. She ducked, swore, and popped up to return fire. Her stunner caught one of her attackers in the chest, dropping him instantly. The other 2 scattered, seeking cover. This was supposed to be a simple reconnaissance mission. Check out reports of Death Eater activity in the abandoned village, gather intelligence, get out clean. Instead, they'd walked into an ambush, at least 15 enemy combatants, prepared positions, anti-apparition wards already in place. Someone had known they were coming. Tonks! Behind you! She spun just in time to catch a Cruciatus on her shield charm. The impact drove her backward, feet skidding on loose stone, and she felt her magic straining against the dark curse's pressure. Then Harry was there. He appeared beside her in a blur of motion, his wand already moving. The spell he cast wasn't anything Tonks had ever seen. A twisting rope of silver light that wrapped around the caster and squeezed. The Death Eater screamed, his curse cutting off as his concentration shattered. "You okay?" Harry asked, not taking his eyes off the battlefield. "Peachy. Just another Tuesday." A ghost of a smile crossed his face. "Daphne's found their ward anchor. 30 seconds and we can apparate out." 30 seconds is a long time when people are trying to kill you. "Then let's make it shorter." Harry raised his wand, and Tonks felt something shift in the air. Power gathered around him. Not just his own, but Daphne's and Fleur's too, channeled through their bond into a single focal point. When he cast, the spell was blinding. White light erupted outward in a dome, washing over the battlefield like a wave. It didn't hurt. Tonks felt it pass through her like warm water, but the Death Eaters weren't so lucky. Every one of them dropped, unconscious before they hit the ground. "Wards down!" Daphne shouted from across the ruins. "Go, go, go!" Tonks grabbed Harry's arm. Fleur and Daphne closed the distance in seconds, their hands finding his. The four of them disapparated together, leaving the unconscious Death Eaters behind. They materialized in the backyard of Grimmauld Place, inside the protective wards. Tonks immediately bent double, hands on her knees, gasping for air. "That," she managed, "was not a simple reconnaissance mission. They knew we were coming." Daphne's voice was cold, analytical even through obvious exhaustion. "The ambush was too prepared, too well positioned. Someone leaked our plans." "The order's been compromised?" Fleur asked. "Or the ministry has. I reported our mission to Kingsley this morning." Tonks straightened, a chill running down her spine. Kingsley wouldn't. But the ministry has ears everywhere. He might have been overheard, or his messages intercepted. Daphne's expression was grim. "Either way, we have a security problem." Harry was quiet, staring at the house's dark windows. Through the bond, Tonks could feel his emotions. She'd developed a weak sensitivity to them over the past month. Nothing like what the true bondmates shared, but enough to catch strong feelings. Right now, he was furious, and beneath that, afraid. "This is the third mission that's gone wrong," he said. "The third in 2 weeks. Whatever's happening, it's getting worse." "We should bring this to Dumbledore," Fleur suggested. "Already planning to. But first..." Harry turned to Tonks, his green eyes intense. "Are you hurt?" "That curse looked nasty. Shielded in time. I'll have a headache for a week, but nothing serious." "Good." Something in his expression softened. "You saved my life back there, you know? When that third one came up behind me. Pretty sure you saved mine first. Then we're even." He extended his hand. "Come on. Let's go debrief before Sirius has a heart attack." Tonks took his hand without thinking. The contact sent a jolt through her, not painful but definitely something. Like static electricity, but deeper. Harry's eyes widened. Daphne and Fleur went very still. "Tonks," Daphne said carefully, "when you touched Harry just now, did you feel anything?" Yeah, a little shock." "Why?" The three bondmates exchanged looks. Through her weak sensitivity to the bond, Tonks felt something complicated pass between them. Concern, assessment, a strange sort of anticipation. "We should get inside," Harry said finally. "There's something we need to discuss." The kitchen of Grimmauld Place had become their war room. Maps covered the walls, marked with Death Eater sightings, ministry movements, order safe houses. A massive chalkboard dominated one corner, covered in Hermione's meticulous research notes. The long table was perpetually cluttered with reports, spell diagrams, and half-empty teacups. Right now, it was also occupied by Sirius, Dumbledore, and Moody, all of whom looked up as the four of them entered. "You're back early," Sirius said, his eyes scanning them for injuries. What happened? Ambush. Harry dropped into a chair, exhaustion written across his features. They were waiting for us. At least 15 combatants, prepositioned, anti-apparition wards already active. Moody's magical eye spun. Casualties? None on our side. Theirs? Harry shrugged. Unconscious when we left. Maybe captured by now, maybe recovered and fled. You left them alive? We left them neutralized. Killing unconscious enemies isn't something I'm interested in. Moody grunted, disapproval or respect. Tonks couldn't tell. The ambush? What's your assessment? Inside information. Daphne took the seat beside Harry, her posture perfect despite her obvious tiredness. They knew our route, our timing, our numbers. Either the Order has a leak or our Ministry communications are compromised. The Ministry's been compromised for months, Dumbledore said quietly. Voldemort's infiltration is deeper than we realized. But this is the first time that infiltration has directly threatened our operations. Then we need to change how we operate. Fleur claimed the third seat, completing the triangle around Harry. Smaller teams, less advance notice, need to know information only. That limits our effectiveness. Being dead limits our effectiveness more. Tonks stood awkwardly near the door, feeling like an intruder. The bondmates had a way of creating their own space, a sphere of intimacy that excluded everyone else. Usually she didn't mind. She'd accepted her role as ally rather than family, but tonight something felt different. Maybe it was the jolt she'd felt when Harry touched her. Maybe it was the way all three of them kept glancing her direction. Tonks! Harry's voice cut through her thoughts. Sit down. This involves you too. She sat. The room felt very small suddenly. There's something we haven't told you, Harry continued. Something about the bond. About how it expands. Dumbledore leaned forward, interest sharpening his features. Sirius went very still. The bond of sacrifice was designed to grow, Daphne explained. Lily Potter's version especially. It activates through skin contact during moments of strong emotion, usually life-threatening situations. We've been careful to avoid triggering new bonds. But tonight, when you touched Harry after the battle, Fleur said gently, you felt something, a connection forming. Tonks' mouth went dry. The jolt. It wasn't a full bond, more like the beginning of one, a seed that could grow if cultivated. Harry's eyes met hers, serious and a little sad. I'm sorry. I should have warned you, should have been more careful. But in the moment, I forgot. Stop. Tonks held up a hand. Just stop. Are you telling me I'm becoming bonded to you? Not yet. The connection is weak, preliminary. It could be suppressed if we avoid physical contact for a few weeks. Harry's jaw tightened. That's what we should do. What we would have done if we'd realized in time. But if we let it develop instead. Daphne's voice was carefully neutral. You would become one of us. Full bond, full connection, full everything. Silence filled the kitchen. Tonks could hear her own heartbeat. Too fast, too loud. Why are you telling me this? She asked. Why give me the choice? Because choice matters. Harry's voice was fierce. My mother built this curse without asking anyone's permission, and I've spent months watching people get pulled into my orbit against their will. Daphne and Fleur didn't choose the initial bond. They chose to make the best of it. But if there's any way to give people agency, you want me to decide. I want you to have the option. He stood, pacing toward the window, his reflection ghostly in the dark glass. You've been amazing, Tonks. Loyal, capable, willing to put yourself in danger for people you barely knew. The Order is lucky to have you. We're lucky to have you. But being bonded isn't just about fighting together. It's about everything. Feeling each other's emotions, sharing dreams, being unable to separate by more than a certain distance. He turned back to face her. It's intimate in ways that have nothing to do with romance. And once it's done, it can't be undone. Tonks looked at Daphne and Fleur. at their carefully controlled expressions, their bond awareness visible in the way they tilted toward Harry even now. "What do you two think?" she asked. Daphne considered. "You're competent, trustworthy, and your aura training fills gaps in our combat capability. From a strategic perspective, adding you to the bond makes us stronger." "That's not what I asked." A flicker of something crossed Daphne's face. "I find myself not opposed. You've proven yourself. And the bond would benefit from someone with your optimism." "Optimism." Harry tends toward brooding. I tend toward cynicism. Fleur is a romantic wrapped in a pragmatist's armor. The ghost of a smile. "You are genuinely cheerful. It would be balancing." Fleur nodded. "I agree. You have a good heart, Tonks. And you have already shown you would risk your life for us." "I'm an Orr. That's literally my job." "No. Your job is to protect magical Britain. You protect us because you care." Fleur's blue eyes were warm. "That matters." Tonks felt something twist in her chest. She'd spent her whole life being underestimated. Too clumsy, too weird, too young for serious work. The Aura Corps had been the first place that judged her on merit rather than appearance. But even there, she'd always felt like she was proving herself, justifying her existence. These people weren't asking her to prove anything. They were offering her a place. "I need to think about it," she said finally. "This is a lot. Take all the time you need." Harry's expression was gentle. "And if you decide not to, that's okay. We'll suppress the protobond, keep our distance for a while, and nothing has to change." "You mean that?" "I mean it." Tonks stood, suddenly needing air. "I'm going to walk, clear my head. I'll let you know." She was out the door before anyone could respond. The roof of Grimald Place had become Tonks' thinking spot. She sat on the slanted tiles, legs dangling over the gutter, watching the lights of London glitter in the distance. The city was beautiful from up here. A sea of illumination stretching to the horizon, millions of lives being lived in parallel. Normal lives. Lives without dark lords and secret wars and magical bonds that tied your soul to other people. What would it be like, she wondered, to be normal? To work a regular job, come home to a regular flat, worry about regular things like rent and relationships and what to have for dinner. She'd never know. She'd chosen this path, the Aura Corps, the Order, the fight against darkness. No regrets, not really. But sometimes, "Mind if I join you?" Tonks looked up to find Sirius climbing through the attic window. His movements surprisingly graceful for a man who'd spent 12 years in Azkaban. He settled beside her on the tiles, close enough for company but not crowding. "Free country," she said. "Is it? Some days I wonder." He pulled a flask from his coat, took a sip, offered it to her. "Fire whiskey. Good stuff. Not the rotgut moody drinks." She accepted, felt the warmth spread through her chest. "Thanks." They sat in silence for a while, watching the city lights. "I remember when Lily told James about the curse," Sirius said eventually. "Not the whole thing. Just that she was researching protective magic, something that would keep Harry safe if they died." "What did James say?" He laughed. Told her she was being paranoid, that they weren't going to die, that she should focus on enjoying their baby instead of preparing for the worst. Sirius' voice was rough. He was wrong. She wasn't. "You're saying she was right to create the curse?" "I'm saying she did what she thought was necessary to protect her son." He took another drink. "Whether she was right, that's a question I can't answer. But Harry's alive because of what she did. He has people who love him, who would die for him because of what she did. That's not nothing." Tonks thought about that. About Lily Potter, brilliant and desperate, weaving dark magic in the hope that her baby wouldn't have to face the world alone. "Do you think I should do it?" she asked. "Join the bond." "I think that's your choice, not mine." "That's not an answer." "No, it's not." Sirius turned to face her, his gray eyes serious in the moonlight. "But here's what I know. My godson has spent his whole life isolated. Even surrounded by people who love him, he's been alone. The boy who lived, the chosen one, a symbol instead of a person. The bond changes that. For the first time in 15 years, Harry has people who truly know him. Not the legend, not the savior. Him. And if I join, you become one of those people. You know him and he knows you. No walls, no pretense, no distance. Sirius smiled, sad and soft. It's a gift, Tonks. A heavy one with costs attached. But a gift nonetheless. Even though it was forced on them, on Daphne and Fleur, they chose to stay, chose to make it work, to turn curse into covenant. His smile widened slightly. That's the thing about magic like this. Can't create love, only connection. What you do with that connection is up to you. Tonks stared out at the city, feeling the protobond pulse weakly in her chest. Harry's emotions, filtered through distance and nascent connection. Worry, hope, determination. He was thinking about her, wondering what she'd decide. I'm scared, she admitted. Good. That means you're taking it seriously. Sirius stood, brushing dust from his coat. Whatever you decide, we'll respect it. But Tonks. Yeah. Don't let fear be the reason you say no. If you say no, let it be because you genuinely don't want this. Not because you're afraid of what it might become. He climbed back through the window, leaving her alone with the lights and her thoughts. Tonks found them in the drawing room at midnight. The three bondmates were arranged in a loose triangle, Daphne reading by wandlight, Fleur braiding her long silver hair, Harry staring into the fire with an expression that spoke of deep contemplation. They looked up as she entered, their awareness of each other shifting to include her in that strange way she'd started to notice. I've made my decision, she said. Harry rose slowly. Through the protobond, she felt his careful control, hope held in check, preparing for either outcome. Whatever you've decided, he started. I'm in. The words hung in the air. Daphne's book lowered. Fleur's hands stilled. Harry's expression flickered through surprise, relief, joy, and finally a kind of fierce gratitude that made Tonks' chest ache. You're sure? He asked. Tonks, this is permanent. Once it's done, I know what I'm signing up for. She stepped closer, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from him. I've spent my whole life looking for where I belong. The Oars were close, but there was always something missing. Some wall between me and everyone else. And you think the bond will fix that? I think the bond will remove the wall. She met his eyes steadily. I don't need fixing, Harry. I need family. Real family. The kind that doesn't flinch when I change my face or worry about what the neighbors will think. We wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. That's why I'm saying yes. Daphne and Fleur had risen, moving to flank Harry. Tonks felt their attention like physical pressure, their assessment and acceptance radiating through the nascent connection. There's a ritual, Daphne said, to complete the bond properly, rather than letting it develop haphazardly. It requires skin contact, emotional intensity, and a formal declaration of intent. That sounds very Slytherin. It is. The original bond of sacrifice was formalized through combat, but Morgana Blackwood developed alternatives for less violent circumstances. A thin smile. I thought you might prefer not to fight Harry to the death. Appreciated. Fleur extended her hand. Come. We've prepared a space. They led her upstairs, to a room Tonks hadn't seen before. It was small, circular, lit by dozens of floating candles. A ritual circle had been inscribed on the floor in what looked like silver paint, runes she half recognized from aura training spiraling inward toward a central point. Stand here, Harry said, guiding her to the center. The ritual will activate when we all make physical contact and speak the binding words. What binding words? Traditional ones. A declaration of intent, a promise to protect, a commitment to the bond. He moved to stand before her just outside the circle. Are you ready? Tonks' heart was pounding. This was it, the point of no return. Everything after this would be different. Ready, she said. Daphne and Fleur took positions on either side of Harry. They each extended a hand toward Tonks, palms up, waiting. Repeat after me, Harry said. I, Nymphadora Tonks. I, Nymphadora Tonks. She winced. Do I have to use my full name? Magic is formal. Yes. Fine. I, Nymphadora Tonks, do enter this bond willingly and freely. Do enter this bond willingly and freely. Binding my magic, my heart, and my loyalty. Binding my magic, my heart, and my loyalty. To those who stand before me. To those who stand before me. Now and forever. Now and forever. In protection, in connection, in love. In protection, in connection, in love. She placed her hands in theirs. The world exploded. Tonks had experienced magical surges before. Accidental magic as a child, ritual magic during aura training, the wild rush of adrenaline that came with combat casting. This was different. This was feeling Harry's whole being pour into her. His fears, his hopes, his desperate, lonely heart opening up and welcoming her in. This was Daphne's razor-sharp mind suddenly accessible. Her thoughts like ice-cold clarity in Tonks' skull. This was Fleur's fire, passionate and fierce, burning through the barriers Tonks had spent years building. And beneath it all, the bond itself. Not a chain or a cage, but a web of connection that stretched between the four of them, pulling them together, making them more than the sum of their parts. Welcome, Daphne's voice echoed in her mind. Welcome to the family. You're one of us now, Fleur added. Truly and completely. How do you feel? Harry asked, his concern warm and genuine. Tonks tried to answer, but words weren't sufficient. So she just let herself feel the joy, the belonging, the overwhelming rightness of finally being exactly where she was supposed to be. Good, she managed eventually. I feel good. Good. She felt Harry's smile through the bond. Because we've got work to do. The candles flickered out. The ritual circle faded. And Tonks stood in the darkness, surrounded by her new family, feeling more whole than she'd ever felt in her life. She was bonded. She was home. The next morning brought complications. 4 of them. Molly Weasley's voice could have shattered glass. Now there are 4? Molly, please. Arthur started. Don't you, Molly, please me. This is getting out of control. First Greengrass, then the French girl, now Tonks. Who's next? The Minister of Magic. We've discussed contingencies, Daphne began. I don't want to hear about contingencies. I want to hear about why children keep getting magically enslaved to Harry Potter. Tonks felt the ripple of hurt through the bond. Harry's mostly, though Fleur and Daphne shared it. Molly meant well, but her words landed like blows. Mrs. Weasley. Tonks stepped forward, putting herself between the maternal fury and her new bondmates. I wasn't enslaved. I chose this. Chose? How can you choose something like, I chose to join a family that accepts me exactly as I am. I chose to be connected to people who will never abandon me, never betray me, never use my abilities against me. Tonks met Molly's eyes steadily. I spent 20 years looking for that. The bond gave it to me in one night. Something shifted in Molly's expression. The anger didn't disappear, but it softened, complicated by other emotions. You really wanted this? She asked quietly. It wasn't Harry's magic or the curse, or Harry gave me the option to walk away. I didn't take it. Silence fell over the kitchen. The order members who'd gathered for the morning briefing exchanged uncertain glances. Well then, Molly's voice was rough. I suppose. Welcome to whatever this is. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. Don't thank me yet. I still think this whole situation is mad. But there was something almost like acceptance in her tone. Now sit down, all of you. Breakfast isn't going to eat itself. After breakfast, Dumbledore called them into the formal drawing room. We have a problem, he said without preamble. The ambush yesterday was not an isolated incident. I've received intelligence suggesting that Voldemort is specifically targeting your bond group. Harry's expression darkened. Targeting how? Multiple approaches. First, direct elimination. The ambush was meant to kill you, not capture. Second, corruption. There are rumors of experiments with the bond's magic, attempts to understand how it works and how it might be subverted. Third, and most concerning, Dumbledore paused. Recruitment. Recruitment. Voldemort is reportedly interested in creating his own bonded group. His own coven, if you will. He sees the power you've developed and wants it for himself. Through the bond, Tonks felt the other's horror. Creating bonds required sacrifice, required love, concepts utterly foreign to Voldemort's nature. If he tried to force such magic, he can't, Daphne said flatly. The bond of sacrifice requires genuine emotional connection. Dark Lords don't do genuine. He may not be trying to replicate your bond exactly. There are other forms of binding magic, darker, more coercive. The loyalty oaths Death Eaters take are a crude example. With enough research, enough experimentation, Dumbledore's expression was grave. He might create something that functions similarly, if not identically. So we stop him. Harry's voice was hard. Find out where he's conducting these experiments and destroy them. That is one option. The other is to expand your own capabilities faster than he can develop his. Meaning, Dumbledore's eyes moved to Tonks. Your bond now includes 4 members. The historical record suggests that larger groups develop exponentially more power, not merely additively. Morgana Blackwood's coven peaked at 7 members. At that size, they were capable of feats that individually would have been impossible. You're suggesting we add more people, Daphne said slowly. I'm suggesting you consider it. The war against Voldemort will not be won through caution. It will be won through overwhelming force applied at precisely the right moment. A pause. Your mother understood this, Harry. It's why she designed the curse to expand. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Through the bond, Tonks felt him wrestling with the implications, the weight of deliberately pulling more people into their orbit, the responsibility that came with such power. We don't force anyone, he finally said. That's non-negotiable. If we expand, it's with people who choose to join, who understand exactly what they're getting into. Of course. And we need time. Tonks just joined, we're still integrating, still learning how 4-way coordination works. Adding more people too quickly could destabilize everything. Also reasonable. Dumbledore inclined his head. I merely wanted to plant the seed. The decision, as always, is yours. He swept out, leaving the 4 bondmates alone. Well, Tonks said into the silence. That was ominous. Everything Dumbledore says is ominous. Daphne's voice was dry. It's part of his mystique. He's not wrong, though. Fleur's expression was thoughtful. About the power scaling. I can already feel the difference with Tonks in the bond. Our combined magic is stronger than before, more flexible. So we get stronger by adding people. Great. Except every person we add is another target for Voldemort, another vulnerability. Harry ran a hand through his hair. There's got to be a balance. A way to expand without painting a bigger target on everyone's back. Quality over quantity, Daphne suggested. We don't need numbers, we need the right people. Combat capabilities, political connections, specialized knowledge. Each addition should fill a specific gap. And they should be people who are already targets, Tonks added. People Voldemort would go after anyway. Adding them to the bond doesn't increase their risk. It gives them protection they wouldn't otherwise have. That's actually clever, Fleur admitted. Who fits those criteria? They looked at each other. Through the bond, Tonks felt ideas flickering, names, faces, assessments of trustworthiness and capability. Susan Bones, Harry said slowly. Her aunt runs the DMLE. She's already a target because of family connections. And she's smart, capable, fiercely loyal. I know Susan. Daphne nodded. We're not close, but we've talked. She's solid, practical. There may be others. Fleur's eyes were distant. People on the margins, caught between the Ministry and the Death Eaters. People who need protection as much as we need allies. Then we reach out. Carefully, slowly. We build our family one person at a time. Harry's jaw set. And we make sure Voldemort never gets close to doing the same. The next 2 weeks were a blur of activity. Training intensified. With Tonks in the bond, their combat capabilities had shifted dramatically. Her aura skills filled gaps they hadn't even realized existed. She taught them procedural tactics, team movement patterns, the subtle art of reading a battlefield. In return, they showed her the deeper aspects of the bond's magic, the way shared power could amplify individual strengths. Intelligence gathering expanded. Kingsley brought reports of Death Eater movements. Dumbledore shared cryptic warnings from sources he refused to name. The picture that emerged was troubling. Voldemort was definitely researching binding magic, experimenting with captured prisoners, trying to unlock the secrets of magical connection. And through it all, they watched Susan Bones. Not stalking, nothing so crude. But they observed her in the Great Hall during Daphne's brief returns to Hogwarts for family business. Analyzed her academic record, gathered impressions from those who knew her. What they found was promising. Susan was smart without being arrogant, brave without being reckless. She came from a prominent pure-blood family, but showed none of the prejudice that usually accompanied such lineage. Her Aunt Amelia was widely respected, even by those who opposed the ministry, a testament to both her integrity and her political skill. And she was, as Harry had suspected, already in danger. Death Eaters had attacked the Bones family home twice in the past year. Both times, Amelia's wards had held, but the message was clear. Susan's family was marked for destruction. "She needs us," Harry said one evening, after another round of information gathering. "Even if she doesn't know it yet. Then we approach her." Daphne's voice was practical. "Carefully. We can't just walk up and say, 'Hey, want to be magically bound to us forever?' Why not?" Tonks grinned. "Worked for me. You're not a proper pure-blood heiress with political considerations and a family reputation to maintain. Thank Merlin for that. The point is, Susan's situation is different. We need to build trust first, establish connection. Let her get to know us as people before we offer anything more." "Hogsmeade weekend is coming up," Fleur suggested. "I could arrange to be there on diplomatic business. A casual meeting, nothing threatening. And I could be visiting Daphne." Harry nodded slowly. "We run into Susan, strike up a conversation, see how she responds. Meanwhile, I dig into her family's security situation." Tonks' aura instincts were clearly engaged. If there's a way to help protect them without revealing the bond, that builds goodwill. This is starting to sound like a proper operation. Daphne's smile was sharp. "I approve." Hogsmeade on Saturday was typical for late autumn. Cold, gray, crowds of students flooding the shops and pubs. Harry walked beside Daphne through the village center, their public cover firmly in place. Two classmates who'd developed an unlikely friendship after a potions accident. Nothing more. The bond hummed with shared awareness. Tonks was positioned near the three broomsticks, watching for threats. Fleur waited at Madame Pudafoots, suffering greatly by her emotional broadcasts, ready to intercept if needed. Susan Bones emerged from Honeydukes at precisely 2 o'clock, just as Daphne's research had predicted. She was alone. Her usual friend group had apparently made other plans, and her expression was thoughtful, maybe a little sad. "Now," Daphne murmured. They adjusted their path, timing it so they'd accidentally cross Susan's route. "Susan." Daphne's voice carried just the right note of pleasant surprise. "I didn't expect to see you here." Susan looked up, startled. "Daphne. And Harry Potter. Guilty as charged." Harry offered a friendly smile. "We were just heading to the three broomsticks. Want to join us?" Susan's eyes flickered between them, clearly trying to parse the social dynamics. A Slytherin and a Gryffindor, apparently friendly, inviting a Hufflepuff to their table. "Sure," she said finally. "I could use the company." The three broomsticks was crowded but not packed. Harry secured a corner booth. Good sightlines, multiple exits, defensible position. Moody's paranoia was rubbing off on him. And they settled in with butterbeers. For the first hour, they just talked. Normal things. Classes, professors, the latest Quidditch results. Susan was guarded at first, clearly uncertain why two people who'd never shown interest before were suddenly seeking her company. But she relaxed as the conversation flowed, her natural warmth emerging. "Can I ask you something?" she said eventually, looking at Harry. "About what happened at the ministry." She meant the Death Eater attack. The warrants, the trial, Umbridge's disgrace. "Ask. Were you scared?" Standing in front of the Wisengamot, telling them the truth about the bond. "Terrified. Harry didn't bother hiding it. But I was more scared of what would happen if I didn't. Umbridge wanted to destroy us. The only defense was offense. You could have run, hidden, waited for things to blow over, and let her control the narrative? Let people believe I was some kind of dark wizard enslaving witches. He shook his head. Some things are worth fighting for, Susan. Even when you're scared. Especially when you're scared. Susan was quiet for a moment. Through the bond, Harry felt Daphne's approval. He was hitting the right notes. My aunt says the same thing, Susan said finally. She says the only way to beat bullies is to stand up to them. Even when it costs you. She sounds wise. She is. Something flickered in Susan's expression. Pride, affection, worry. She's also in danger. The Death Eaters. They've attacked us twice. Our home, our wards. She pretends everything's fine, but I know she's scared too. I'm sorry. Harry meant it. No one should have to live like that. No, they shouldn't. Susan met his eyes, and there was steel beneath her gentle exterior. That's why I want to learn to fight. Really fight, not just classroom spells. I want to be able to protect my family. Daphne leaned forward. What if we could help with that? Help how? Training. Real combat training, not ministry-approved curriculum. Harry's been learning techniques that aren't taught at Hogwarts. Practical magic for practical situations. Why would you do that? We barely know each other. Because we know what it's like to be targets. Harry's voice was quiet. To have people want to hurt you just because of who you are. And because right now, there aren't enough people willing to stand up and fight. Susan studied them both. Harry could almost see her mind working, weighing risks and rewards, assessing motivations. This isn't charity, she said finally. You want something from me. We want an ally. Daphne's voice was even. Someone capable, trustworthy, and invested in stopping Voldemort. In return, we offer protection, training, and, eventually, a place in something larger. Something larger? A family. Harry held her gaze. Not by blood, but by choice. By commitment. The word hung in the air. Susan's expression flickered. Surprise. Consideration. A spark of something that might have been hope. I need to think about it, she said. Take all the time you need. The attack came 3 hours later. They were walking back toward the castle when Harry felt it. A spike of danger through the bond, Tonks' warning screaming across their connection. Death Eaters. 6 of them. Coming in fast from the north. Harry grabbed Susan's arm, yanking her behind a wall just as the first curse screamed overhead. What? Stay down. He was already moving, wand in hand, the bond singing with shared power. Daphne appeared at his left, Fleur at his right, Tonks closing from behind. 4 against 6 with a civilian to protect. They'd faced worse odds. The Death Eaters came in hard, clearly expecting to catch their targets off guard. They weren't prepared for the coordinated response. For wands working in perfect synchronization, shields and strikes flowing together without verbal commands. Harry felt his bondmate's magic interweaving with his own, amplifying his power. A stunner that should have been easily blocked became overwhelming, driving through the lead attacker's shield and dropping him instantly. Fleur's fire swept across the left flank, hurting 2 more into Daphne's precise curse work. It was over in seconds. 5 Death Eaters down, unconscious or incapacitated. The 6th fled, disapparating before Tonks could intercept. Everyone okay? Harry asked, not lowering his wand. Fine. Daphne's voice was clipped. They weren't expecting coordinated resistance. They were after Susan. Fleur's eyes were hard. The timing, the approach vector, this was targeted. Harry turned to find Susan pressed against the wall, her face pale but her wand steady. She'd been ready to fight, even without knowing what was happening. Are you hurt? He asked. No. Thanks to you. Her voice was shaky but controlled. How did you know they were coming? Tell her, Tonks thought. She's seen enough. She deserves the truth. Agreed. Daphne added. This is the moment. Harry took a breath. There's something we haven't told you. About the bond. What bond? The one the ministry tried to prosecute me for. It's real, Susan. And it's more than they know. He explained, quickly, efficiently, hitting the key points without getting lost in details. The bond of sacrifice, the shared awareness, the way they'd known the attack was coming because Tonks had felt it first. Susan listened without interrupting. Her expression cycled through shock, disbelief, and finally something that looked almost like recognition. When you said family, she said slowly, you meant literally. You're all connected. Permanently, irrevocably. And you're offering me that. Eventually, if you want it. No pressure, no timeline. Harry's voice was earnest. But after what just happened, you need to understand what we are, what we could be together. Susan was quiet for a long moment. Behind her, oars were starting to apparate in. Someone had reported the fight. Soon there would be questions, investigations, the whole bureaucratic machinery of the ministry grinding into action. I want to learn more, Susan said finally. About the bond, about how it works, about what it would mean. I'm not saying yes, but I'm not saying no either. That's all we ask. The Orus reached them. Questions began. And through it all, Harry felt something shift in the bond. A new connection forming, preliminary and fragile, but real. Susan Bones was considering joining their family. And somehow, despite everything, that felt like victory. The fallout from the Hogsmeade attack was immediate and intense. Orus swarmed the village, questioning witnesses, examining the unconscious Death Eaters, trying to piece together what had happened. The ministry issued statements. The prophet ran headlines. Parents sent howlers demanding better protection for their children. Through it all, Harry and his bondmates maintained their cover. They defended themselves, nothing more. The coordination was explained away as aura training. Tonk's presence helping sell that story. The unusual effectiveness was attributed to lucky timing and good instincts. But Dumbledore knew the truth. And so did Voldemort, presumably. He'll try again, Daphne said that night, back in the safety of Grimmauld Place. The attack on Susan wasn't random. It was a message. He knows we're recruiting. Then we need to move faster. Tonks was pacing, her metamorphogus features shifting with agitation. Get Susan fully into the bond before he can try again. We can't rush her. This has to be her choice. Her choice might be between joining us or getting murdered. Then we protect her until she's ready to decide. Harry's voice was firm. We don't force this, Tonks. Not on anyone. The moment we start coercing people into the bond, we become exactly what Umbridge accused us of being. Fleur nodded. He's right. The bond is built on love and trust. Forcing it would corrupt everything. I know. Tonks slumped into a chair. I felt her fear, Harry. Through the proto-connection you've started building. She's terrified, and she's trying so hard not to show it. Then we give her reasons to be brave. Harry moved to stand beside his newest bondmate, his hand finding her shoulder. We show her what the bond really is. Not a cage, a home. Through their connection, he felt Tonks' frustration softening into acceptance. She was still new to this, still learning to trust the bond's rhythms. Susan asked to meet tomorrow, Daphne said. Just me and her. She wants to talk without the overwhelming Potter presence in the room. Harry raised an eyebrow. Overwhelming. Her word, not mine. Though she's not wrong. You do have a certain intensity. I'll take that as a compliment. It wasn't meant as one. But Daphne was almost smiling, and Harry felt her affection beneath the barbs. They'd come so far from those first terrified days, from strangers bound by accident to family bound by choice. Go, he said. Talk to her. Tell her whatever she needs to hear. And if she says no, then we respect it and find another way to protect her. Harry's jaw set. But I don't think she'll say no. I saw her face during the attack. Daphne. She wants to fight. She just needs to believe she can. Daphne met Susan in the Hogwarts library, deep in the restricted section where Madame Pants rarely ventured. Thank you for coming, Susan said. I know this is risky. Everything's risky these days. What did you want to talk about? Susan was quiet for a moment, her fingers tracing patterns on the ancient desk between them. When you first joined the bond, what was it like? Daphne considered the question carefully. Terrifying. Harry and I touched by accident, a potion's explosion. One moment I was normal, the next I could feel his emotions like they were my own. Did you hate him? At first? Yes. He'd taken something from me without asking. My privacy, my independence, my future. I was furious. And now I can't imagine my life without the bond. Daphne's voice softened. It took time, Susan. Weeks of fighting, negotiating, slowly learning to trust. But once I stopped seeing Harry as my jailer and started seeing him as my partner, everything changed. Changed how? I wasn't alone anymore. Not in the way I'd been alone my whole life. Surrounded by people but never truly known. Daphne met Susan's eyes. You understand that, don't you? The loneliness of being different. Of knowing that the face you show the world isn't really you. Susan's breath caught. How did you? Because I recognize it. The perfect pure-blood daughter. The loyal Hufflepuff. The niece of the DMLE head. Daphne's smile was thin. We all wear masks, Susan. The bond strips them away. That sounds terrifying. It is. And it's liberating. And it's the most intimate thing I've ever experienced. A pause. I won't pretend it's easy. The bond has costs, loss of privacy, the inability to fully separate, the weight of feeling other people's pain. But it also has gifts. Power we couldn't achieve alone. Connection deeper than any normal relationship. Family that will never betray us. Susan was very still. You really believe that? That they'd never betray you? I don't have to believe it. I know it. Daphne tapped her chest. The bond isn't just emotional. It's magical. We literally cannot act against each other's interests. Deception is impossible when someone can feel your every intention. I don't know if that's beautiful or horrifying. Both. Usually at the same time. Daphne leaned forward. I'm not going to pressure you, Susan. This decision has to be yours. But I want you to understand what you'd be getting. Not some romanticized version, but the reality. The good and the bad. And if I decide to join, what happens then? We perform the bonding ritual. You become one of us. And everything changes. Susan was quiet for a long moment. Daphne felt the proto-connection Harry had established. Weak, barely perceptible, but present. Susan's emotions flickering at the edge of awareness. I need more time, Susan finally said. A few more days. Take as long as you need. We'll be here. The dream came that night. Harry found himself in an unfamiliar place. A vast stone chamber, torches burning with pale green flame, shadows moving at the edges of perception. He wasn't alone. Daphne, Fleur, and Tonks stood beside him, their presences solid and real despite the dreamscape. Where are we? Tonks whispered. Nowhere good, Fleur replied. This feels old, powerful. A figure emerged from the shadows. It was human-shaped but wrong somehow. Too tall, too thin, features that shifted when Harry tried to focus on them. It moved with fluid grace, like water flowing uphill. And when it spoke, its voice came from everywhere and nowhere. The bonded, it said. At last. I have waited so long. Harry's wand was in his hand instantly. Who are you? I am the arbiter of bonds, the keeper of connections, the one who watches when magic ties souls together. Through the bond, Harry felt his companion's fear, but also their determination. Whatever this thing was, they'd face it together. What do you want? Only to observe, to assess. The figure drifted closer, and Harry saw that its eyes were mirrors, reflecting images he couldn't quite make out. Your bond is unusual, young but growing quickly, built on sacrifice, strengthened by choice, expanding through love. You've been watching us? I watch all bonds. It is my nature. A sound that might have been laughter. But yours interests me most. The boy who carries his mother's curse. The witches who chose to embrace it. The family forming where none should exist. Daphne stepped forward, her voice sharp. If you're the arbiter of bonds, then you know we haven't violated any magical laws. Our bond is legitimate. Legitimacy is not my concern. Stability is. The figure's head tilted. Your bond is powerful, but fragile. It grows too quickly, absorbs too many connections. If it continues unchecked, what happens if it continues? Either it will become something unprecedented, a new kind of magical family, capable of feats that would reshape the world. A pause. Or it will collapse under its own weight, destroying everyone caught in its web. Harry felt ice in his stomach. How do we prevent the collapse? You cannot prevent it. You can only prepare for it. Strengthen your foundations. Ensure that each addition to your bond is genuine, not desperate. Build slowly, build carefully. The figure began to fade. And beware the one who would corrupt what you have created. He reaches for power he does not understand, and his touch would poison everything. Voldemort, Fleur breathed. The broken one, yes. He seeks to create what you have, but his method is wrong. Force instead of love. Fear instead of trust. The arbiter was barely visible now, more shadow than substance. Stop him, or watch everything you've built crumble to dust. The dream shattered. Harry woke gasping, his bondmates stirring around him. They'd all shared the dream. Their expressions said as much without words. What the hell was that? Tonks demanded. The arbiter of bonds. Daphne's voice was shaky. I've read about it. An entity that monitors magical connections, supposedly dormant for centuries. If it's active again, then we've drawn attention. Fleur's expression was grim. Attention from forces that existed before the Ministry, before Hogwarts, before modern magic itself. Harry sat up, running his hands through his hair. The arbiter's words echoed in his skull. Build slowly, build carefully. Beware the one who would corrupt. We need to tell Dumbledore, he said. And we need to accelerate whatever Voldemort's doing. How? I don't know yet, but we have resources we haven't fully used. The Bond's intelligence network, Tonks' aura connections, Daphne's political knowledge. Harry's jaw set. Voldemort wants to create his own bonded group. We need to find out where, how, and stop him. And Susan. Susan makes her own choice. But we don't wait forever. Harry looked at his bondmates, his family, his strength. The arbiter said we're building something unprecedented. Something that could reshape the world. Or destroy it, Daphne added quietly. Then we make sure it's the first one, whatever it takes. Through the bond, he felt their agreement, their determination, their love. The war was escalating. The stakes were rising. And somewhere out there, Voldemort was reaching for power that could destroy everything they'd built. But they were together. They were family. And family protected its own. Chapter 4. Blood and choice. Susan Bones made her decision on a Tuesday. Harry was in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, arguing with Sirius about the merits of direct assault versus infiltration. When he felt it through the bond, Daphne's sharp spike of attention, followed by something warmer. Satisfaction, maybe. Hope. She said yes. Daphne's voice echoed in his mind. Susan's ready. Harry set down his teacup. I need to go. Go where? We're in the middle of... Susan Bones just agreed to join the bond. Sirius' expression shifted from annoyance to understanding. Ah, well, that's rather more important than tactical debates. Slightly. Harry found Daphne and Susan in the drawing room, seated across from each other in matching armchairs. Susan looked nervous but determined, her hands clasped tightly in her lap. Daphne was projecting calm through the bond, but Harry could feel her underlying tension. Harry, Susan stood as he entered. Daphne told me you'd feel when I decided. The bond has its quirks. He stopped a careful distance away, giving her space. Are you sure about this? I've spent the last week thinking about nothing else. Talking to Daphne, to Fleur when she visited. Learning everything I could about what this means. Susan's chin lifted. I'm scared. I'd be stupid not to be. But I'm more scared of facing what's coming alone. You wouldn't be alone. The Order. The Order is spread thin, fighting a war on a dozen fronts. They can't protect my family forever. But you can. Her eyes met his steadily. More than that, I can help protect yours. The bond makes everyone stronger, right? I want to be part of that strength. Harry felt the truth of her words through the proto-connection they'd established. No deception, no hidden reservations. Just genuine conviction wrapped in understandable fear. Then we do this properly. He turned to Daphne. Ritual space? Already prepared. Fleur and Tonks are waiting. They climbed the stairs in silence. Susan's nervousness radiated through the fledgling bond, but so did her determination. She'd made her choice, and she wasn't backing down. The ritual room was the same one they'd used for Tonks. Circular, candlelit, the silver runes spiraling inward. Fleur and Tonks waited inside the circle, their expressions welcoming. Susan. Fleur extended both hands. We're glad you're joining us. Are you? Really? Susan's voice cracked slightly. You don't even know me. We know enough. Tonks grinned, her hair shifting to match Susan's auburn shade. Besides, getting to know each other is kind of the whole point. Hard to stay strangers when you can feel someone's emotions. Susan laughed, a surprised, slightly hysterical sound. That's what terrifies me. Good. Means you're taking it seriously. Tonks' expression softened. But Susan, it's worth it. I've only been bonded for a few weeks, and already I can't imagine going back. Harry moved to the center of the circle. Ready. Susan took a deep breath. Let it out slowly. Ready. She stepped into the ritual space. The bonding was different this time. With Tonks, Harry had felt a straightforward integration. Her presence slotting into the existing structure like a puzzle piece finding its place. Susan's addition was more complex. The bond itself seemed to shift, accommodating her in ways that changed everyone's position. Power surged through the connection. Harry gasped as he felt his magical capacity expand, felt the others expanding with him. 5 was more than the sum of 4 plus 1. It was something qualitatively different. This is what Morgana Blackwood intended. Daphne's voice echoed. Critical mass. The point where the bond becomes self-sustaining. What does that mean? I'm not sure yet, but I can feel the difference. Susan's consciousness bloomed into awareness, tentative at first, then stronger as she acclimated. Harry felt her wonder, her fear, her overwhelming sense of connection. Like all the walls she'd ever built had suddenly become transparent. Oh, she thought. Oh, this is a lot? Tonks' mental voice was gentle. Yeah. Give it a few hours. You'll adjust. I can feel all of you, everything you're feeling. So intimate. Fleur supplied. We know. We felt the same. How do you stand it? We don't stand it, Daphne answered. We embrace it. The intimacy is the point, Susan. It's what makes us family. The ritual completed itself, the candles flickering out one by one. Harry opened his eyes to find Susan swaying slightly, her face pale but her expression radiant. Welcome to the family, he said. Susan burst into tears. Took several hours for Susan to stabilize. The emotional bleed-through was intense for new bondmates. Harry remembered Daphne's early struggles, the way every feeling had seemed amplified beyond bearing. Susan handled it better than expected, but there were still moments when she'd suddenly clutch her chest, overwhelmed by someone else's passing emotion. Sorry, Tonks said after one such incident. She'd been thinking about her parents, and the rush of affection had apparently knocked Susan sideways. I forget to shield sometimes. It's okay. Susan was curled in an armchair, a cup of tea clutched in both hands. It's just, I never realized how much people feel. All the time, beneath the surface. Most people learn to hide it, Daphne said. We can't anymore. Not from each other. Is that a bad thing? It's a different thing. Harry sat across from her, his presence deliberately calm. Some people would hate it, the loss of privacy, the constant awareness. But for us it's freedom, Fleur finished. Freedom from loneliness. From the endless performance of pretending to be okay when we're not. Susan considered this. Through the bond, Harry felt her turning the idea over, examining it from multiple angles. She had a methodical mind, careful and precise. "My aunt," she said finally. "She can never know about this. Not just because of the ministry. She'd worry herself sick. The bond is our secret to keep or share," Daphne assured her. "Your aunt won't learn anything from us. And my family's protection? Already in motion." Harry leaned forward. "Tonks has been coordinating with friendly Aurors to increase patrols near your home. Kingsley's arranged for additional ward work. And if anything happens, we'll feel it through you," Fleur said. "Your fear, your danger. We'll come." Susan's eyes glistened. "You'd really do that? Drop everything to help my family." "Your family now too, Susan." Harry's voice was firm. "That means your people are our people. Bones and Potter, Greengrass and Delacour and Tonks. All of it tangled together. That's—" She shook her head, almost laughing. "I was so scared to join. Scared of losing myself, I think. But this isn't loss. It's addition," Daphne supplied. "You're still you. Just more." "More." Susan tested the word. "I like that." Through the bond, Harry felt the others' warmth toward their newest member. The family was growing, strengthening, becoming something none of them could have imagined. And somewhere out there, Voldemort was trying to build something similar. The thought sobered him. They'd won a victory today, but the war was far from over. The intelligence came 3 days later. Kingsley arrived at Grimmauld Place looking like he hadn't slept in a week. His usual composure was cracked, exhaustion and worry bleeding through. "We found it," he said without preamble. "Voldemort's ritual site. The place where he's been experimenting with binding magic." Harry straightened. "Where?" "An old manor house in Yorkshire. Abandoned for decades, heavily warded. We only located it because one of his prisoners escaped and gave us the coordinates before dying." "Before dying?" Tonks' voice was sharp. "What was done to them?" Kingsley's expression went flat. "You don't want to know. But the short version is that Voldemort's been trying to force magical bonds through torture and dark rituals. The results have been unsuccessful. Define unsuccessful. The test subjects died. All of them. Horribly." Pause. "But he's getting closer. The last batch survived longer than the previous ones. Another few weeks and he might crack it." Harry felt his bondmate's horror through the connection. Forcing bonds through torture, the very antithesis of everything Lily Potter had created. "If Voldemort succeeded, we have to stop him," Daphne said. "Destroy the research, the ritual site, everything." "That's what I was hoping you'd say." Kingsley pulled a rolled parchment from his robes. "I've been authorized to share this intelligence with the Order. An assault team is being assembled, Moody's leading. But I thought you might want to be involved." "Involved how?" "Your bond gives you capabilities regular wizards don't have. The shared power, the coordination. Moody's good, but against Voldemort's inner circle." Kingsley shrugged. "We need every advantage we can get." Harry looked at his bondmates. Through the connection, he felt their fear and their determination. "This is what we've been training for," Tonks thought. "It's dangerous," Daphne countered. "If we're captured, Voldemort learns everything about how the bond works." "He's learning anyway," Fleur pointed out. "From his experiments. Better we stop him now than wait until he succeeds." Susan just joined, Harry reminded them. "She's not ready for combat. I'm here, you know." Susan's mental voice was steady. "And I'm not staying behind while my family walks into danger." "Susan, no. You said I'm part of this now. You don't get to protect me by leaving me out." Harry hesitated. She wasn't wrong. Excluding her would undermine everything they'd built. But the thought of bringing her into direct confrontation with Death Eaters so soon after bonding. "Trust her," Daphne thought. "Trust us. We're stronger together." "Always," Fleur agreed. Harry took a breath. "We're in. All of us." Kingsley nodded, something like relief in his eyes. "The assault is scheduled for tomorrow night. I'll brief you on the details this evening. We'll be ready." The briefing was held in the kitchen, maps and diagrams spread across every surface. "The manor house is called Blackthorn Hall," Moody growled. his magical eye fixed on the floor plans. 3 floors, extensive basement, wards on every entrance. Death Eater presence estimated at 15 to 20, with Voldemort himself potentially on site. Potentially. Tonks raised an eyebrow. Intelligence is incomplete. The prisoner who escaped didn't see the Dark Lord directly, but others mentioned his presence during rituals. Moody's scarred face twisted. If he's there, our objectives change. We destroy the research and retreat. No heroics. And if he's not, then we hit them hard, secure what we can, and get out before reinforcements arrive. This is a surgical strike, not a siege. Harry studied the maps, his mind racing. The manor's layout was complex. Multiple entry points, numerous defensive positions, too many places for ambushes. A frontal assault would be suicide. What about underground approach? He asked. The basement connects to these tunnels here, old mining shafts by the looks of it. We could bypass the main wards entirely. Moody's magical eye swiveled toward him. That's actually not a terrible idea. The tunnel wards are probably weaker, focused on preventing escape rather than intrusion. My team takes the tunnels. Your team takes the front entrance. We hit them from 2 directions simultaneously, creating confusion and splitting their forces. Moody nodded slowly. You've been studying tactics. I've had good teachers. Flattery won't save you if this goes wrong. But there was something like approval in Moody's voice. Fine. Your bond group takes the tunnels. My team handles the main assault. We synchronize our entry and meet in the basement where the ritual space should be. Rules of engagement? Disable if possible, kill if necessary. These are Death Eaters, not misguided teenagers. They won't show mercy, and neither should you. Harry felt his bondmates resolve through the connection. They'd trained for this, prepared for this. The moment of truth had arrived. We'll be ready, he said. The night of the assault was moonless and cold. Harry crouched at the entrance to the old mining tunnel, his bondmates arrayed around him. Daphne to his left, Fleur to his right, Tonks and Susan behind. Their wands were out, their shields primed, their bond humming with shared readiness. Moody's team is in position, Tonks reported, her aura training evident in her clipped tones. Entry in 3 minutes. Understood. Harry reached through the bond, feeling each of his companions. Fear, determination, love. The complex mix of emotions that came with walking into danger together. Stay close, he thought. Watch each other's backs. Always came the unified response. The tunnel yawned before them, dark and damp and smelling of ancient stone. According to the intelligence, it connected to Blackthorn Hall's basement through a series of natural caverns. Unguarded, supposedly, but anything could be waiting in the darkness. Time, Tonks said. They moved. Harry took point, his wand casting a subtle lumos that illuminated only a few feet ahead. Behind him, the others followed in formation, Daphne and Fleur covering the flanks, Tonks watching the rear, Susan in the protected center position. The tunnel twisted and turned, narrowing in places until they had to move single file. Water dripped from unseen cracks. Somewhere ahead, Harry could hear something that might have been voices. Wards, Daphne's voice echoed. I can feel them. Passive detection, not active defense. Can you disable them? Already working on it. They paused while Daphne's magic worked, her precision curse-breaking skills unraveling the detection web. It took nearly a minute, 60 seconds of holding their breath in the darkness, before she nodded. Clear. Move. The tunnel opened into a larger cavern, natural rock formations jutting from floor and ceiling. And there, at the far end, a doorway carved into the stone. Light flickered beyond it, torchlight, and the voices were clearer now. Be ready when the Dark Lord arrives. He's expecting results. Results? After the last batch died screaming? What results can we possibly? Silence. He's close to the breakthrough. I can feel it. One more ritual, maybe 2, and he'll have what he needs. Harry felt his blood run cold. Voldemort was coming. They had even less time than they'd thought. Moody, he reached through the bond to Tonks, knowing she had ways to communicate with the other team. Tell him Voldemort's expected soon. We need to accelerate. Already done. They're going in hot. As if on cue, distant explosions rocked the cavern. Dust filtered down from the ceiling. The voices ahead shouted in alarm. The front entrance. Ors. Everyone upstairs now. Footsteps pounded away from the doorway. The light flickered and dimmed as torches were extinguished. Now, Harry said aloud. Move fast. Hit hard. They burst through the doorway into chaos. The basement of Blackthorn Hall was a nightmare. Ritual circles covered the floor, some still glowing with residual magic. Strange devices lined the walls. Arcane instruments Harry didn't recognize, covered in runes and dried blood. And in the corner, huddled in cells that were more like cages. Merlin's beard, Susan breathed. Those are people. Prisoners. At least 6 of them, emaciated and barely conscious. Test subjects for Voldemort's experiments. We need to free them, Tonks said urgently. We can't leave. We will. But first we deal with the guards. Harry's voice was flat. 3 Death Eaters had remained behind. Wands raised. Expressions ranging from fear to fanaticism. Potter, the lead Death Eater. Harry recognized him, not Senior, Theo's father, smiled without humor. Come to see what the Dark Lord has accomplished? His bonded army will make your pitiful family look like children playing house. His bonded army is a pile of corpses. Daphne's voice was ice. We've read the intelligence. Corpses today, weapons tomorrow. The Dark Lord always. Harry didn't let him finish. His stunner caught not in the chest, the spell amplified by the bond's shared power. The Death Eater flew backward, slamming into the stone wall and crumpling. The other 2 attacked simultaneously. Curses flew, deflected by Fleur's shield, answered by Tonks' precise counter-curses. Susan hung back as planned, her wand ready but her roll defensive. It was over in seconds. 3 Death Eaters down, the basement secured. The prisoners, Susan said, already moving toward the cages. Help me get them out. They worked quickly, vanishing locks and supporting frail bodies. The prisoners were barely coherent. Weeks of torture and dark magic had left them husks of their former selves. These 2 need immediate medical attention, Tonks reported, her aura training evident. We can't move them without risk. Then we hold here until Moody's team reaches us. Harry scanned the room, his tactical mind racing. Daphne, see if you can find Voldemort's research. Anything useful, notes, diagrams, anything. Fleur, reinforce the door wards. Susan, help Tonks with the prisoners. They scattered to their tasks. Through the bond, Harry felt their focus, their determination. They were working as a unit, each trusting the others to handle their responsibilities. Harry, Daphne's mental voice was sharp. You need to see this. He crossed to where she stood before a massive stone table, covered in parchment and leather-bound journals. Her expression was complex, horror mixed with something that might have been fascination. He's been studying your mother's work, she said quietly. Look. Harry looked, and felt his heart stop. The journals were filled with meticulous notes, diagrams, theoretical analyses. Lily Potter's thesis on the bond of sacrifice had been dissected, expanded, corrupted. Voldemort had taken her research and twisted it into something terrible. He knows, Harry breathed. He knows everything. How the bond works, how it's activated, how it expands. Not quite everything. Look here. Daphne pointed to a page of frustrated scrawl. The love component remains elusive. Torture produces connection but not stability. Imperius creates obedience but not genuine bond. The Potter curse requires something I cannot replicate. He can't create real bonds because he can't love. More than that, he can't even understand why love matters. A bitter smile. For once, the Dark Lord's greatest weakness is actually protecting us. Explosions shook the manor above them. Moody's assault was clearly meeting heavy resistance. Gather everything, Harry decided. Every journal, every scrap of parchment. We take it all. If Voldemort wants to rebuild, he'll have to start from scratch. And the ritual equipment? Destroy it. Completely. Fleur stepped forward, silver fire already dancing at her fingertips. With pleasure, they were loading the last of the journals into conjured bags when the temperature dropped. Harry felt it through the bond before he felt it physically. A wave of cold, dark, wrong. His bondmates reacted simultaneously, forming up around him, wands raised toward the doorway. A figure stepped through. Lord Voldemort looked exactly as Harry remembered from the graveyard. Tall, skeletal, his face more snake than human. Red eyes glittered with malevolent intelligence. And when he smiled, it was the smile of a predator who'd found its prey. Harry Potter. His voice was soft, almost gentle. And his little collection. How convenient. Harry's heart was pounding, but he forced his voice steady. Voldemort, come to watch your experiments fail? Come to salvage what you're trying to steal. Voldemort's gaze swept the room, taking in the destroyed equipment, the freed prisoners, the bags of confiscated research. I must admit, I'm impressed. Your coordination is better than I expected. We've been practicing. Clearly, Voldemort began to circle, his movements fluid and predatory. Your mother's curse is truly remarkable. The way you move together, the shared awareness. I've spent months trying to replicate it. And failing. For now. But I'm a patient man, Harry. I have time to perfect my methods. A thin smile. Unless, of course, I simply take your bond instead. Through the connection, Harry felt his bondmate's fear spike. He can't do that, Daphne thought urgently. The bond is tied to us specifically, he might not know that, Fleur countered. Keep him talking. Take it. Harry raised an eyebrow. The bond isn't a thing you can steal. It's part of us. Everything can be taken with sufficient power. Voldemort raised his wand, and the air itself seemed to crackle. I've learned much from your mother's research. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. He cast. The spell was nothing Harry had ever seen. Black light twisted with sickly green, coruscating toward them like a living thing. The bond screamed warning, and Harry threw up a shield that the others reinforced simultaneously. The spell hit. For a moment, Harry felt something pulling at the bond. A cold, invasive presence trying to worm its way into their connection. Trying to corrupt, to control, to consume. No, the rejection wasn't just Harry's. It was all of them, unified in absolute denial. The bond flared with combined power, throwing off Voldemort's magic like water shedding off oil. The Dark Lord staggered. For just an instant, surprise flickered across his inhuman face. Interesting, he murmured. More resistant than I expected. Your mother's protections run deeper than I realized. She was smarter than you. Harry's voice was hard. She understood things you'll never comprehend. Love, you mean? That tired argument. Voldemort laughed, cold and empty. Love is weakness, boy. A vulnerability I eliminated long ago. And that's why you'll never replicate what we have. Perhaps not. Voldemort raised his wand again. But I can certainly destroy it. The second spell was pure killing curse. No subtlety, no complexity. Just raw death hurled with all of Voldemort's terrible power. Harry felt time slow as the green light screamed toward him. And then Daphne was there. She moved without conscious thought, driven by the bond's absolute imperative to protect. Her body intercepted the curse, her shield flaring with borrowed power from all of them. The killing curse shattered. For one eternal moment, Daphne hung suspended, green light fragmenting around her, her face frozen in determination. Then she collapsed, and Harry was catching her, cradling her, screaming her name through a throat that had gone raw. Daphne! Daphne! She was breathing. Through the bond, he could feel her, alive, intact, but unconscious. The shared power had saved her, had somehow dissipated the curse's energy across all of them. Voldemort looked genuinely shocked. That shouldn't be possible. Lot of things shouldn't be possible. Tonks stepped forward, her wand blazing. My turn. She attacked with everything she had, aura training and bond-enhanced power combining into an assault that would have overwhelmed most wizards. Fleur joined her, fire and fury interweaving. Susan held the rear, projecting shields, her fear channeled into fierce determination. And Harry held Daphne, feeding his magic into the bond to help her recover. Watching the battle unfold with desperate hope, Voldemort fought back. Even against 3 bonded witches, he was terrifyingly powerful. Curses flew that made the air itself scream. The basement walls cracked. The ground shook. But he was retreating, step by step, forced back toward the doorway by the coordinated assault. Moody, Harry reached desperately. Moody, we need extraction now. Through Tonk's connection to the assault team, he felt the reply. Coming. Hold on. Voldemort snarled something in a language Harry didn't recognize. The air twisted, reality itself bending, and then he was gone. Disapparated despite the anti-apparition wards, through sheer power if nothing else. Silence fell. Harry looked down at Daphne, still unconscious in his arms. Through the bond, he could feel her slowly stirring, her mind climbing back toward awareness. That, she thought weakly, was stupid of me. That was brave of you. Same thing sometimes. Harry laughed. A broken, relieved sound. Around him, his other bondmates sagged with exhaustion, the adrenaline fading, the reality of what they'd survived settling in. They'd faced Voldemort directly. They'd survived. They'd even driven him off. But the war wasn't over. And somehow Harry suspected it had only begun. The aftermath was chaos. Moody's team reached them minutes after Voldemort fled, battered but victorious. The upper floors of Blackthorn Hall were secured, the remaining Death Eaters captured or killed. The ritual equipment was thoroughly destroyed, the research safely in Order hands. But the cost was high. 3 Order members dead. 7 more injured, some critically. The freed prisoners required immediate evacuation to St. Mungo's. Their conditions uncertain. And Daphne, she's stable, Madame Pomfrey said. They'd returned to Hogwarts for emergency treatment. The castle's infirmary better equipped than anything at Grimmauld Place. The killing curse should have killed her instantly. But somehow the damage was distributed across multiple magical cores. It's like nothing I've ever seen. The bond, Harry said quietly. We shared the impact. Well, it saved her life. But she'll need rest. Weeks of it, possibly months. Pomfrey's expression was sympathetic but firm. No strenuous magic, no combat, no emotional extremes. The damage to her core needs time to heal. Through the bond, Harry felt Daphne's frustration. She was awake now, propped up in the infirmary bed, looking pale but determined. I'm fine, she insisted. Pomfrey's overreacting. You intercepted a killing curse, Harry replied. You're lucky to be alive. I'm alive because of you, because of all of us. Her mental voice softened. That's what the bond is for, Harry. Protecting each other. I do it again. Don't. Please. No promises. But she was smiling as she thought it. And Harry felt her love radiating through the connection. Stubborn, brilliant, infuriating Daphne. His first bondmate, his partner, his family. We need to discuss what happened, Dumbledore said, arriving with his usual impeccable timing. In private. They gathered in a warded section of the infirmary, Harry, his bondmates, Dumbledore, Sirius, Moody. The atmosphere was heavy with unasked questions. Voldemort tried to take control of our bond, Harry reported. Some kind of corruption spell. It didn't work. No. Dumbledore's eyes were thoughtful. The love that binds you is anathema to him. He cannot touch it any more than he can understand it. But he'll keep trying. Undoubtedly, the power your bond represents is too valuable to ignore. A pause. However, tonight's events may have taught him caution. He underestimated you, and it nearly cost him. Nearly isn't enough, Moody growled. We had him cornered, and he escaped anyway. We destroyed his research, Tonks pointed out. Set back his experiments by months, maybe years. And next time he'll be prepared. He won't underestimate the bond again. Then we get stronger. Harry's voice was firm. We train harder, expand carefully, become too powerful to threaten. Is that wise? Dumbledore's question was gentle. The Arbiter of Bonds warned you about growing too quickly. The Arbiter also told us to stop Voldemort. We can't do that by playing it safe. Silence fell. Through the bond, Harry felt his companion's agreement, tempered by Daphne's caution, colored by Fleur's fire, grounded by Tonk's practicality, brightened by Susan's hope. "You're no longer children playing at war," Dumbledore finally said. "You've faced the Dark Lord and survived. That changes things." "Changes them how?" "The Order has been treating you as assets to protect. Perhaps it's time we treated you as allies to respect." Dumbledore stood, his expression solemn. "From now on, you'll be included in strategic discussions. Your input will be valued. And your decisions about the bond's expansion will be your own." "Just like that?" Sirius sounded skeptical. "Just like that. They've earned it." Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. "Your mother would be proud, Harry, of what you've built, of who you've become. Never doubt that." Harry felt something loosen in his chest. He'd spent so long wondering what Lily Potter would think of her curse, of what it had made him. Hearing Dumbledore's words, someone who'd known her, who understood, helped. "Thank you," he said quietly. "Don't thank me yet. The hardest part is still to come." Dumbledore moved toward the door. "Rest tonight. Tomorrow we plan our next move." The days that followed were a blur of recovery and reorganization. Daphne chafed at her enforced bed rest, but the others took turns keeping her company. Harry spent hours by her bedside, their bond allowing silent conversation even when words failed. Fleur brought books from the restricted section, obscure texts on magical theory and combat tactics. Tonks shared gossip from the Auror Core, keeping Daphne connected to the outside world. Susan simply sat with her, a quiet presence that Daphne admitted was more comforting than she'd expected. "I'm not used to being taken care of," Daphne confessed one evening, when she and Harry were alone. "My family wasn't exactly warm. Neither was mine. Well, the Dursleys weren't. At least they fed you." A thin smile. "My parents considered emotional availability a weakness. Affection was something to be rationed, withheld as punishment, granted as reward. That's horrible. It's pure-blood upbringing. Love is a currency, not a feeling." She reached for his hand, her grip weak but determined. "The bond is different. You can't fake anything, can't perform emotions you don't feel. It's the most honest thing I've ever experienced." "Is that good?" "Terrifying. And yes, somehow both." Harry squeezed her hand gently. Through the bond, he let her feel his affection. Genuine, uncomplicated, without expectation. She absorbed it like sunlight after a long darkness. "When I'm recovered," she said slowly, "I want to visit my sister, Astoria. She's younger, still at Hogwarts. I've been avoiding her, worried that association with me would make her a target. And now I'm already a target. We all are. Hiding from Astoria just means she won't understand when the Death Eaters come." Daphne's jaw set. "She deserves to know the truth. All of it. You want to bring her into the bond?" "I don't know. Maybe. She's my sister, Harry. If I can protect her." "You will. We will." Harry met her eyes. "When you're ready, we'll go together. The whole family." Daphne's smile was small but real. "Family. I never thought I'd have one. Not a real one. Surprise. The best kind." A week after the Blackthorn assault, Harry called a meeting. They gathered in the drawing room of Grimmauld Place, all 5 bondmates plus Sirius, who'd become an unofficial advisor. The fire crackled cheerfully, at odds with the serious atmosphere. "We've been reactive long enough," Harry began. "Running from crisis to crisis, always on the defensive. That ends now." "What are you proposing?" Susan asked. "A proper strategy. Long-term goals, coordinated efforts, the works." He looked around the room. "Dumbledore said we'd be included in Order discussions, but we're more than just another Order cell. We're something new. We should act like it." "Something new?" Tonks raised an eyebrow. Morgana Blackwood's coven didn't answer to anyone. They were a power unto themselves, magical, political, social. "That's what we're becoming, whether we intended it or not." Daphne nodded slowly. "He's right. The bond gives us capabilities that no other group possesses. We should use them strategically, not just tactically. Use them how? Intelligence gathering, political influence, targeted intervention where the order can't operate openly. Daphne's eyes gleamed. We're not bound by the same rules they are. We're not even technically part of the order structure. That sounds like vigilantism, Tonks said carefully. It sounds like effectiveness. Fleur's voice was thoughtful. The ministry is corrupt, the order is spread thin, and Voldemort grows stronger every day. Someone needs to do what others cannot. And what exactly is that? Harry took a breath. I've been thinking about the Arbiter's warning, about Voldemort trying to create his own bonded army. We stopped his current research, but he'll try again. The only way to truly counter him is to build something he can't match. A larger bond group? Potentially. But more than that, a network. Not just bonded to me, but connected to each other in other ways. Political allies, intelligence sources, capable fighters who can be trusted. An organization, Sirius said slowly. Not quite the order, not quite a coven. Something in between. Something that can fight a war on multiple fronts simultaneously. Harry's voice was firm. Voldemort has his Death Eaters. The Ministry has its Aurors. We need our own force. Silence fell. Through the bond, Harry felt his companions processing. Concern, excitement, skepticism, hope. It's ambitious, Daphne finally said. Perhaps too ambitious. Everything we've done has been ambitious. This is just more. More could get us killed. Doing nothing could get everyone killed. Harry met her eyes. I'm not saying we rush into anything. I'm saying we start thinking bigger. Planning for a future where we're not just surviving, but winning. Susan spoke up, her voice quiet but steady. I joined the bond to protect my family. If building something larger helps with that, I'm in. As am I, Fleur agreed. I did not survive the Triwizard Tournament to hide while a Dark Lord builds power. Tonks? Harry asked. The Auror was silent for a long moment. I became an Auror to protect people. The Ministry's making that harder every day. If this, whatever we're building, can do better. She nodded slowly. Count me in. Daphne? His first bondmate studied him with those sharp gray eyes. Through the bond, he felt her analysis, the risks, the rewards, the countless ways this could go wrong. You'll need someone to keep you from getting killed by your own heroic impulses, she finally said. I suppose that's my job. Is that a yes? It's a conditional yes. We plan carefully, we move slowly, and we don't take stupid risks. Agreed. Then yes. A thin smile. Let's build something the world has never seen. Harry felt the moment solidify through the bond. 5 people committing to a shared future, their determination interweaving into something stronger than any individual resolve. They had a long way to go. Voldemort was still out there, the Ministry still corrupt, the war still escalating. But for the first time, Harry felt like they were taking control of their destiny. Whatever came next, they'd face it together. As family. Chapter 5. The Arbiter Wakes. The nightmares started 3 weeks after Blackthorn. Harry jerked awake at 3 a.m., gasping, his sheets soaked with sweat. The dream was already fading. Fragments of stone chambers and mirrored eyes. A voice speaking words he couldn't quite remember, but the feeling remained. Something vast. Something watching. Harry? Daphne's mental voice was muzzy with sleep. What's wrong? Nothing. Bad dream. Go back to sleep. Liar. But she didn't push, and he felt her consciousness fade back into rest. He lay there in the darkness, staring at the ceiling. The bond hummed quietly around him. 4 other minds, 4 other heartbeats, all connected to his. Usually it was comforting. Tonight it felt like a weight. The Arbiter's words echoed in his memory. Either it will become something unprecedented, or it will collapse under its own weight. They'd been growing so fast. 5 bondmates in a matter of weeks, with plans to expand further. What if they were pushing too hard? What if the bond couldn't sustain Harry? Fleur this time, fully awake. Stop spiraling. Whatever this is, we face it together. I know. I just sleep. We'll talk in the morning. He closed his eyes. Sleep came eventually, fitful and full of shadows. Morning brought fresh problems. The ministry's moving against us, Kingsley reported, his face drawn with exhaustion. He'd arrived at Grimald Place just after dawn, clearly having not slept. Umbridge may be disgraced, but her allies aren't. They're pushing for new legislation, restrictions on unregistered magical bonds, mandatory reporting requirements, the works. They can't do that, Susan said. Magical bonds are private family matters. The ministry has no jurisdiction. They're claiming public safety concerns. After Blackthorn, there's evidence that bonded groups can achieve combat capabilities beyond normal wizards. The Pureblood faction is spinning this as a threat to public order. Convenient, Daphne said flatly. They can't attack Harry directly, so they attack the bond itself. That's the strategy, yes. Kingsley spread his hands. I'm doing what I can from inside, but my influence is limited. If this legislation passes, then being bonded becomes illegal, Harry finished, and we become criminals by definition. Essentially, yes. Through the bond, Harry felt his companion's reactions. Tonk's fury, Susan's fear, Fleur's cold calculation, and Daphne, still recovering, still weaker than she'd admit, projecting forced calm over genuine worry. How long do we have? Harry asked. The Wisengamot votes next month. Maybe sooner if they push it through emergency channels. Then we have a month to stop it. Stop it how? Tonks demanded. We can't just march into the ministry and demand they change their minds. No, but we can change public opinion. Harry's mind was racing, tactics and strategies forming faster than he could articulate. The legislation is based on fear of bonded groups as weapons. We counter that by showing what we really are. And what are we? A family. People who chose connection over isolation. Not a threat, an example. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You want to go public. I want to control the narrative. Right now, the ministry is defining what bonds mean. We let them keep doing that, we lose. But if we tell our own story on our own terms, we become sympathetic. Victims of circumstance rather than dark wizards accumulating power. Daphne nodded slowly. It's risky. Going public exposes us. We're already exposed. Voldemort knows what we are. The ministry knows. The only people who don't know are the general public. And they're the ones whose opinion actually matters. Silence fell. Harry felt the others thinking, weighing, deciding. I know someone at the Prophet, Tonks said finally. Not Rita Skeeter, someone actually trustworthy. She might be willing to do an interview. Sympathetic coverage. That's a start. What else? Political allies, Susan offered. My aunt has connections. She's been cautious about getting involved, but if I explain what's at stake, the French ministry might also be persuaded to comment, Fleur added. International support would complicate the Pureblood faction's narrative. And Dumbledore. Daphne's voice was quiet. He has influence in the Wisengamot. Not enough to block legislation alone, but enough to slow it down, buy us time. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. They had a plan. Or the beginning of one, at least. All right, Tonks, contact your reporter. Susan, talk to your aunt. Fleur, reach out to your father's diplomatic contacts. He turned to Daphne. You and I need to have a conversation with Dumbledore. Now? Now. Dumbledore received them in his office, the phoenix fox trilling softly from his perch. The headmaster looked tired. More tired than Harry had ever seen him, but his eyes were sharp. I've heard about the proposed legislation, he said before Harry could speak. The Bonds Registration and Regulation Act, they're calling it. A remarkably efficient piece of bigotry. We need to stop it. I agree. The question is how. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. My political capital is limited, Harry. The ministry views me as an obstacle, useful to have on their side, dangerous to oppose, but not to be trusted. We're planning a public campaign. Sympathetic media coverage, international pressure, political allies speaking out. A sound strategy, but insufficient alone. Dumbledore rose, moving to the window, his back to them. The pure-blood faction isn't acting from genuine fear. They're acting from calculation. Your bond represents something they've been fighting for generations. Proof that magical power doesn't flow through bloodlines. What do you mean? Consider what you've built, Harry. A half-blood, a pure-blood, a Vila, a half-blood metamorphmagus, another pure-blood. 5 people from wildly different backgrounds, united by choice rather than birth. Dumbledore turned back, his expression grave. Your bond proves that connection matters more than pedigree, that love, not blood, creates magical power. If that truth spreads, the entire pure-blood ideology collapses, Daphne finished. They're not afraid of bonded groups as weapons. They're afraid of what we represent. Precisely, which means defeating this legislation requires more than public sympathy. It requires exposing the true motivation behind it. How? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I have some ideas, but they will require unconventional approaches. The unconventional approach, it turned out, involved breaking into the ministry. This is insane, Tonks said, for the 5th time, as they huddled in a maintenance corridor 3 floors below the Wisengamot chambers. If we get caught, we won't get caught, Daphne replied, also for the 5th time. The bond gives us perfect coordination. No communication delays, no misunderstandings, no blind spots. And if something goes wrong, then we improvise. We're good at that. The plan was Dumbledore's, refined by Daphne's tactical mind and Tonks' insider knowledge. The pure-blood faction had been careful to hide their true motivations, but somewhere in the ministry archives were documents that would expose them. Meeting minutes, correspondence, financial records, evidence of coordination, of conspiracy, of the real agenda behind the Bonds Registration Act. Getting to those documents required bypassing ministry security, something Tonks' aura credentials couldn't do legally. Hence the unconventional approach. The archive is 2 corridors down, 3rd door on the left, Tonks reported. Security rotation gives us a 12-minute window. Plenty of time. Harry checked his wand. Ready. Through the bond, he felt 4 confirmations. Fleur's fire, Susan's steady determination, Daphne's razor focus, Tonks' professional calm. They moved. The ministry at night was eerie. Vast empty corridors lit by floating torches, the constant hum of magical maintenance spells, the occasional echo of distant footsteps. They navigated through a combination of Tonks' knowledge and bond-enhanced coordination, each person covering angles, watching blind spots, moving as a single unit. The archive door was warded. Daphne handled it in seconds, her curse-breaking skills unraveling protections that would have stopped most wizards for hours. Inside, quick. The archive was enormous. Rows upon rows of shelving stretching into darkness, each containing thousands of documents. Finding what they needed would be impossible, except for the bond. Spread out, Harry ordered. We're looking for anything connected to the Bonds Registration Act. Correspondence, meeting notes, funding records. The bond will let us search simultaneously. They scattered. Harry felt his companion's attention like extensions of his own. Fleur scanning eastern shelves, Susan checking filing cabinets, Daphne examining index ledgers, Tonks covering the door. Found something. Susan's mental voice was sharp. Meeting minutes. Emergency session on bonded threat mitigation. 2 weeks before the legislation was introduced. Keep looking. We need more. Here. Fleur this time. Financial transfers. Large sums from Malfoy, not Parkinson accounts, to something called Public Safety Initiative. That's the official name for the legislation campaign. Tonks confirmed. They're bankrolling the whole thing. More. We need a smoking wand. And then Daphne's voice, sharp with triumph. Got it. Harry crossed the archive to where she stood, a thick folder open in her hands. The documents inside were damning, detailed strategy memos outlining how to use public fear of bonded aberrations to advance pure-blood political interests. They're not even subtle, Daphne murmured. Look at this. The Potter bond provides ideal cover for broader registration requirements. Once established, these requirements can be expanded to include blood status verification, magical heritage documentation. They're using the bond legislation as a stepping stone to full blood purity laws. Exactly. Daphne's smile was sharp. This goes public. Their entire strategy unravels. Company, Tonks warned suddenly. Security patrol approaching fast. They moved without verbal communication, the bond coordinating their retreat. Documents secured, wands drawn, attention split between escape routes and potential threats. The security wizard rounded the corner just as they reached the exit corridor. He was young, nervous-looking, clearly not expecting to find anyone. Halt! Ministry security. Identify. Tonks' stunner caught him before he finished the sentence. He crumpled, unconscious but unharmed. Memory modification, Daphne said briskly. He sees nothing, remembers nothing. Fleur. Already on it. The Vila knelt beside the fallen wizard, her wand tracing careful patterns. Memory charms were tricky, too heavy and you caused damage, too light and the modifications didn't stick. But Fleur had learned from the best. Done. He'll remember a boring patrol, nothing unusual. They left him where he lay and vanished into the night. The story broke 3 days later. Pure blood conspiracy exposed. The Prophet headline screamed. Secret documents reveal plot to establish blood status registry. The public reaction was immediate and volcanic, which weekly ran sympathetic profiles of the Bond group, Love Against Prejudice. How 5 young wizards found family. The Quibbler printed the full text of the damning memos with extensive commentary. International Magical Press picked up the story, framing it as evidence of British wizarding society's continuing struggle with blood prejudice. The Pure Blood faction scrambled to respond. Malfoy gave interviews denying everything. Ministry officials issued statements about document theft and criminal conspiracy. But the damage was done. The Wisengamot vote has been postponed, Kingsley reported, a rare smile on his face. Indefinitely, the political will for the legislation has collapsed. For now, Daphne cautioned. They'll try again eventually. Different framing, different approach. Then we'll stop them again. Harry's voice was firm. This is what we do now. Fight the political battles, not just the magical ones. Speaking of magical battles, Tonks' expression grew serious. We've got a new problem. The escaped Death Eaters from Blackthorn have been spotted. They're regrouping somewhere in Scotland, and they're not happy about losing their ritual site. Revenge mission? Almost certainly. The question is target. Us or something else entirely. Through the bond, Harry felt his companion's focus sharpen. The political victory was sweet, but the war continued on multiple fronts. We need intelligence, he decided. Tonks, can your aura contacts, Harry? The mental voice wasn't any of his bondmates. It was deeper, older, resonating with power that made his skull ache. I would speak with you. Come to the place between places. Bring your bonded. The Arbiter. The dream space materialized around them without warning. One moment Harry was in Grimmauld Place, surrounded by his bondmates, discussing strategy. The next, all 5 of them stood in the infinite stone chamber, shadows dancing at the edges of perception. What the hell? Tonks started. The Arbiter. Daphne's voice was tight. It's pulling us into its realm. The entity emerged from the darkness, its features as shifting and impossible as before. Mirror eyes reflected images that made no sense. Glimpses of other bonds, other connections, stretching back through centuries. You have grown, the Arbiter said, faster than expected. The 5-point structure stabilizes, but strain appears at the margins. Strain. Harry stepped forward. What strain? Your expansion draws from a finite well. Each new connection requires energy that the bond itself must provide. You have reached equilibrium, but barely. The entity's head tilted. Adding more would risk collapse. We weren't planning to add anyone immediately. Plans change. Events accelerate. You face choices that will demand more power than you currently possess. Through the bond, Harry felt his companion's alarm. What choices? What events? The broken one has found another path. His experiments failed, but failure taught him. He now seeks to corrupt existing bonds rather than create new ones. Corrupt how? By reaching through connections you have already made. The protobonds, the preliminary links, the tendrils of attachment that spread from your core. The arbiter's form flickered. You have touched many who are not fully bonded. Each touch left traces. Those traces can be exploited. Harry's blood ran cold. They'd been careful about full bonds, but casual contact? He'd shaken hands, brushed past people in corridors, touched classmates in completely innocent contexts. If each of those created exploitable connections, how do we stop it? You cannot stop it. You can only prepare. The arbiter began to fade. Strengthen what you have. The 5 must become unbreakable before the assault comes. When he reaches for your web, you must be ready to bite back. Wait! Harry lunged forward. When? How do we? Soon. Very soon. The dream shattered. They snapped back to reality, gasping, clutching at each other for stability. What the bloody hell was that? Susan demanded. A warning. Daphne's face was pale. Voldemort's found a way to attack us through our connections. Everyone we've touched, everyone we've formed any kind of bond with, their vulnerabilities now. That's hundreds of people, Tonks said slowly. Everyone Harry's ever met. Everyone we've ever. Not everyone. Protobonds require emotional intensity to form. Fleur's voice was thoughtful. Casual contact wouldn't create traces strong enough to exploit. But anyone Harry's touched while feeling strong emotion. The battle at Blackthorn. The Hogsmeade attack. Every time we've fought together. Those people are at risk. We need to warn them. And strengthen our own bond. Harry's jaw set. The Arbiter said 5 points stabilize. Whatever Voldemort's planning, we face it as a unit. How do we strengthen something that's already as intimate as it can get? Susan asked. Daphne was quiet for a moment. There are rituals. Old magic, meant to deepen bonds between people who are already connected. I read about them in my family's library, back before. She trailed off. They're not dark, exactly, but they're intense. Permanent changes to how the bond functions. Changes like what? Increased power sharing, deeper emotional integration, the ability to physically feel each other's sensations, not just emotions. A pause. The records describe it as becoming one soul in 5 bodies. The implications hung heavy in the air. What they had now was already more intimate than anything Harry had ever experienced. Going deeper. What's the alternative? Fleur asked quietly. We stay as we are and hope Voldemort's attack fails? The alternative is we accept some risk rather than completely merging our identities. Tonk's voice was careful. I love you all, I genuinely do. But there's a difference between being connected and being absorbed. The ritual isn't absorption, Daphne corrected. We'd still be individuals, still have our own thoughts, our own personalities. But the barriers between us would become thinner. How thin? Thin enough that we couldn't hide anything from each other. Not thoughts, not fears, not the darkest parts of ourselves. Daphne's eyes met Harry's. Complete transparency. Forever. Harry thought about that. About every secret he'd ever kept. Every shameful thought. Every moment of weakness. Laying all of it bare before 4 other people. With no possibility of walls or masks or pretense. It was terrifying. It was also, he realized, exactly what he'd been searching for his entire life. I'm in, he said. Whatever it takes. Through the bond, he felt the others wrestling with the same decision. Fear, hope, uncertainty, love. All tangled together in complex knots. Fleur was first to respond. I am in as well. I have spent my life being seen as a Vila, not as myself. If this ritual means truly being known, I welcome it. Susan next, her voice small but steady. My whole life has been about maintaining appearances. The perfect pureblood niece, the loyal Hufflepuff. I'm tired of pretending. In. Tonks took longer. Harry felt her struggle, the aura training that emphasized self-reliance, the fear of vulnerability, the lifetime of using her metamorphmagus abilities to hide rather than reveal. I've never let anyone see the real me, she finally said. Changed my face so often I sometimes forget which one is actually mine. A deep breath. Maybe it's time to stop hiding. In. All eyes turned to Daphne. I was the first, she said slowly. The one who never had a choice. If I do this, she shook her head. I told myself I was making the best of a bad situation. That I'd accepted the bond because I had to, not because I wanted to. Daphne, let me finish. Her voice cracked slightly. I told myself that for months. It was easier than admitting the truth. Which is that I'm grateful. That the bond saved me from a life of cold isolation and political marriage. That you, all of you, have given me something I never believed I could have. Tears glinted in her eyes. If deepening the bond means being even more connected to you, then I'm in. Not because I have to be, because I want to be. Harry reached for her hand. The others moved closer, forming a circle, their bond pulsing with shared emotion. Then we do this, Harry said. Together. The ritual took place at midnight, in a chamber deep beneath Grimmauld Place that Sirius had reluctantly revealed. Old black family magic, he'd explained, his expression troubled. Most of it's dark as hell, but some of it's just powerful. The deepening ritual your friend described, my ancestors used it. Generations of blacks, binding themselves together in ways that made the family nearly unstoppable. What happened to them? They forgot why they were doing it. The bond became about power, not love. When that happens, Sirius shrugged. Everything falls apart eventually. The chamber was circular, carved from ancient stone, covered in runes that predated modern magical theory. 5 ritual circles were inscribed on the floor, arranged in a pentagram pattern with a 6th, larger circle in the center. Each of us takes a position, Daphne instructed. The ritual activates when we all speak the binding words simultaneously. After that, she hesitated. I'm not entirely sure what happens. The accounts I read were vague. Comforting, Tonks muttered. They took their positions. Harry in the north circle, Daphne in the east, Fleur in the south, Tonks in the west, Susan in the 5th point. The runes began to glow faintly as they settled into place. The words are in Old English, Daphne continued. I'll project them through the bond. Speak exactly what I send, exactly when I send it. Understood. Silence fell. The chamber hummed with ancient power, waiting. Ready, Harry thought. Ready came 4 replies. Then begin. The words flowed through the bond, strange syllables that burned on Harry's tongue, sounds that felt older than language itself. He spoke them in perfect unison with his bondmates, 5 voices becoming one. The runes blazed. Power surged not from outside, but from within. Harry felt his magic rising, intertwining with Daphne's, with Fleur's, with Tonks, with Susan's. 5 streams becoming a river becoming an ocean. And then the barriers fell. It wasn't painful. It was overwhelming. Suddenly Harry wasn't just feeling his bondmates' emotions. He was experiencing them. Daphne's childhood loneliness, visceral and immediate. Fleur's years of isolation behind her veil of beauty. Tonks' constant shape-shifting, the desperate need to be anyone but herself. Susan's quiet terror as her family faced threat after threat. And they felt him. Every moment in the cupboard. Every blow from Dudley. Every time he'd wondered if he deserved to be loved. His secrets laid bare. His darkness exposed. His shame revealed without filter or protection. I see you, Daphne's voice echoed. All of you. And I love you anyway. As do I, Fleur added. Your pain is my pain. Your joy is my joy. We're not alone anymore. Tonks whispered. None of us. Never again. Family, Susan breathed. Real family. Finally, the power peaked. For one eternal moment, they weren't 5 people. They were a single consciousness, a unified being of pure connection. Then it settled. The circles faded. The chamber went dark. And Harry opened his eyes to find that everything had changed. The difference was subtle at first. Walking back up to the main house, Harry noticed small things. The way Fleur's fire magic felt like warmth in his own chest. The sharp clarity of Daphne's thoughts at the edge of his awareness. Tonk's constant slight shifting of features that he somehow now found endearing rather than disorienting. But it became more obvious when they gathered in the kitchen for tea and found themselves moving in perfect synchronization. "That's creepy," Sirius observed, watching 5 hands reach for 5 cups at exactly the same moment. "It's efficient," Daphne countered, but she was smiling. The deepened bond felt different than before. Not just emotional connection, but something more fundamental. Harry could feel his bondmate's physical states. Fleur's slight headache, Tonk's sore shoulders, Susan's nervous energy, Daphne's lingering weakness from her injury. This will take adjustment, Daphne thought. We'll need to practice shielding, or we'll be overwhelmed in combat. Agreed. But later, Harry stretched, feeling his bondmate's bodies echo the motion. Right now, we need to focus on Voldemort, the Arbiter said, soon. We still don't know what that means, Tonks pointed out. Soon could be tomorrow or next month. Then we assume tomorrow and prepare accordingly. The planning session lasted hours. They mapped every protobond Harry might have created, every person who could serve as an attack vector. The list was shorter than feared. Strong emotional connections required more than casual contact, but it still included a dozen people who would need warning. Hermione and Ron, Harry said quietly. They're definitely vulnerable. We should bring them in, Fleur suggested. Explain the situation, prepare them. They'd insist on joining the bond. Harry shook his head. After everything we've been through, they'd see it as abandonment if they weren't included. Would that be so bad? Susan asked carefully. They're your best friends. If the bond can expand safely, the Arbiter said we're at equilibrium. Adding more could cause collapse. The Arbiter said we're at equilibrium for now. Daphne's voice was thoughtful. The deepening ritual might have changed that calculation. We're stronger than before, more stable. Harry felt the truth of her words through the bond. The ritual had changed something fundamental. Their 5-point structure felt solid now, unshakable. Maybe there was room for more. Let's table that discussion, he decided. First priority is warning everyone at risk. Then we reassess. Harry. Fleur's mental voice carried warning. Someone's approaching the house. Fast. They were on their feet before she finished thinking, wands out, the bond coordinating their positions automatically. Kitchen table became cover. Exits were mapped. Lines of fire established. The front door burst open. A figure stumbled through, wild-eyed, bleeding from a gash across his forehead, robes torn and singed. Neville Longbottom. Harry, he gasped. Thank Merlin. I got away, they're after me, my gran. And then he collapsed. They got Neville to a couch and Tonks began healing his wounds while Susan fetched supplies. What happened? Harry demanded. Who's after you? Death Eaters. Attacked our home. Gran's warding held, but they had something new. Neville's voice was ragged. Some kind of spell. It went through me, Harry. Through me to something else. I felt it reaching, searching for connections. The attack, Daphne thought grimly. Voldemort's already implementing his plan. He used Neville as a vector, Fleur added. The friendship bond, the emotional connection, Voldemort tried to reach Harry through it. What did you feel? Harry asked urgently. When the spell hit you, what exactly happened? Pain. Like something was digging through my soul. Neville shuddered. And then voices. Whispers. Someone saying they could feel you, Harry. Feel where you were, who you were connected to. Did they get through? I don't think so. Whatever they were looking for, they didn't find it. But Harry, Neville's eyes met his. They know about your bond. The Death Eaters, they were talking about it. They called it the Potter Web. Said the Dark Lord was going to tear it apart thread by thread. Through the bond, Harry felt his companions' alarm and their determination. He tried to use you as a back door, Daphne said flatly. Reach Harry through your friendship connection. Bypass our defenses. But it failed, Tonks added. Which means our bond is stronger than whatever channel they were exploiting. For now, Harry's mind was racing. But Neville's just the first. Voldemort will try again with someone else. Anyone I've ever cared about is a potential target. Then we protect them. Susan's voice was steady. Everyone on the vulnerability list. We bring them into safe houses, establish defensive protocols. That's dozens of people. Then we start with the highest priority targets. Your closest friends, your strongest emotional connections. Hermione and Ron, Fleur said quietly. They must be warned immediately. Harry nodded, already reaching for parchment. I'll send a Patronus. Tell them to come here, bring anyone else who might be at risk. Harry. The mental voice wasn't any of his bondmates. It was older, darker, achingly familiar. Did you really think your mother's magic would protect you forever? Voldemort, speaking directly into his mind. I've been watching you, boy. Learning. Your precious bond is strong. I'll grant you that. But every strength is also a weakness. Harry tried to block the intrusion, but it slipped past his defenses like smoke through fingers. I cannot create what you have. Love is beyond me, but I can destroy it. One thread at a time, one connection at a time. Everyone you've ever cared about will become a weapon against you. Get out of my head. I'm not in your head, boy. I'm in the connection between us. A cold laugh. Your mother tied you to me when she died. Her blood runs in my veins now. That's a bond even you can't break. The presence withdrew, leaving Harry gasping. Harry! Daphne grabbed his shoulders. What happened? We felt something. Voldemort. He's using our connection, the one from when he took my blood. Harry's voice was hollow. He can reach me through it. Maybe always could, but now he's learned how. Can he attack through it? Like he's trying to do with your other connections? I don't know. I don't think so. The blood magic is different from the bond magic. But he can talk to me. Monitor me, maybe. Harry slammed his fist against the wall. We're not safe anywhere. As long as that connection exists, then we sever it. Everyone turned to look at Daphne. Her expression was fierce, determined. The bond between Harry and Voldemort was created by blood magic. Blood magic can be undone. Not easily, not safely, but it's possible. She was already reaching for books, her mind racing visibly. I've studied this. Lily Potter's protection was powered by sacrifice. Voldemort's theft of Harry's blood created a link, but it's parasitic, not symbiotic. If we can find the right ritual, we could cut Voldemort off completely, Fleur finished. Remove his ability to reach Harry through that channel. But wouldn't that remove the protection too? Susan asked. The blood magic keeps Voldemort from killing Harry. That protection has limits. It didn't stop him at the graveyard. Not entirely. Daphne's voice was sharp. And what good is protection if he can spy on us whenever he wants? We need to be able to plan, to coordinate without him listening in. Harry felt the logic settling into place. The protection his mother had given him was valuable, but if Voldemort could exploit the same connection, find the ritual, he decided. We'll decide whether to use it once we know the full costs. And in the meantime? In the meantime, we assume Voldemort can hear everything I think. Harry's jaw set. Which means I stop thinking about our real plans. We develop a shadow strategy, things I know about, things I don't. Voldemort gets the decoy version. Through the bond, he felt his companions' understanding. They would handle the real planning, the genuine strategy, keeping it shielded from Harry until execution. He would be the visible face, the apparent leader, and the perfect source of misdirection. It's risky, Tonks said slowly. Keeping secrets within the bond. Not secrets. Strategy. Harry managed a grim smile. Voldemort thinks he's found a weakness. Let's make it a trap instead. The next 3 days were a blur of preparation. Daphne dove into research, pulling every text on blood magic and ritual severance she could find. The others coordinated the practical elements, warning vulnerable people, establishing safe houses, preparing defensive positions. And Harry played his role. He thought about their plans, the fake plans, the obvious strategies, the predictable moves. He worried about the upcoming confrontation. Let his anxiety be visible through the Voldemort connection. He was the perfect decoy, broadcasting information that was technically true but strategically useless. Meanwhile, his bondmates worked in the shadows. "We've located Voldemort's new base," Tonks reported during one of their shielded sessions. Meetings where Harry was physically present but mentally blocked from the content. Old fortress in the Scottish Highlands. Heavy wards, large Death Eater presence. "And the ritual he's using to attack through connections?" Fleur asked. "Still unclear. But our sources suggest it requires proximity, within a certain range of the target or someone connected to them." Tonks' expression was grim. "He's been moving Death Eaters closer to Hogwarts, closer to known Order locations, positioning for a larger assault." "Almost certainly." Susan spoke up, her voice quiet but steady. "We could preempt him, strike first, destroy his operation before he's ready." "With what forces?" "The Order's still rebuilding after Blackthorn. The Ministry won't help." "Not the Order. Us." Susan's chin lifted. "The deepened bond gives us capabilities we haven't tested yet. Combined, we're more powerful than any 5 individual wizards. Maybe more powerful than we realize. And if we're wrong, then we die trying something rather than waiting to be picked off." The room fell silent. Through the bond, Harry felt his companions wrestling with the same calculation. The risk of action versus the risk of inaction. "We need more information," Daphne finally said. "A reconnaissance mission. Small team, in and out. Learn what we're dealing with before we commit to anything." "Who goes?" "I will." Tonks stepped forward. "I'm trained for infiltration. My metamorphmagus abilities make me ideal for this kind of work. Alone. Better one person at risk than 5. And the bond means I'm never truly alone. You'll feel if something goes wrong. We'll be too far to help. You'll be close enough to know." Tonks' expression was serious. "Trust me. Trust the bond. I can do this." Harry wanted to argue. Every protective instinct screamed against sending any of his bondmates into danger alone. But Tonks was right. She was uniquely suited for this mission, and the bond would provide warning if anything went wrong. "Be careful," he said finally. "And come back." "Always," Tonks replied, and her smile was bright despite the fear beneath. Tonks left that night. Harry spent the next 18 hours in a state of constant anxiety, feeling her presence at the edge of the bond, distant but stable, focused but alert. She was doing her job, gathering intelligence, staying hidden. And then, suddenly, she wasn't. "Harry!" Her mental voice was a scream. They knew. They were waiting. He felt her pain spike, felt her terror, felt her consciousness flickering as spells connected. "Tonks! Where are you?" "What trap?" It was all a trap. They knew about the bond, knew about everything, and then silence. Complete, absolute silence where her presence had been. "No!" Harry was running before he realized it, the others right behind him. The bond stretched, straining, reaching for Tonks, and finding nothing. "She's alive," Daphne gasped. "I can feel. The bond isn't broken, but it's blocked somehow." "He's got her." Harry's voice was ice. "Voldemort has her. And he's using something to suppress the connection. We can't feel where she is. We can't reach her. Then we find another way." Harry's magic was rising, power crackling around him. "Daphne, the ritual to sever my connection to Voldemort. Is it ready?" "It's theoretical, untested." "Is ready?" "Yes, but then we use it." Harry's eyes blazed. "Voldemort's been using our connections against us. Time to return the favor." "I don't understand." "The blood connection goes both ways. When he stole my blood, he didn't just give himself access to me. He gave me access to him." Harry felt pieces clicking into place, a desperate plan forming. The ritual is designed to sever the link. But what if we don't sever it? What if we invert it? "Invert how?" "Use it to track him. Feel where he is, what he's doing." Harry's smile was fierce. "He thinks he's caught us in his web. Let's show him what it feels like to be prey. Chapter 6. Unbound. The ritual chamber beneath Grimald Place had never felt so small. Harry stood in the central circle, stripped to the waist, ancient runes painted across his chest in a mixture of his own blood and crushed moonstone. Daphne worked around him, adjusting sigils, murmuring calculations under her breath. Fleur and Susan held the perimeter, their wands maintaining the protective wards that kept the ritual contained. And somewhere out there, Tonks was in Voldemort's hands. The theory is sound, Daphne said, her voice tight with concentration. Voldemort used your blood to create a connection. That connection has always been two-way. You've felt his emotions before, his presence. This ritual will amplify that link, turn passive awareness into active tracking. And the risks. If I'm wrong about the calculations, the backlash could kill you. Or worse, it could give Voldemort full access to your mind. She met his eyes. Are you sure about this? Through the bond, Harry felt his three remaining bondmates' fear and their determination. Tonks was family. They'd do whatever it took to get her back. I'm sure, he said. Begin. Daphne raised her wand. The runes on Harry's chest began to glow, heat building beneath his skin. He felt the connection to Voldemort, that dark thread he'd learned to ignore, suddenly surged to life. Pain. Not physical pain, but something deeper. The sensation of two souls grinding against each other, of light and darkness forced into contact. Harry gritted his teeth and pushed. The connection inverted. Suddenly he wasn't just feeling Voldemort's presence. He was seeing through his eyes. A vast stone chamber, torches burning with green flame. Death Eaters arranged in ranks, watching something in the center of the room. Tonks. She hung suspended between two pillars, magical chains binding her wrists, her face bloody but defiant. Her hair had gone pure white. Stress response, Harry knew, her metamorphomagus abilities reflecting her emotional state. Voldemort circled her like a shark scenting blood. Your friends will come for you? The Dark Lord said, his voice carrying clearly through Harry's borrowed vision. They cannot help themselves. The bond compels them to protect each other, regardless of strategy or survival. Go to hell, Tonks spat. Eventually, perhaps. But first, I have questions. Voldemort raised his wand. The deepening ritual you performed. I felt it through Potter's blood. Tell me how it works. Don't know what you're talking about. Lies. The Cruciatus hit her without warning. Harry felt it through the bond, distant, muted, but still agonizing. Tonks screamed, her body arching against the chains. Harry. Daphne's voice in his mind. We have a location. Scottish Highlands, approximately 40 miles northwest of Hogwarts. Can you see more details? Harry forced himself to focus past the horror of watching Tonks suffer. The chamber had windows, narrow slits that showed mountain peaks and gray sky. The architecture was ancient, crumbling in places, clearly a ruin that had been repurposed. Old fortress, he reported. Pre-medieval, maybe Roman. Single tower visible from this angle, probably more. Heavy Death Eater presence, I count at least 30. 30. Fleur's mental voice was grim. Even with the deepened bond, those odds are, we don't need to fight them all. We need to extract Tonks and get out. And Voldemort? Through the borrowed vision, Harry watched the Dark Lord circle his bondmate again. Watched him raise his wand for another round of torture. Voldemort is mine, Harry thought, cold fury crystallizing in his chest. Whatever else happens tonight, I end this. They apparat to the base of the mountains just after sunset. The fortress loomed above them, a jagged silhouette against the darkening sky, lights flickering in windows like predatory eyes. Wards shimmered in the air, visible to magical sight, layer upon layer of protection. The wards are designed to prevent entry, not exit, Daphne reported, her wand tracing analytical patterns. Standard Death Eater configuration. They're expecting to trap people inside, not keep them out. Can you create an opening? Given time, yes, but any breach will trigger alarms. Then we don't breach. We go through the front door. Susan stared at him. That's insane. It's unexpected. Voldemort's waiting for us to try something clever. Infiltration, misdirection, the kind of tactics we used at Blackthorn. Harry's jaw set. Instead, we walk straight in and hit them with everything we have. 4 against 30. 4 bonded witches and wizards against 30 individuals. We move as one, fight as one, think as one. Harry looked at each of his bondmates in turn. The deepening ritual made us more than the sum of our parts. It's time to find out how much more. Through the connection, he felt them processing. Fear giving way to resolve, doubt crystallizing into determination. They'd trained for this. They'd prepared for this. And Tonks was waiting. On your lead, Daphne said quietly. Then follow me. Harry walked toward the fortress. Behind him, his bondmates fell into formation. Daphne at his left, Fleur at his right, Susan guarding the rear. Their magic intertwined, flowing between them like a living current. The first Death Eater spotted them when they were 50 feet from the main gate. Intruders! Sound the... Harry's stunner hit him before he finished shouting. But the alarm had been raised. Figures were emerging from doorways, wands appearing in hands, curses beginning to fly. Now, Harry said. They fought. It wasn't like any battle Harry had experienced before. The deepened bond turned them into something more than a team. A single organism with 4 sets of eyes. For wands, for pools of magic all feeding into a unified purpose. Harry attacked high while Daphne struck low. Fleur's fire created barriers that Susan's shields reinforced. They moved through the courtyard like a storm, curses flowing around them, counterattacks devastating in their precision. 10 Death Eaters down in the first 30 seconds. More poured from the fortress, better organized now, coordinating their attacks. Killing curses screamed through the air. 1, 2, 5 at once. The bond warned of each before it arrived, letting them dodge, deflect, survive. Tower, Daphne thought. Tonks is in the central tower. 3rd floor. I'll get her, Susan projected. You 3 handle the opposition. Too dangerous, trust me. Susan broke from formation, sprinting for the tower entrance. Death Eaters moved to intercept, but Fleur's wall of silver fire cut them off. Harry lost himself in the rhythm of combat. Strike, dodge, shield. Feel a bondmate's need and respond without thought. 20 Death Eaters down now, but more kept coming. The fortress was bigger than they'd realized, the enemy force larger than intelligence suggested. Harry. Daphne's voice was strained. We're burning through power too fast. At this rate, I know. He did know. The bond shared magic efficiently, but fighting 30-plus enemies was draining them faster than they could recover. They needed to end this quickly, or they needed more power. Harry reached for the connection to Voldemort. The Dark Lord was in the tower, watching the battle through a window. His attention was focused outward, on the chaos his enemies were creating. He didn't notice Harry slipping into the link. Harry pulled. It was like drinking from a fire hose. Voldemort's magic, vast, terrible, utterly corrupted, flooded through the blood connection. Harry screamed as it hit him, as darkness tried to overwhelm his senses. But he wasn't alone. His bondmates caught the overflow, filtering it through their own magic, transforming poison into power. The dark energy became light, the corruption became fuel, and suddenly they had more strength than they'd ever possessed. Harry, Fleur gasped. What did you later? Use it. They used it. The next wave of Death Eaters lasted approximately 4 seconds. Susan reached the 3rd floor to find Tonks exactly where Harry's vision had shown her. Suspended between pillars, barely conscious, her white hair matted with blood. Susan. Tonks' voice was a croak. How? Save it. Susan was already working on the chains, her wand tracing complex patterns. We're getting you out of here. The Dark Lord. Harry's handling him. The chains dissolved. Tonks fell and Susan caught her, staggering under the weight. Through the bond, she could feel her bondmate's pain, weeks of torture compressed into days, dark magic that had left scars both visible and invisible. Can you walk? I'll bloody well crawl if I have to. They made it to the stairwell before the next problem appeared. Bellatrix Lestrange blocked the way down. Oh, how sweet! The Death Eater cooed, her wild eyes gleaming. The little badger thinks she can steal our toy. Susan didn't waste time with words. Her curse flew before Bellatrix finished speaking. A brutal bone breaker that would have shattered a normal witch's ribcage. Bellatrix wasn't normal. She deflected the spell with a laugh, returning fire with something purple and screaming. Susan threw up a shield, felt it crack under the impact, and realized she was outmatched. Harry, she thought desperately. Bellatrix. Tower stairwell. Coming. Susan held. She didn't know how, desperation, maybe, or the bond feeding her strength she didn't possess alone. Bellatrix's attacks were relentless, creative, designed to cause maximum suffering. Susan blocked and dodged and survived, buying time. 30 seconds. 45. A minute. Then Harry arrived. He came through the window. Glass exploded inward, and Harry rode the cascade of shards like a wave, his wand already moving. Bellatrix spun to face him, surprise flickering across her features. Potter, come to save your pet. Come to end this. Their duel was brief and brutal. Harry fought with the stolen power of Voldemort himself, magic flowing through him in quantities that should have been impossible. Bellatrix was skilled, experienced, genuinely dangerous, but Harry had something she'd never faced. He had a family to protect. His final curse took her in the chest. She flew backward, crashing through a wall, and didn't get up. Is she dead? Susan asked. Don't know. Don't care. Harry turned to Tonks, his expression softening. Hey, can you feel us? Tonks reached through the bond, and Harry felt the connection snap back into place, the suppression breaking as she touched their shared magic. Merlin, she breathed. I thought when they blocked the bond, I thought I'd lost you. Never, Daphne's voice replied. We're family. We don't lose each other. Touching. A cold voice echoed through the tower. Truly, deeply touching. Voldemort descended from the shadows above, his robes flowing like liquid darkness, his red eyes blazing with fury. You've cost me greatly tonight, boy. My followers, my fortress, decades of accumulated power. He raised his wand. But the cost for you will be far higher. Harry pushed Tonks and Susan behind him. Through the bond, he felt Daphne and Fleur racing toward the tower, but they wouldn't arrive in time. Your mother's love protected you once, Voldemort continued. Her sacrifice gave you power you didn't deserve. But that protection has limits, Harry. Couldn't stop me at the graveyard. It can't stop me now. Maybe not. Harry's voice was steady despite his pounding heart. But she gave me something else. Something you'll never understand. Your precious bond? Voldemort laughed. I've felt it. I've studied it. It's impressive, I'll grant, but it's also a weakness. Every connection is a vulnerability. Every person you love is a target. That's what you don't understand. Harry raised his wand. Love isn't weakness. It's strength. My bondmates don't make me vulnerable. They make me whole. Sentiment. Voldemort's lip curled. Let me show you what whole truly means. He cast. The spell was nothing Harry recognized. A writhing mass of dark energy that screamed as it flew. The killing curse was green. This was black, deeper than shadow, cold enough to burn. Harry should have died. But Tonks moved. Even battered, even barely conscious, she threw herself into the spell's path. Not to block it, to redirect it. Her metamorphmagus abilities surged, her body becoming temporarily incorporeal, and the dark magic passed through her altered form toward the blood connection. Harry understood in an instant. Tonks had channeled Voldemort's own curse into the link between them. The dark energy screamed along the connection, rebounding toward its source. Voldemort staggered. His face, already barely human, contorted with shock and pain. Impossible. Nothing's impossible. Harry drew on the bond, drew on every scrap of power his family could give him. You wanted to understand love? Let me show you what it feels like. He reached through the blood connection and pushed. Not magic, not exactly. What Harry channeled was harder to define. The warmth of Daphne's trust when she first chose to stay. The fierce protectiveness Fleur showed in battle. Tonks' joy at finding where she belonged. Susan's quiet courage in the face of terror. Love. Pure, undiluted, overwhelming love. Every positive emotion the bond had ever generated, compressed and focused and driven into Voldemort's soul like a spear of light. The Dark Lord screamed. It was a terrible sound, inhuman, agonized. The cry of something that had never experienced warmth being burned from the inside out. Voldemort clawed at his own chest, trying to tear out the sensation that was destroying him. "Stop," he gasped. "Stop. You wanted to take what we have." Harry's voice was calm, relentless. "You wanted to create your own bonded army. But you can't create love through force. You can't manufacture connection through torture. All you can do is destroy, and now you're facing something you can't destroy." Voldemort fell to his knees. His form was flickering, the magic that sustained his resurrection failing under the assault of emotions he'd spent a lifetime trying to eliminate. This is not possible. It's not just possible. It's inevitable. Harry walked toward him slowly, his wand raised. "You've been running from love your whole existence. Now there's nowhere left to run." The light intensified. Voldemort's scream rose to an impossible pitch. And then silence. Where the Dark Lord had knelt, only dust remained. Ash and shadow, dissolving even as Harry watched, until nothing was left but scorched stone. Tom Riddle was finally truly dead. Harry's knees buckled. Tonks caught him on one side, Susan on the other. Through the bond, he felt his other bondmates arriving. Daphne and Fleur racing up the tower stairs, their relief and joy washing over him in waves. "Is it done?" Daphne demanded, bursting through the doorway. "Is he gone?" Harry's voice was hoarse. "For real this time." "I felt it," the connection snapped. "There's nothing left to come back to." Fleur reached him first, her arms wrapping around him with desperate strength. "Mon Dieu, when I felt what you were doing, channeling our emotions through the blood link, I thought, I know. I'm sorry." There wasn't time to explain. Never apologize for saving the world. But she was trembling against him, the fear she'd been suppressing finally breaking through. They stood together in the ruined tower, 5 people bound by magic and choice, surrounded by the ashes of their greatest enemy. Death Eaters were fleeing the fortress, their master's death breaking whatever loyalty remained. The battle was over. The war was won. "We should get out of here," Susan said quietly. "The wards are failing. This whole structure could collapse." "Can you apparate?" Harry asked Tonks. "I can try." Her smile was weak but genuine. "The suppression's fully broken. I can feel all of you again. Do you know how much I missed that?" "We know." Daphne took her hand. "We felt the absence too." They made their way down through the crumbling fortress, stepping over unconscious Death Eaters and fallen debris. By the time they reached the courtyard, the sun was rising, golden light spilling over the mountains, painting the devastation in shades of pink and orange. It was, Harry thought, almost beautiful. "Where do we go now?" Susan asked. "Home." Tonks' voice was firm despite her exhaustion. "Grimmauld Place. Shower. Sleep. Then figure out what comes next." "What comes next is a lot of paperwork," Daphne said dryly. "The Ministry will want explanations. The Order will want debriefings. The Prophet will want interviews. Tomorrow's problem." Harry reached for his bondmates, felt them reach back. "Tonight we rest. Tonight we're just family." They apparat away together, leaving the fortress to crumble in the morning light. The aftermath was chaotic. Word of Voldemort's death spread faster than any official announcement could contain. Within hours, celebrations had erupted across magical Britain. Fireworks, parties, impromptu gatherings in every wizarding village. The war was over. The Dark Lord was destroyed. Hope had won. Harry and his bondmates stayed hidden at Grimmauld Place, letting the initial madness pass. They had injuries to heal, trauma to process, a bond to rebalance after the stresses of battle. "The Ministry's requesting a formal interview," Kingsley reported on the 3rd day. "Multiple departments want statements. The Wisengamot is planning a special session to recognize your contributions. Not yet. Harry's voice was firm. We need more time. The public can wait. They've been waiting 15 years for Voldemort to die. A few more days won't kill them. Kingsley's expression softened. You've earned the rest, Harry. All of you have. But you should know, there are already debates about what the bond represents. Some factions see you as heroes. Others see you as a new kind of threat. Same old story. Daphne's voice was dry. Power makes people nervous. Which is why you need to control the narrative. The celebration won't last forever. When questions start being asked about how 5 young people destroyed the most powerful Dark Lord in history, they'll want to know about the bond. Harry nodded slowly. What we are. What we can do. Whether we're dangerous. Precisely. Through the bond, Harry felt his companions' concern, and their trust. Whatever came next, they'd face it together. Set up the interview, he decided. But on our terms. We choose the venue, the questions, the framing. This is our story to tell. Understood. Kingsley rose to leave, then paused. For what it's worth, Harry, I'm proud of you. All of you. What you've built, what you've become. It gives me hope for the future. Thanks, Kingsley. That means a lot. The interview took place a week later in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. It wasn't just a media event, it was a statement. The place where Harry had first discovered magic, where he'd found friendship and purpose, where he'd nearly died more times than he could count. Coming back here as something new felt right. The hall was packed. Ministry officials, order members, reporters from every magical publication in Europe. Dumbledore presided from the head table, his expression unreadable but his eyes twinkling with something like pride. Harry sat at the center of a long table, his bondmates arrayed on either side. Daphne at his immediate left, Fleur at his right, then Tonks and Susan completing the line. 5 people who'd started as strangers and become something unprecedented. Thank you all for coming, Harry began, his voice magically amplified. I know there are a lot of questions about what happened at Voldemort's fortress, about what we are and what our bond means. I'm going to try to answer those questions as honestly as I can. The first hour covered the facts, the battle, Voldemort's death, the aftermath. Harry kept the technical details vague but the emotional truth clear. They'd fought as a family, drawing strength from each other. The Dark Lord had fallen because he'd never understood what they had. Then came the harder questions. Mr. Potter, a reporter from the Prophet stood, her quick quotes hovering eagerly. Some have suggested that your bond represents a form of magical slavery, that the witches connected to you have no choice but to follow your will. How do you respond? Harry looked at his bondmates. One by one they rose. I chose this. Daphne's voice rang clear. Yes, the initial connection was accidental. But everything after was my decision. I stayed because I wanted to. I deepened the bond because I believed in what we were building. As did I. Fleur stepped forward. The bond doesn't control our minds or our wills. Connects us. There's a difference. I was an Auror before I joined. Tonk's grin was sharp. Trained to resist mental influence, to spot coercion. What Harry offers isn't control, it's partnership. Equal say, equal weight, equal love. My family has been threatened by dark wizards for years. Susan's quiet voice carried surprising strength. The bond gave me the ability to protect them. That's not slavery. That's empowerment. The reporter's scribbled furiously, but her expression had shifted, skepticism giving way to something more thoughtful. The bond is unusual, Harry acknowledged. It creates intimacy that most people never experience. But it's built on love, not fear. On choice, not compulsion. My mother designed it that way. She wanted me to have family, real family, the kind that couldn't be taken away. That's what I have now. Another reporter stood. What about expansion? There are rumors that you're planning to add more people to your bond. Creating an army of loyal followers. Not an army. Harry's voice was firm. A family. And yes, we've discussed expansion. There are people who might benefit from what we have. People who need connection, who need protection, who share our values. He paused. But we don't recruit. We don't pressure. Anyone who joins does so freely, with full understanding of what they're accepting. And if someone changes their mind, wants to leave, they can't. That's the truth I won't pretend away. Harry met the reporter's eyes. The bond is permanent. Once you're in forever. That's why we're so careful about who we offer it to. That's why choice matters so much. The room was silent. Harry could feel the weight of judgment, of assessment. These people would decide how his bond was perceived, as threat or hope, as darkness or light. I'm not going to pretend we're perfect, he continued. We're 5 people who found each other in unusual circumstances. We fight, we disagree, we make mistakes. But we're also stronger together than we ever were apart. We defeated Voldemort not through superior firepower, but through love, through connection, through the willingness to be vulnerable with each other. He stood, looking out over the assembled crowd. That's what the bond really is. Not a weapon or a political tool or a form of control. It's a family. Unconventional, maybe. Powerful, definitely. But at its core, it's just people who care about each other. People who show up when it matters. People who refuse to let each other face the darkness alone. Silence stretched. Then, from somewhere in the crowd, someone started clapping. It spread. First a few scattered applause, then more, then a wave of sound that filled the hall. Harry felt tears prick his eyes as he looked at his bondmates, his family, and saw his own emotions reflected back. They'd won. Not just the battle against Voldemort, but the battle for understanding. The world was beginning to see them not as threats, but as hope. It was, Harry thought, the best possible outcome. 3 months later, life had settled into something resembling normal. The bond group, Potter's Coven, the papers had taken to calling them, had become a fixture of magical society. They lived at Grimmauld Place, which Harry had renovated from a dark monument to pureblood obsession into a warm, welcoming home. They trained together, worked together, built something none of them could have imagined. And they grew. Hermione joined first. She'd been circling for months, her intellectual curiosity eventually overwhelming her caution. The ritual that bonded her was gentler than the early ones. They'd learned from experience, refined their approach. I thought I wanted to understand it, she said afterward, tears streaming down her face. I didn't realize I wanted to belong. Ron followed a week later. His reasons were simpler. My best mate's got a family. I want to be part of it. Others came more slowly. Neville, whose connection to Harry had nearly been exploited by Voldemort. Luna, who claimed she'd always known they were meant to be together. Dean and Seamus, inseparable as always, joining as a pair. The bond expanded, deepened, became something unprecedented. Not an army, not a cult. A family of choice, united by love and magic, stronger than any force that had ever existed. Dumbledore called it the most remarkable magical development in centuries. Harry called it home. The last chapter of Harry's story began, appropriately enough, with a visitor. He was alone in the garden when she arrived. A woman in simple robes, her features shifting and uncertain, her eyes like mirrors reflecting images he couldn't quite see. The Arbiter, he said quietly. I wondered if you'd come. You have done well. The entity's voice was gentler than before. The bond has grown beyond what I believed possible. Stable, loving, self-sustaining. Is that a problem? Perhaps. Perhaps not. The Arbiter drifted closer. You are creating something new, Harry Potter. Something that will outlast you. Your mother's curse has become a covenant. A model for how magical people might connect. That's what we hoped. Hope is dangerous, but so is stagnation. The mirror eyes glittered. I came to offer a choice. What choice? The bond you have built will continue to grow. Others will see it, want it, try to replicate it. Most will fail. Love cannot be manufactured. But some will succeed. Pause. You can try to control this. Limit the bond's expansion. Ensure it remains within your family. Or you can release it. Let others create their own bonds, their own families without your oversight. Harry considered. The protective instinct was strong, his family, his bond, his responsibility. But the bond had never been about control. It had been about connection. If we release it, he said slowly, if others create their own bonds, will they be like ours? Based on love, on choice. Some will. Some won't. The arbiter's voice was matter of fact. People will use this magic for good and ill, as they use all magic. You cannot prevent abuse without also preventing freedom. Then we release it. Harry's voice was firm. But we share what we've learned. The rituals, the principles, the importance of consent and choice. We give people the tools to do this right. And if they ignore your guidance, then they face the consequences. But at least they have the chance to succeed. Harry met the entity's mirrored gaze. My mother gave me a gift I never asked for. It took years to understand what it really was. Not a curse, but an opportunity. An opportunity to build something better. He looked back at the house, where his bondmates were gathered, where his family waited. Everyone deserves that opportunity, he said. The chance to find their people, to build their family, to not be alone. The arbiter was silent for a long moment. Then, impossibly, it smiled. Your mother would be proud, it said. As am I. And then it was gone. Harry found his family in the kitchen, gathered around the long table that had become their meeting place. Hermione was arguing with Daphne about magical theory. Ron and Tonks were arm wrestling while Fleur pretended not to watch. Susan and Luna were bent over a book, and Neville was helping Dean with something involving plants that Harry didn't want to examine too closely. Just another evening. Just another ordinary miracle. Everything okay? Daphne asked, catching his eye. Yeah. Harry moved to stand behind her, his hand finding her shoulder. Through the bond, he felt her warmth, her love, the steady certainty of her presence. The arbiter came to visit. And we talked. About the future. About what the bond could become. What did you decide? Harry looked around the table, at the faces that had become his world, the connections that had saved his life more times than he could count. That we share it, he said. Not just the power or the protection, but the principles. How to build bonds based on love. How to create families of choice. How to find belonging in a world that tries to keep people separate. That's ambitious, Ron said, abandoning his arm wrestling match. You're talking about changing how magical society works. Maybe. Or maybe we're just showing them what's possible. Harry pulled up a chair, settling into his place among his family. When I was a kid, I thought I'd always be alone. The freak in the cupboard, the boy who didn't belong. Then I came to Hogwarts, and I thought having friends was the best I could hope for. He took Daphne's hand, felt Fleur's fire through the bond, Tonks' warmth, Susan's steady presence, the love of everyone gathered around the table. I was wrong, he said quietly. Friends were just the beginning. What we have now, this connection, this family, it's everything I never knew I needed. Same, Tonks said softly. Same, Susan echoed. Same. The others agreed one by one. Harry smiled. Outside, the sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. Inside, his family surrounded him, imperfect, complicated, absolutely irreplaceable. So, Hermione said briskly, breaking the moment with characteristic practicality. If we're going to teach the world about bonding magic, we're going to need documentation. Proper research protocols, controlled trials. First we eat, Ron interrupted. Then we save the world. Some priorities never change, Daphne observed dryly. The important ones don't. Ron reached for the bread. Food, family, and friends. Everything else is just details. Through the bond, Harry felt the collective amusement and the collective agreement. After everything they'd been through, maybe the simple things mattered most. He looked around at his family one last time. Daphne with her sharp wit and hidden warmth. Fleur with her fire and her fierce protectiveness. Tonks with her ever-changing face and constant heart. Susan with her quiet courage. Hermione with her brilliant mind. Ron with his unwavering loyalty. Luna with her strange wisdom. Neville with his gentle strength, and all the others who had chosen to join, to connect, to belong. His mother had given him a curse. He'd turned it into a covenant. She'd wanted him to never be alone. He'd found something better. He'd found home,